Welcome back to the UNCG Esports Arena with the SEA Spartan Championship of Spring 2023. I'm your host, Hurricane Dante, here with Instinct once again. We're going to be taking a look at where our bracket is looking right now and give you guys a quick rundown of that right here in a second. So, first things first, North Brunswick versus Mafia in the upper finals, or the upper semifinals, and Cab Tech versus Beacon, which will be the match we'll be watching on broadcast today. Anything interesting about these matches, Instinct?
100%. Both of these matchups are going to be great matchups. We could possibly see a rematch of the qualifier finals with Brunswick and Cab Tech. There is a possibility of seeing that in the winners final to see who goes to that big chip. So. But as I said, both of these are going to be great matchups. As we could see, Beacons have made their way through kind of a little more rocky than Cab Tech, but they've made their way through some really good series to get to this point. As Cab Tech, you know, they kind of they got through Brunswick, Noble Academy. You know, they've had good games up to this point, so it's going to be a great series between both of these teams.
Yeah, and three names there that we've been seeing a lot within the stat sheet when it comes to Brunswick, Mafia, and Cab Tech. Those three teams are always seem to be compared to each other, but we can also go ahead and take a look at our lower bracket and our eliminations and see what's going on in that area.
We see here we got Patriots still making a run. You know, we didn't get to see their win against Brunswick because we had the Spartans and Noble, which again was a great series. And C-Tech High School, you know, they made their way through a bit of lowers. You know, they've kind of made their way through, and it's been really, I don't want to say tough. They've had good series, but it's been a good run for them, and hopefully they can keep that momentum to keep taking them through lowers.
Yeah, but these teams are getting ready inside of the arena, and we'll be seeing Cab Tech versus Beacons here in the winners semis. Winner will be going on to winners finals, a huge match within this setup. So, any final predictions before we get into game?
I didn't go with Cab Tech in the finals. I'm taking Cab Tech here.
I think I'm going to be taking the Beacons on this one, just to sort of mellow it out a little bit and be a little bit of a devil's advocate, but also because I think they have some great gameplay from the stats that I've seen.
Yes, both great predictions.
Yes, so I'm ready to see these two teams go at it. We're going to be heading into kickoff pretty soon here. Any other final predictions before we get into game?
Let's see, what game could it go to? Best of 5. I think it goes the distance. I think it does go to 5.
I think it ends right at a game 4, but we'll be seeing here in just a moment when we get into kickoff. So, following into the game, Beacons versus Cab Tech. We'll see who comes out on top. Coming right after kickoff with only 10 seconds lost in the round. Cab Tech and Beacons so far, a lot of pressure being put on Cab Tech's side with a very quick goal by Beacons.
Yeah, early goal by Loki Wolf here. He does a great job of noticing that the third man for Cab Tech did turn back and didn't quite challenge early enough, but a really good start for the Beacons here.
Yeah, let's see how this kickoff goes since we didn't get to see it right at the beginning of the broadcast. See if it's similar to the other games that we've been having, with kickoffs being the moment that, you know, most of these teams are making their points and their scores. As we see here, maybe it's a repeat of that as we go ahead and see River making a very good aerial dribble into a goal.
Oh, for sure. You see 2 goals within the first 25 seconds of the game, and you know that it's a good start to this series. This is the first game. These two teams know the power of the others, and they're gonna clash it out the whole series.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely amazing to see. Ball being sent over towards Beacon's side of the court. Sensei going ahead and playing a little bit of an aerial game, bringing the ball back over, but Cab Tech taking control with River trying to go for another shot. Good defense being played there, though, by Beacons.
Yeah, and you've seen, now, this kickoff obviously didn't get ended quick by a really quick goal by either team, so we've kind of got a chance now to see the defense of these two teams, especially the Beacons here. It's kind of been in their half quite a little bit more than it has Cab Tech. Cab Tech's able to keep a lot of pressure on the Beacons early in this game 1, and as we pass the first minute mark, it's looking like Beacons need to try to get the ball out of their half.
The game as well seems to have slowed down a little bit. We're seeing more of this endurance style that we've had before in some of the other games. And with it being in an even score rather than the other games being in moments where someone's ahead, which immediately as I say it, Calm Curse comes in as Loki goes ahead, finds an opportunity to get a shot off.
Yeah, 100%. That's a great touch there by Loki. He put it right in the slot, right bottom left that the CapTech couldn't make the save.
Let's comment there as well and say that Cole was in goal and was about to be able to stop that ball, but it was just a little bit too late and just not able to get it in. But at the same time, good awareness on Cole to try to go towards goal and stop that.
100%. It was a great placement from Loki though on that shot to recognize that Cole, he could put it in a place where Cole can't reach. And shots like that in this series are going to be so important for both of these teams. Can you shoot even though there's a team in net? Both of these teams very solid all around, great rotation so far throughout this tournament. And when they clash like that, as I said, the important shots are those shots where placement is key, right? You got to get it around that third man, and then Loki did that perfectly.
Yeah, a little bit of a different strategy we're seeing here by CapTech than we saw at the end of the finals last time. And I think that's sort of showing, like, they were much stronger in the beginning half when we were watching the division finals, and this was the type of strategy they were playing then. I think this is showing that that's sort of the groove that they currently have. Now, if Beacons is able to capitalize that and use that against them, we'll have to see.
For sure. Beacons have definitely been the aggressors in this game so far. You're seeing 2 goals as we reach this halfway point in the game 1 of this series. CapTech, the past minute or so, it seems like they've kind of been on their backs a little bit. The Beacons pressure has kind of really got to them. It's hard for them to get the ball out of half, but right as I say that, they bear to do that, get a good 50 with Loki Wolf, pass out mid, no one available yet. I think the big thing for CapTech is being able to capitalize on open balls.
Yeah. One thing that I don't think that we've mentioned about yet, I was about to say, I'm not going to speak during a goal again. One thing we haven't talked about yet that you may be noticing a lot during this game, mostly because of the aerial gameplay, is the way that these cars are moving in the air and how that affects with the ball. So, Instinct, if you could go ahead, kind of break this down for us. Why are we seeing these cars just sort of like do these weird flips? Is there reasons for these players doing this, or is it just kind of a for fun thing?
Oh, for sure. Sorry, I thought there was going to be a goal there. I didn't want to start.
Same thing.
But yeah, no, 100%. It's not just jumping and flying straight at the ball. A lot of these players understand that when they turn their car in the air, it could give the car a better touch, a stronger touch, and even a little last-minute adjustment to maybe get it around a defender or put it in a spot on net where it's not as likely to be saved. But yeah, there is 100% a purpose for spinning your car in the air. And as I finish that, River ties it up.
Yeah, making a really good corner shot. The ball seemed to have bounced off of the wall, and River was just at the right place at the right time to sink it in there. It was very good gameplay over there by CapTech, and ties up the score right before we hit a minute.
For sure, and that's what it's about, right place, right time. Earlier, you mentioned this is kind of a game of chess with a little twist and mechanics. Like, you're going to want to be able to know what you're doing and why, not only what you're doing, but why you're doing it. Everything you do must have a purpose. And both of these teams have demonstrated that really well so far. I've seen a lot of team plays to each other. I mean, even right there, you saw the pass mid. They're trying to get it to each other. And the teams are clicking very well. Communication.
And able to set up shots just like that. And earlier on, we were seeing some really good saves by both CapTech and Beacon. And with Cole especially being able to save a shot from happening. But, of course, it's that one moment where someone isn't in net, or the one moment that they're just right behind that's going to be the time that they're going to be able to get these scores.
For sure. And, right when I got done mentioning the team plays, Beacons demonstrated for me a great example of that. Just a great, powerful shot. We're reaching this 30-second mark now, and CapTech, they have to keep this ball in Beacon's half if they want a chance of taking game 1, which could be a huge advantage for either team. Going into a strong series like this, like, you're going to want to take everything you can get.
Yeah, both of these players are going to be competing in net. If CapTech can get another score here, we'd be immediately going into overtime, something that I don't believe we've had yet in the series. Game 1 overtime. It's normally game 3 or game 4 that the overtime happens, but this would be the first time, at least on broadcast, that overtime would be happening in game 1. But it doesn't look like that might happen. This ball bounces off the wall, hits the ground with a demo, and that will give it into the favor of Beacon.
Yeah, Beacons take game 1, and could the fact of there not being a game one overtime. You know, this is the first stream where we've had like somebody new, right? You know, the other streams we've had, we saw Spartans before, we saw Patriots before, but now we're getting 2 new contestants, and they haven't been on stream all day. So could the nerves be racking up a little bit and a little shaky, so they're not playing as up to par as they usually would? Hopefully we could see a better, you know, a performance from both teams. I shouldn't say better performance. They both played very well in that game one. Very close game. I expect to see more close games in this series.
Yeah, and I definitely think that both of these teams, while the nerves is probably a factor, they're not dealing with the same type of nerves that, you know, the people in the first couple of broadcasts were happening. You know, these teams have had time to play out and be within this bracket for a while, you know, prove themselves to be here before coming out on broadcast. So it may just be the aspect of having people watch them or being viewed by people that's the aspect that's really giving them the nerves. But honestly, I feel like both of these teams, no matter what, played a really great game there, and I can't wait to see what their game 2 is going to look like as we try to get ready for another kickoff.
For sure, and to bank off the kind of nerves in the stream, like as we get deeper into this bracket, you're going to be on stream more if you continue to win, because we don't have any other games to show, right? There's no other, you know, there's not 4 games going on at once. It's going to be a lot of single games that will be on stream, and you will be there a lot if you're winning.
Yeah, going into kickoff here, following Cole as the ball goes over towards Cab Tech's side. Beacon's going to try to apply as much pressure as they can to try to get that advantage that we've seen other teams try to take advantage of. Of course, if Beacon's able to win another one here, they're only 1 game away at that point. So CabTech really needs to try to shut them down as quickly as possible and basically assert dominance on this board.
Oh, for sure. And, you know, you saw early on, not too long ago, or not too long after kickoff, sorry, that Loki took a very powerful and, like, statement shot on net. And it seemed as if there was a repeat of last game. You know, they're looking for that early goal to get a good lead and feel good about the rest of the game.
And we also see there that these players are also noticing like the kind of setups that these teams have for certain types of shots. As you saw there, the ball was hitting on the backboard, that area right above the net, and was about to drop down. There was a player right behind that could have gotten the shot off. But, of course, when you're playing defense and you're playing this sort of like in front of the ball, watching that happen, if you maneuver your car the right way, you can actually mess up the way the ball drops and make it easier for the other team to, you know, have a harder time, of course, getting the shot off, and make it easier for your team to capitalize and take the pressure back.
No, for sure. And as it seems as if the Beacons have had really good pressure here, CabTech is trying to get it out of their half. They might do it here with River getting a big clear over Beacon's first man. Cole's looking to challenge on sidewall as he does, drops straight down. The Beacons aren't quite ready for it yet. He does get the beat on the touch though. B. Cole stays in for another touch. River, possible pass back. Not quite there for CabTech.
Yeah, and we're going ahead and seeing one of the stats I think we're going to have to look at the very end is going to have to be those shots on goal. Like, who's applying the most pressure? And also, it may be good to look at the save stat as well. But the first stat we're going to see is a score being made by Beacon.
Yes, for sure. Loki, another great shot to start this game off as the first score. I mean, you saw it just, it placed perfectly in between all of the CabTech defenders. They were there, like it was, but some things you just can't save.
Yeah, seeing these teams like CabTech that we've watched before in other broadcasts outside of the championship and seeing them play here against other teams, it's really nice to watch, honestly. Seeing Beacons we haven't really gotten to see on any of the other broadcasts that I've been a part of and casted with. And so it's nice to see those teams kind of compete against each other, you know, familiar faces versus newcomers in a way. But of course, all these teams are pretty familiar with each other and the strategies they're trying to do. And I think that's being, you know, painted out here.
Oh, 100%. And as we reach the halfway mark in this game too, I've also come to realize back in the championship for the qualifiers not too long ago, we saw CabTech use a sense of strategy where they had Rhino in net. Mm-hmm. They've seems to have changed that up a little bit. They have him out, they have him going for the ball, full 3-man rotation, and it seems to be working well. They're keeping the games close. They're having good pressure against this Beacon team.
Yeah. Do have to note during that broadcast, though, that happened during the second game, the game right before CabTech was going to possibly lose, so they could use that maybe as a rebound strategy. You know, it's pretty good to kind of keep that in mind, because maybe that's what we'll be seeing next game if CabTech isn't able to even out the score here. Little under 2 minutes now, watching Sad River over on the end, trying to pick up some boost. Loki Wolf currently possession of the ball. Seems like Beacons has like 3 people around the ball right now, but it is pressure on their side, so a little bit of worry there as Captech tries to set up for a shot, but Beacons is able to stop it.
For sure, and it seems like for a little bit there, Beacons were kind of just trying to take some time off the clock. You know, there wasn't a sense of pressure from Captech in that corner, and so why not take a few seconds off while you're at it? You have the lead, you're in a comfortable position, and I mean, you're on offense now. Solo play from really close solo play from Sensei. Great use of mechanics there. I mean, he was really showing off.
Yeah, but you could also see that his teammates were right behind him, ready to clean up if needed. It was just that the Captech defense was really well placed and able to stop it. Heading towards a minute left in the round. Let's see if Captech can put any more pressure on net, but it seems like Beacons are going to try to put this more towards Captech's side of the court.
Oh, for sure. And what the scary thing about this end game and like Captech having to get up there is Beacon's counter. I mean, we just almost saw here again another solo play, and they have the mechanics to do that and the boost management. And in this case, Captech, you know, low on boost, kind of on their backs, trying to just push and get the ball downfield. They sent to do it, but immediately it's turned around right away, right back in their half with 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, less than 30 seconds left to go on the clock. Captech needs to score here as soon as they possibly can in order to tie up the series, or we might be seeing them go into a 2-0 here, and that's a really dangerous position to be inside of. Going into 10 seconds on the clock with Captech trying to make a nice shot, but unfortunately the defense is there for Beacon. Oh, another setup really well for Cole there, but unfortunately the timing is off, and ball being sent towards Captech's side. Sad River currently holding on and trying to get a shot in, but of course being denied. Keeping that ball up in the air, the game does not end until the ball hits the ground. So if Captech is able to use that, which unfortunately they're not, but if they were able to, they could tie up that series and put us into overtime. But we'll have to just see that in Game 3.
For sure, and you know, we saw a 2-0 start earlier with the Spartans-Patriots game. You know, the Patriots got up 2-0, the Spartans kind of stayed in it, they stayed alive, they kept things alive, and that's what Captech needs to do here. They need to trust their ways of play. They need to continue to do what they're doing. Good rotations, 6 shots on net, 3 saves, that is good. Considering that, you know, Beacons had 6 shots, 4 saves, it's a good even distribution of shots and saves per team. But Captech just needs to stick to their roots. Like, they need to keep doing what they know is best and possibly knock off this Beacons team.
Yeah, and the fact that these shots on goal are even between both teams really does show how evenly matched these two are. And that's what we love to see when we get into this upper semifinals, and that's what we're hoping to see when we get into the winners finals to determine who's going to be going into the grand finals. So currently with the state of the game, Instinct, what's your prediction for Game 3?
Ooh, I really hope Captech brings it back because I want to make it a series. I know that both of these teams have really good potential of getting far in this bracket, but I mean, the way it's looking, Captech's got to be able to stop Loki. Loki is their offensive savior. Like, he is always there on offense, making plays for his teammates by himself, solo plays. He's getting the goals that he needs for his team.
Well, we'll see that within kickoff here in Game 3. If Beacon is able to clear this out, that'll be a clean sweep for them to bring them into winners finals. And, you know, that can be really strong. You know, if Beacon's able to get this 3-0 over Captech, people who made it to the division finals, that could put some fear into whoever joins them within winners finals. And if it's Brunswick as well, they may be able to defeat both teams.
Oh, for sure. It would definitely be an upset to see, not only just in general upset, but a 3-0 upset. You know, you came into this game knowing that the Captech was the 2 seed. They made it to the finals, played a great series against Brunswick. As we see Loki starting off strong again.
Yeah, and right here, I think once we get done with this shot and we enter into the kickoff, I think that'd be a great time. We're actually going to throw it over to the Beacon's audio, hear a little bit of their comms, and see a little bit of their mindset.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Oh, I don't got that one.
Hey, I got time. All right. Whoops, I didn't pop it up.
That's backcourt. You turn?
All right, I could have turned.
I'll play mid.
There's a pinch. Mid, maybe?
I got demo.
I'll bump him. I'll bump him.
Good demo.
I just hit it.
Mid.
All right.
communication is really key when it comes to these types of goals and these types of games, and we love to see it. And I think we actually are going to go ahead and see a really nice goal here by River to tie it up.
Yeah, it's a really good pass play by River, and just kept it looked like when they brought the ball downfield, it was just pass after pass after pass. And, you know, we heard into Beacon's comms, and they're playing for each other. You know, they're calling, hey, I'm this way, I'm to the right, I'm to your left, hit it my way, we can get a play downfield. Whatever that is, communication is key, especially in a crucial series like this. And, you know, I mean, this is a big stake for either one of these teams.
Yeah, very critical for us to see, but also the fact that CapTech is able to even it up here takes that pressure off of them and, you know, makes this a much easier game for them to be able to maybe take for themselves. But also at the same time, Beacons is in the same position. They only need one more goal, and they could possibly go ahead and take this away for themselves as well and make this a 3-0.
For sure, but by the way, look, by the looks of it right now, CapTech isn't giving up. They've had a lot of good pressure on this Beacons team. They keep it up here. Cole, possible solo play off the backboard, couldn't find it. Catfish just had to take it to the corner in hopes that River could keep it in. Unfortunately, it is not this case. Beacons had a slight little bit of a turnaround there, tried to take it back downfield. CapTech immediately back in. River with a good shot on net, even better save from Sensei.
Yeah, and like you said there, we were able to see that like CapTech was trying to take the ball back and trying to take control back. Beacon's trying to do the exact same thing, but you know, the defense of these two teams is just absolutely insane. And you know, that's going to be what's really going to matter here in this game. Like, you can make all the shots on goal that you want, but if someone's there to stop it, there's nothing that you're going to gain from it. You just got to find those few moments where you're going to actually be able to get it in. Looks like Sensei was trying to set up there, but no one able to clean it up.
Yeah, for sure. I completely agree with you on the defensive standpoint. I think another thing, so both of these teams are very offensive. They're very mechanical players. You've seen a lot of solo plays from Cole, from River, from Loki. You see these players open up these plays for their team, and defense is 100% key. Another key, I believe, is rotations, you know, comms, how the chemistry between your teammates. You know, how can you keep the ball not only just by your car, but to a teammate's car?
Yeah, really good shadow defense there by Loki for a second as well, kind of staying close to net, but having the ball behind them to be able to jump up and flip to actually hit the ball away. You know, that's some really good techniques that we see from these players and really shows the type of level that we're seeing of competition here.
For sure, and CapTech here gets it back in the Beacons half. Possible shot on net, couldn't quite connect. A little bit of a turn there.
Yeah, we're also seeing here some coaches talking to players and communicating, being able to set up these strategies for their players, acting almost like the captains, the generals, and setting everything up, making sure that these players are, you know, succeeding as best they can.
Yeah, and another advantage to that, and I mentioned it earlier in the tournament, you could actually have your coach kind of give, you know, some advice I shouldn't say mid-game, but mid-series in between games. And I see we did miss a goal from CapTech there. I imagine it was a great connection. We kind of left it right when they had a lot of pressure against the Beacon. So I would assume it came from because, you know, a lot of pressure. And hopefully they can keep that up and kind of switch to, like you mentioned, the defensive side here for the last minute of this game to hold against the Beacons.
Yeah, and Beacon's strategy here should be to try to get as many shots as they can on goal like we saw there. If they're able to get a lot of pressure on the net and able to just slip one by, they can bring themselves into overtime and bring this back for themselves. Going back into those comments about coaches real quick as well, this is a great opportunity for them as well, as they're going to meet other esports teams that are just as passionate about this game and are going to be able to network and build these types of connections. I mentioned it earlier, but I've already heard coaches like talking to me and asking like, hey, do you know of any other teams in the area? You know, you guys are doing such a great job with our teams. Do you think you could talk to them for a bit, maybe make our own stuff? Like, this is a great event for those types of things, and it's a great opportunity for both the players, the coaches, and their families to see what they can do. 5 seconds left on clock here. Beacon needs to make a move if they're going to be able to clutch up a win here, but unfortunately ball hits down and CapTech is able to take it to a Game 4 in the series.
For sure, they managed to stay alive. I like the strategy that they went with towards the end of this game. As you see, again, the coach getting involved with these players like, hey, look, our strategy that we switched to, this worked. Let's stick to it again. 7 shots coming from Cab Tech overall, 6 shots coming from Beacons. A lot of pressure throughout this entire game. Had a good amount of saves from each team. So, again, we have another series where it's a lot of pressure, but a lot of defense, too. They're really good and consistent teams. It's really who kind of comes out on top as far as boost management, or maybe just who has more chemistry.
I think it's also fair there to note that, of course, as you saw in the stat block, all of those shots that were made on goal were made by River. And most of the majority of the saves were made by Cole. So these are sort of like, the weight is sort of unbalanced on the team. One's playing very defensively, one's playing more offensively. And well-timed demos or misplaced placement of these teammates could be what Beacon needs to do in order to close out the series.
Oh, for sure. I mean, when you have 2 teams with defenses and offenses like this, you have to look for separate ways. I like the strat that Cab Tech brought in. They just focused on their rotations, knew what they had to do, and they came in and did it to stay alive in this series. But a big thing is going to be those demos. Can you get the person out of net?
Yeah, as we enter kickoff for Game 4, we're going to see if Beacon is able to close it out or if Cab Tech is going to be able to take us to another Game 5 on broadcast.
It would be very interesting to see a very good shot there put on by Cole, top right. It looked as if River got a great touch off the sidewall. Yes, he did. Great pass to Cole. Even better shot, top right. That's kind of unsavable.
Yeah, just hit the post and was kind of just knocked into the net. Unfortunately, that's just one of those moments that, you know, Beacon's got to sort of sit back and be like, all right, we take those, but we're going to come back now, and they're going to have to bring out an aggression, which it looks like they're trying to do. But River is going ahead and bringing that same type of aggression and bringing that power into Cab Tech's corner and putting more pressure on Beacon. This is something that Cab Tech's going to need to do if they want to continue in the series, is just continue to apply pressure, 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 and to be able to make shots like that River was able to do.
Yeah, again, great pressure right off kickoff. You know, they won the kickoff, immediately got it out to River. A couple pass plays back and forth across the Beacon's net by Cole and River. They finally found the spot right in the Beacon's net to go up 2-0, only 30 seconds into the game.
Yeah, there's a lot of time still left here for Beacons to go ahead and make a comeback, which,
No need.
well, there it is.
They don't need time. They took 3 seconds.
They took 3 seconds. You know, maybe we just get one of those really high-scoring games, you know, 10-10.
I'd like
right?
to see it.
Yeah, I would
It'd
absolutely
be exciting.
love to see it as well.
I'd like to see the solo plays, the team plays, because to get to a score like that in a series that's only 5 minutes, you know, it takes a lot of team play, solo plays, mechanics, thought. You know, you as you mentioned earlier, the calculated, you know, that concept of just knowing the game and knowing where to be. Very close shot there coming from River. Sensei is able to get the save and take it downfield for his team. Cole kind of denied it, though. He can't get it quite out mid to his teammate, but it doesn't matter. They get the clear for an open net. Cab Tech scores their 3rd goal.
Yeah, Cab Tech doing really good there, seeing an open net and being able to take opportunity with it. River being the main game player for that. But again, River's the one making some of these shots and getting these goals in. That may be a weakness if they're able to demo or single out River to stop that sort of offense.
Oh, 100%. And I mean, that whole play started by Cole's awareness to sit back and kind of wait for them to pass to him mid. Another amazing shot from River, top right. Managed to slip. I mean, I think you're right, though. They got to switch it to a kind of like a Chase River game. I mean, he's all over the place right now, and it's working great for Cab Tech.
Yeah, it's working amazingly for Cab Tech. And just looking at the game score right now, 4-1 is a lot harder for people to come back to. But again, these goals are happening so quickly in the game. Yep. You know, we're not even at the 3-minute mark for this game yet, and we already have 5 shots made on goal that have made it.
Oh, for sure. And you saw a big example there. River showing a bit of mechanics off. Sensei even takes an air dribble for himself to try to, you know, kind of bite back, you know, get a couple solo plays in. But can it be, as you mentioned, you know, these are quick goals, and the 5th goal happened when it was just a minute into the game, and now we have a 6th goal coming from the Beacons. They're fighting their way back in. Great shot from Loki.
Yeah, let's check this out real quick. Sensei was able to set it up, and River was going to try to take the ball, but Loki was able to sit there and be in the perfect position to bring it into goal. Just really good setup by that team.
For sure. That's what this game's going to be about, all positioning. You know, both of these teams have great mechanics, great rotations, great communication, as we've heard. And so to kind of uneven the balance to get one team to win is you have to think of plays like that.
Yeah. One other thing that I want to highlight from earlier, and that we've seen a couple of times on the broadcast here with the cards colliding, is the denial of boost here. There's been a lot of really good boost play, especially trying to deny those for the players that have been playing extreme aerial games. So people have been trying to keep River from being able to get boost, trying to keep people like Loki or Sensei from getting boost. And I think that's mostly because they're trying to deny them from being able to use the aerial position. You need to have boost in order for that to work.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. And another thing I'd like to point out with Cap Tech is Rhino. You know, you've seen a couple valuable bumps from Rhino now, and I think they're playing that strategy perfectly. Like, you know, we saw last week where they kind of played a strategy where they kept one in net, as we saw last series on stream. But now they're playing more of an aggressive strategy where, you know, Rhino's going for some more bumps, you know, trying to get in the enemy's way, while Cole and River, you know, make shots like this happen to lead 5-2 in Game 4.
I think we're also seeing, you know, just a different way of defense being played for Rhino. Rhino's able to, instead of being the one sitting back in net or sitting back on their side, still able to apply pressure and slowly creep up on the field, but also take out the problematic players to let River get those shots in. I think that's just basically the team having really good chemistry with each other, understanding their roles, and being able to communicate and effectively use them.
Yeah, for sure. And it looks like Beacons are trying to fight back into this game with 2 minutes remaining. They've had a lot of pressure since the kickoff. A little bit of reverse pressure going their way here. Cole able to center it. Nobody around for the shot, though. Rhino will try to keep this ball in the Beacons' half. Great shot there from Sensei, unable to connect due to River, who's having a great game. Cole tries to put the shot on net and doesn't quite connect. The Beacons' defense has improved a little bit in the back half of this game.
Yeah, and I also think CapTech's having a little bit of a miscommunication there, as we saw Rhino and River sort of collide with each other. That could have been a moment that if Beacons, just like now, were able to capitalize on and see and use, they could have gotten a lot more added pressure, and they could have done it a lot sooner as well.
Yeah, to point out something great with this goal here, so Loki comes up and he notices that it's a 1v1, him and River, right? He takes his time, reads what River's going to do, takes a good shot to that River can't save.
Yeah, it makes it so that those types of 1v1 situations become the ultimate game of chess at that point. It's a full mind game, and it's just going to become, what are you going to do? Are you going to fake to one side? Are you going to, you know, are you going to stall yourself for a little bit and make me sort of accelerate towards you? Are you just going to try to make the shot and hope that I don't go for it? People like River, however, are able to take the ball and make those solo plays against 3 other people on the other side of the field. Let's watch this again. Sensei trying to go up and stop it. Also looked like someone else was going to stop it. But Beacons tried to stop that ball 3 separate occasions. Just weren't in the right place at the right time. And River was able to make that excellent play.
For sure. I mean, he's definitely the difference here in this game. I mean, you see it's a 6-3 game, but River has made the difference here for Cap Tech. He's went out and he's made the plays on his own, using his team's positioning to figure out whether he needs to do a solo play and score, or if he needs to pass and they get a score there. But overall, River is having a wonderful game.
Less than 1 minute remaining as Loki tries to bring pressure back towards Cap Tech's side, trying to follow the ball and bring it over to a point for their team, and successfully getting it over towards Cap Tech's corner until Cole comes along and takes it back and brings it back over to Beacon's net. Rhino going ahead for a shot, setting up the ball hopefully for Cole or River, but nobody seems to be home. Ball right in front of net. That could have been a very dangerous situation, but again, no one was really set up there for it, so they had to let it go. River, though, going ahead for a tap and trying to get it in, but of course, Beacons had enough defense in the net. Beacons is going to have to get 3 scores here if they want to keep this alive. And with only about 16 minutes left on the clock, or 16 seconds on the clock, it's not going to be enough, I don't believe.
Yeah, and I think you're right. I think anything that Beacons get right here is just for momentum. You know, this was a hard game for them because of, you know, I mean, River has 1,000 points here. He's got 10 shots on net alone, 5 of them being goals. He's even assisted a goal. He's got a handful of saves. He's having an all-around really good game against this Beacons team. And I think if Beacons want to, that's a good momentum shifter.
Yeah.
You know, they were able to keep the ball up and, you know, put a really good shot on that. That's a great shot by Loki. But back to what I was saying, if going into Game 5, Beacons need to find a way to stop River.
Yeah.
If they stop River, I think they have a really good chance at winning this Game 5. Also, one thing we could see that I was also hoping for, reverse sweep.
That is absolutely true. We could see CapTech come here with a reverse sweep. Once again, let's look at those stats. 10 shots on goal by River, alone 5 of them being goals. That is a 50% success rate, which, if I'm reading this mostly correctly, is pretty much the best for CapTech. However, Beacons as well made 4 shots on goal with Loki, and 3 of those were goals. Yeah. Even though it's a smaller margin and it's less there, you know, it's more successful technically if we try to look at percentiles. So I don't know, maybe they let Loki become more of this like River type character and continue to aggress towards the team, or maybe they just continue with the type of play style they have currently.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, you see from that CapTech team that game, they had 12 shots on net. You know, both 10 being from River and 2 being from Cole. I mean, I think that was the decider of that game. You know, who had more pressure? You know, Beacons had good pressure. They still got 4 goals. That was a very high-scoring game, and 4 goals is considered a lot within 5 minutes, right? So it's going to matter on shots. Who's going to shoot the ball more? Who has more pressure? And who can bring home this Game 5?
Yeah, I think this Game 5 is going to be the ultimate decider. And if we can go into another overtime, that's going to just show you the skill level that these players are going to have at this point in the competition. We enter kickoff now in Game 5. Whoever takes this will continue on to winners finals. Cole trying to play a little bit of arrow game, but missing the ball. Beacons trying to put some more pressure over towards CapTech's side of the field.
For sure, and it's looked good for Beacons so far. They are able to hold the pressure throughout this first few seconds of the game. Just getting back to their side, Rhino taking a good 50 against Fixios, I think it was.
I think it was Fixio. We tried asking some of the players beforehand about their names and their pronunciations, just trying to respect these players and, you know, the names they've decided to choose and making sure that we're calling them by the right thing. But also at the same time, it's a little difficult for us as casters. Some of these guys have some really interesting names.
For sure. I mean, the first time I saw Fixios, it actually wasn't in game. I talked to him, you know, walking around before the tournament started, and I said, I gotta know how to pronounce it. You know,
yeah.
Like, it's a very unique name. I've never seen anything like. I guess as complex as that.
Yeah. Cole also making a really good shot there and a really good setup as well by CapTech, going ahead and putting them into the lead, a very early lead here, but there's still time left on the clock for Beacons to bring it back.
For sure. You know, we're still in the only minute here. Loki tries to take it downfield to the CapTech corner. Isn't able to get a follow-up. Cole gets a good touch over both defenders for an open net, but can he finish it? Yes, he will. What a great play by Cole. And, you know, recognizing that his teammates aren't around and he has to make that solo play. That's a really good heads-up play from Cole.
Yeah, the energy between these players as well. Every time a goal is made, someone is clapping, someone is cheering, and someone is getting excited. If it's the fans that are outside, if it's the coach, or if it's the players themselves sort of popping off, you know, it's a great time here inside the arena and something that you can only get in a LAN event like this.
Oh, for sure. And, you know, you see the emotions, and we're seeing it even more in this Game 5, because this is a Game 5 in a series in the upper bracket. Mm-hmm. Like, both teams are fully aware that, like, okay, you know, if we happen to not get this win here, like, there's still another chance we can wrap things up. But, no, winning this is big for both of these teams.
Yeah, it's actually amazing because if you're able to go into the winners finals and you're able to win that, basically get a break period before grand finals to basically sit there and go, all right, let's strategize, let's get this stuff done. As the rest of elimination bracket happens, you're able to just sit there and get things ready. And River able to make another shot on goal. We're having a lot of aggression coming from these players.
For sure, and we're seeing a lot of emotions from CapTech here as they take a demanding lead over the Beacons with a little over 3:30 left. I think what Beacons need to find, they need to find some pressure downfield. They need to start playing the ball to each other. And I think if they could do that, there's still time in this game to bring this back and move on in the upper bracket.
Yeah, this absolutely isn't the end for these teams. And being in a 4-0 can be very demoralizing. But I feel like these teams have enough grit and are going to be able to go through this type of competition and just continue pounding through. You know, Beacons we haven't seen them sitting here going like sighing or putting their hands in their head. No, they've been focused on the screen. They've been talking to each other going, all right, here's what's going on. Here's what we have to do. Here's how we have to fix it. Even though they're at a 4-0, that's incredible.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. And I really agree with the fact where, you know, 4-0 within a minute and a half of the game, how do the Beacons feel? And they might have a fight back here. Close shot, wasn't able to connect. Oh,
But Loki able to recover.
Loki will, and we've seen that from him, and that's what's gonna bring Beacons back if they're able to at least just get back in and compete in this game. You know, it's like you said, 4-0 doesn't look good, and it doesn't feel good as a player. But shots like that, and it still isn't even the halfway point.
Let's also think about it this way. Sensei was able to set that ball up for Loki there and was able to bring it off onto the backboard. Knew there was a lot of pressure around them, so maybe didn't even attempt it, just tried to get a setup for someone else. And Loki was like, I've got you. I've got this. That's just another mark of great communication between these teams and another skill that these players are learning by being part of these esports organizations.
For sure, and it's all about chemistry, and we have 2 goals from 2 separate series happen at the same time, and the arena just absolutely lit up with excitement.
Yeah, honestly, slightly deafening. Glad I have these little earmuffs on to make sure that I can hear all the action that's going on. But, you know, simultaneous goals, something that can, again, only happen at a LAN tournament. I'm just going to keep hyping that up because it is truly amazing to see plays like this in person, see these players and see just how calm and resilient they are when they're making these plays, but also just see the chemistry and the communications that are happening. We're going to be looking at CabTech audio here in a little bit right after the kickoff. So let's go ahead, stop for a second, and take a listen in to what CabTech's thinking after this kickoff.
I don't know what to say anymore. I don't want to be mean. I like these guys. They're cool.
I can.
It's okay, though. We're good.
Double tap.
Yes, sir!
Oh my god.
Just carry. Here, have my controller. You can have it.
Nah,
I don't need it. I don't need it.
We could probably do that.
Really good comms there from that team. Going ahead and setting up here for setup from River, putting some more pressure on the CabTech side. You know, Beacons are going to have to do that if they want to come back in the series. And with less than 2 minutes left on the clock, you know, what would you instinct, if you were the coach at this moment, what advice would you give them if you were able to just pause the game and talk?
I'd tell them that I've seen it happen before. I've seen a comeback similar to this with less time on the clock. It's very doable. Like I said, in a game like Rocket League, with that second chance at the end, when the clock hits 0 and the ball's still in the air, you can still get a goal. So, and there's no cap to what can happen. I mean, we've seen goals within 3 seconds. We've seen no goals in a game. The amount of differences there is crazy when it comes to being down by this deficit. Like, it can be done. And you just got to get that into the heads of the players, because being down by 4 with a minute left, it definitely does not feel good.
I do want to make sure that we go ahead and highlight real quick there. There was a moment where Beacon's goal was being pressured a lot. 3 attempted shots were made there by 3 different players. All 3 were able to be stopped because the team had enough communication and basically just had the mental to sit there and go, no, we're not going to allow this to happen. But Cole trying to go ahead for another shot on net and bringing it to a 7-2 total. With less than a minute left, though, I don't know if there's enough mental for Beacons to bring this back.
Yeah, it's going to be rough. I think you kind of just keep it going, try to bring something back to get some momentum going into the next series. I do believe that they will have a great run in the lower bracket. They're a great team. We've seen that, the amount of shots they've put. Both of these last 2 games have been very high scoring. They won the first 2 games in this series, so that we know they could get out to an early lead when it comes to playing good teams like CabTech.
Yeah, and getting back into, you know, looking at winners and looking at all of this, you know, we have to just sort of think about, like, Beacons, this isn't a fluke. This isn't anything like that. So I think they're also going to have a great run in losers.
Oh, for sure. 100%. I mean, this CabTech team, what can they do in uppers? I mean, you see a reverse sweep here from them, right? So that shows that even though they get down early, they do not give up. They bring it back, and they bring it back even harder than, you know, Beacons put on them at the beginning of the game. Almost the 8th goal for CabTech there. Didn't quite make it past the goal line, but that is it. We finished the reverse sweep for CabTech.
Yeah, and that's you know, an amazing thing to see there. You know, Cab Tech able to take it towards the end and going ahead and advancing themselves into winners finals. And if North Brunswick is able to win their match, we'll be seeing a repeat of the division finals that we had. And, you know, that's going to be a lot different in person. You know, we were able to commentate over that over the internet, live stream that event as well. But it's going to be a lot different if we're able to actually see that in person, see the chemistry between these two teams. And maybe it shows a different result.
I mean, yeah, if that does happen, that would be a very exciting game because the divisional championships from last week were a very exciting games. Like all of them, the entire series was a great series. Really two fun teams to watch. Just go at it, clash. I mean, we've seen what River and Cole can do. We've seen what the Brunswick team can do. I mean, they've made their way through uppers, I'd say fairly easy by looking at the bracket games. But I mean, either way, we've seen the mental of these two teams be able to just keep going and keep winning games like they need to do.
Yeah, these types of games are just incredible to watch. And if I had to pick a moment out of all of it, I think that last game, honestly, the different types of shots we saw, and not just River was the one making the shots. We saw Cole as well make some really good plays there, and you know, that's just sort of like one of the great highlights that we have there. Beacon's defense, however, really, really good as well. Like, we saw some really outstanding gameplay of shot being made, no, denied, shot being made, being denied. Just that back and forth between those two teams, it's just something that we love to see.
For sure, and you know, if I had to pick a moment from that series alone, I think it's the excitement from Cab Tech once they knew they were in the groove and getting back into the series after an 0-2 deficit early on. And that's going to steamroll into the winners final. It's going to be a very interesting match no matter who they play.
I definitely think whoever gets there to winners final is definitely going to have a tough time trying to face off against Cab Tech. But whoever gets there is definitely going to have earned it. But I think that's going to give us a little bit more time. Maybe if we could look at a bracket, or maybe we can move into a slight break. But Instinct, do you have any other words that you want to speak about?
I mean, it's really hard to look at a reverse sweep like that and like see what, and you know, what's the team?
Yeah. I think what we're going to do right now, actually, is we're going to go ahead and look at River real quick and try to look at a little bit of their stats, look at what's set up for them, and maybe look at some analysis. Maybe that can give us some insight into the winners finals. Looking at River now, 26 goals, 12 assists, and 15 saves. Instinct, do you got any comments on that as a coach?
That is dominant. That is very, very dominant. It's definitely a player you'd want on your team. And, you know, he shined in that last series heavily. I mean, the game with 10 shots. I mean, it's crazy to even have 10 shots, let alone 5 of those hitting by yourself. Like, and he had a great game after that, too. I think he still had 7 to 8 shots, with 3 of them being goals. Cole kind of stepped it up, got his part, you know, in that last game to finish the reverse sweep. But, I mean, it's just an amazing player.
Yeah, and now we're going to go ahead and take a look at our bracket, see how things are shaping up, and get ready to look things here. So we go ahead and see here that Brunswick was able to go ahead and actually be defeated by the Mafia. So Mafia versus Cab Tech is going to be our winners final. That's going to be an absolutely amazing match to see. You know, Cab Tech, this is sort of that rock, paper, scissors we talked about in the online one. But again, that was a 3-0 as well, a very definitive win against Brunswick. So we'll see how Brunswick performs in the lower bracket. We can go ahead and take a look at the lower bracket as well here in a second, because you know, once you're out of the full bracket, it's not over yet.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, like you mentioned, the Mafia upset over Brunswick there. Brunswick is going to be a tough team to go against in lowers. You know, we've seen that they're capable of playing at a high level. But I mean, also looking at the Mafia upset from upper bracket, we saw them play great against the Patriots.
Yeah, Beacon and C-Tech as well is going to be a really fun game to watch, honestly, and see what's going to be going on there. And I'm really excited to see the results from that one. Noble and Brunswick, that's just a match that's going to be a lot of fun. You know, we've seen Noble on here. We've seen Brunswick before on other broadcasts. So it's going to be a lot of fun to watch all of that.
Yeah, the Noble Brunswick game is going to be very interesting. You know, two classes of like really different play styles. And we kind of saw it when Noble played, I believe, the Spartans earlier in the tournament. And you kind of saw the clash. It was a little weird. You know, Spartans were a little bit thrown off, but Noble was actually able to stick in the series and bring it home. But I wonder how Brunswick's going to react to that play style in the lower bracket. I mean, did we expect Brunswick to be down here this early?
Yeah, unsure, but we'll have to look at all that once we actually get into the game. So, but for now, we're going to go ahead into a short break, and we'll be back in just a few moments. Arena with the SEA Spartan Championship. And we've got our next broadcast match within the lower bracket semifinals. We're going to be continuing to watch the journey of the North Carolina Virtual Academy Beacons versus C-Tech, otherwise known as the Bananas. Bananas! Look at these bananas, people! Look at these bananas! Woo! Look at these guys. These are absolutely amazing players. They came dressed up as like their own mascots, and I saw them come in with like a bunch of bananas. I don't know if they've been eating them. I hope they have. If not, they better offer me one by the end. But, you know, they haven't been slipping up. They've been making it up this far. But what do you think, Instinct? Like, this type of energy that you get at a LAN event, it's not something else that you get.
It's really good energy, and it's kind of used as, like, motivation. You know, you come in and you have this high energy level, and you go into these games with high motivation and really good energy. And really, you could tell that this team has great chemistry. I mean, I think that it was the team captain's idea to bring in these banana costumes and, you know, to convince the other players, hey, we're going to dress up like bananas. So, yeah. I mean, it's great chemistry between them, and I think this is going to be a great matchup.
Yeah, but they're not the only team in this matchup. The Beacons as well, we've watched them before, and they've played an incredible game. They've even come in with their own matching jerseys as well. And they're a group that I definitely think also have a definite connection with each other. You know, I've spoken a little bit, like seen the coaches broadcast and stuff on their own pages. And they're all just generally amazing people to just be around and talk with, and that's the type of atmosphere that we really like here. But we're going to go ahead and start talking about the match itself here, getting outside of all the dress up and everything. Let's look at this from a critical standpoint and go ahead and look at our bracket while we go ahead and talk about this as well.
But yeah, so you see this this Beacons team who played a really great series against CapTech. They got out early. They proved that they can like get ahead and come out aggressive, come out firing, and it's going to be a big strategy to use against this C-Tech team.
Yeah, but of course they were unable to go over CapTech, so they were brought down to the elimination bracket. And same thing with Brunswick, who's also been brought down to these semis. We won't be watching their match, but we will be going ahead and watching this match here. Now, after this match is over, all that's left are our final matches: winners, elimination, and then a grand final. You know, with the teams that we currently have in this mix-up, there's a lot of things that you could pick apart and choose, you know, which one's going to get out of the bunch. But Instinct, if you had to make a pick, who do you think is going to take it away?
The entire
grand
thing. I don't know. I mean, it's going to be it's going to be a different environment. Best of sevens are coming up. It's going to start to be longer series. Can they stick to what they know that they've been doing this entire tournament? But CapTech looked really good.
Yeah, CapTech did look very good, and you know, these teams are competing against each other to say that they are the best, to say that they are number one, and of course our top three are going to be walking away with something pretty special at the end. We won't be spoiling that though. But you know, if I had to, you know, pick somebody out of this group that we have currently, you know, let me look first. Let me break it down this way. If we're looking at the elimination bracket, I'm looking at these four teams, I kind of want Brunswick to take it away, because then we can have CapTech take it away in the winners and see that division finals happen again in Grants. That would be a really interesting story to see. Also as well, the energy that's been inside this arena though, I'm going to kind of be rooting for the Bananas, which gets me into this match here. My prediction being that the Bananas are going to take it away and sadly take Beacon home. What do you think, Instinct?
I'm gonna oppose that. I think the Beacons played a really good game against CapTech. CapTech came out, you know, they came out a little slower, but Beacons fired away at the beginning, and I think they'll use that same strategy again for this series. But I mean, to see what they did to CapTech before, you know, CapTech brought it back and really rallied, why I believe that CapTech has a really good chance of winning the entire thing, because they rallied. They knew how to rally. Down 2 games, they can't lose again. They did not lose again. And on the other hand, kind of contradicting my pick, how will the Beacons, you know, bounce back from that? You know, you started the series off really well. You got reverse swept. How do you take that into this game? Do you use it as fire and like, okay, this isn't happening again. We're ending it quick?
Yeah, that's true, but it could also be used as water and unfortunately take out their flame. But I definitely think that, you know, with the team that we have here and their sort of mentality that they have going into it, I don't think that's what it's going to be. I think they're definitely going to be using it as a bit of fire underneath themselves to get themselves ready. Of course, we're seeing some really good sportsmanship from these teams here. Of course, like, all throughout the arena, these players have been extremely respectful to each other, you know, saying like good game, talking to each other afterwards. You know, I think during the lunch break, I saw a couple of teams conversing with each other again. And as we keep saying, networking, this is a great event for it. And it's allowed for these teams to sort of build connections that they're probably going to have, even when this series is over. If they never see each other again, they're still going to have these people in their contacts to go and be like, hey, I just achieved this in Rocket League. Oh, I just got this new banner.
Yeah. And I have those, I can relate to that on some level. I have those same connections with people from other, like, collegiate schools, State, Charlotte, App State. Like, I can find a lot of players that I've competed against, and it's like, hey, do you just want to get together and get some games in? Like, it's not anything where I'm completely opposed to the other team. Like, as you said, these teams are gonna, like, talk to each other in the future. This isn't a complete competition. Like, they don't hate each other, right? It's great to see the amount of sportsmanship that is still going on throughout the day, even though these teams have been fighting and clashing all day, especially in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I just got informed that we're actually going to be changing the matchup that we're going to be watching here today. So we're actually going to be following the North Brunswick game, which is going to be against Noble Academy. Now, Noble Academy is someone that we've seen before on the stream, but, you know, the Esports is a team that we only got to see outside of the LAN. We only got to see them for those divisional finals. So we're going to be heading straight into their game here, getting everything set up and starting off everything that we can. Currently waiting for the game to get set up here. While we do all of that, let's go ahead and talk a little bit about these teams a little bit more. So Noble Academy we saw already in the LAN. We've seen the type of performance that they're able to give, that they were able to give out there, but again, sadly, we're brought down into the lower bracket. What type of mentality do you think they're probably bringing into this after making this climb back?
Well, they've had a run so far in this lower bracket, and I think they could take that into this game, which has started now, 30 seconds in, and it looks like the blue team has already got a goal in.
Oh, actually, I think that is Noble that's already gotten a goal in, and it looks like its commander was able to defend it. That was a very close shot there. If I remember correctly, the Esports, of course, all having some very interesting names around some fruits. But these guys are definitely getting stuff ready and started and going ahead and evening up the score for us here.
Oh, for sure. And Mango with just a bit of a fake challenge. And again, going back to when you mentioned that it's all about a mental game, like especially in that one-on-one situation, how can you throw the defender off? Mango uses a fake. It works out perfectly. Commander gets a really good kickoff to the other side. Mango follows it mid. No one quite around to follow it up yet. Looks like Savior's going to try to keep this ball in. That is stopped by a Guy, I believe that was. Great 50 from him. The president.
Gray for president.
Gray for president gets it up to Guy upfield.
Yeah, Guy and Gray seem to be working really well together, trying to put some pressure on the Brunswick side, but Savior going ahead and trying to bring it away. We go ahead and see Commander here keeping the pressure on Noble's side. That's, again, as we've talked about in these past games, pressure is key. Keeping pressure towards another person's nets, you know, the multiple different shots and having to keep their defense up. If you constantly are able to see what type of defense they have, you're able to go ahead and create these types of moments where you're able to just get the scores that you want. And there is a lot of excitement that we're currently hearing from that team.
And that's a great shot by Commander there from the corner. He kind of did his own little thing to get it out of the corner and into the net past Noble's third man.
Yeah, and it seems like Brunswick having this lead here may go ahead and go into that prophecy that we foretold earlier of, you know, if they're able to get through this and we're able to get through all of these games, you know, Brunswick could find their way climbing out and seeing themselves in the grand finals against Cap Tech.
For sure, and I mean, the amount of pressure that Brunswick has been able to hold so far this game, I mean, even you see it here, Savior keeping the ball in, keeping it mid, keeping it in front of that Noble net to see if his teammates can get a follow-up. But you even see the defensive side of things, like Commander is able to notice there where, okay, the ball's getting banged, I need to back up a little bit and try to see if I can get a pass up to a teammate, or just, you know, keep it in the field of play.
Yeah, and again, let's go back real quick to talk about it while these two are battling it out and sending the ball back and forth. You know, one half of our prediction was that Cap Tech. Okay, never mind. Commander's going to score and be like, you know what, this is the game you need to focus on right now. Commander really actually with a really good shot. Mango was able to set it up, but then Commander just coming straight in and being able to be like, no, wait, I got a goal here. I got this.
It was a good pinch there by that team, actually, which actually sped up the ball a little bit, kind of threw Noble off as a third man at back post. You know, when you get a pinch and it goes faster than what you're expecting, it's hard to process it right immediately. So it's kind of like almost a guarantee where, you know, you have a goal in those situations.
Yeah, but going back into our prediction that we made earlier about Brunswick, if Brunswick is able to get it all the way through, that isn't going to necessarily mean that the prediction that we made is correct, because Captech's also going to have to face off against the Mafia. And as we spoke about in the divisional finals, those three teams seem to have this like rock, paper, scissors to each other. So we'll see if that continues onwards, and if it does, it may spell a different result.
For sure. And, you know, we never got the chance to give our predictions for this series, so pretend you don't see what's going on now. I mean, how do you see this playing out?
I actually would have said that I would see Nobles taking this out. I think they have this like fire underneath them and are ready to sort of play this out and try to get through everything that they can and bring themselves back up so that they can get some, you know, some light revenge, but also be able to just make it into that top three.
Oh, 100%. And I was going to actually take the upset here as well. I mean, North Brunswick, obviously, you know, being the 1 seed, you know, they're having a great tournament so far. They had an unfortunate knockdown from Mafia in the upper bracket, but I don't think that gets them down. I mean, they're still a really good team together. But I would predict, I think, Noble in 4. I want to see an upset here.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a very close game no matter what. I definitely think that if North Brunswick does take it, you know, Noble's not going to take it down fighting. But the current score, speaking, seems like Noble may be taking this first game as we head into the final minute.
Yeah, for sure. And, I mean, seeing Brunswick as a team play this well together and have the 3 goals in the time that they have, and they've only held Noble to 1 goal, and it hasn't been easy for Brunswick to do that. You know, they've had to have good rotations on the back end and good comms on the defense, but being able to keep the pressure even coming up on the 30-second mark here on Noble's half, being up 3-1, it's a very unique strategy. You know, you're up by 2 points, you have a bit of a cushion, right? Especially passing this 30-second mark now, but you have the cushion, and you know, a lot of teams kind of lay off a little bit. They don't get too aggressive. They just play really defensive. Brunswick is not that way. They have kept the pressure on throughout this entire game.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see how this is all going to be going down. And with, of course, another score being made by Commander.
For sure. A hat trick for Commander in this game 1. It's I wonder what Noble could do to stop him. And it looks like with the help of Savior there, it kind of gave him the hat trick. You know, Savior put a nice shot on net, and Commander just kind of redirected it in.
Yeah, very good teamwork and communication there from those two teams. As we enter into the last 10 seconds, a 3-point gap here. You know, it's going to be very hard for Noble to go ahead and win it, but being able to successfully defend against one of those shots is very good to see. So North Brunswick going to be taking that first match. We've got a special treat for y'all with this. We're actually going to be pinging back to the other game of Beacons and Bananas and going and taking a look at how their series is going. Going into a kickoff here seems to be a tied game between the two. And of course, Bananas is someone new that we have to the broadcast, not someone that we're actually used to seeing. So what do you think we're hoping to see from Bananas as we continue to watch this game?
I hope to see that they can connect, because we see the chemistry. You know, they're all dressed as bananas, right? They come in and they know each other. They're good friends. They have good chemistry. It seems as if they've been playing together for quite a while. You know, on the same team, great coach. You know, I want to see team plays. I want to see great communication. I want to see backboard defense from them, because that is a very big key to defense, and I haven't seen it too much. It doesn't seem like it's affected many teams, but good backboard defense is like the backbone of defense in general. If you can get those shots off of your own backboard, then it kind of knocks out the fact of somebody coming and cleaning up.
Yeah, we're also seeing a lot of really good attempted shots on goal here. Earlier on, as you were speaking, we saw a really nice shot by Beacon that just barely didn't make it in, and then C-Tech was able to turn that around and immediately put pressure back on Beacon. So, you know, I'm really excited to see what these two teams do, and with them being evened up at this point in the match, you know, we're about halfway through. What else are we going to be hoping to see from them? Well, hopefully some good gameplay and some good goals on net.
Yeah, 100%. The way it looks so far, as we just passed the halfway mark of this first game, right after we hit the halfway mark of this game, you know, it's still tied up. You know, a lot of pressure from both teams, great defense from both teams. I think this is going to be a pretty close series.
Yeah, I'm hoping that it is close and maybe even goes into overtime in our very first game here in this series. You know, I'm hoping to see the likes of like Loki Wolf and Sensei go ahead and show us all that they can really offer here. But of course, like C-Tech as well is going to hopefully want to shine here. You know, it's their first broadcast game, and they're going to want to show what they can do. But Sensei, you know, being used to it, being used to the limelight, is going to go ahead and shine real quick and show us a really swift goal.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, you think it's going to come from Loki Wolf, or you know, we saw that aggression from him in the last series they played against CapTech, and he's going to definitely carry that into this series. But you got to also look out for players like Sensei, who showed off those mechanics and the ability to solo play and put good shots on net. You got to look out for those things in a series like this with two really good teams and their offenses being, you can say, on fire in a sense.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. I think, you know, watching out for all of the players really on Beacons is going to be the best play here because they all seem very evenly matched when it comes to like what they do. There's not really like a super offensive player or a super defensive player. I mean, yes, certain ones shine, like Loki of course shines sometimes with his offense, but they all seem to have a really good tight-knit jack of all trades sort of system with each other. So, you know, it's something that you kind of have to watch out for all players, and that's really hard to do when it's a 3v3.
Yeah, and you see a good shot that Sensei manages to sneak in after the pass from Fixio's off the corner. Just caught C-Tech a little off guard at the third man position. He wasn't able to stick, he wasn't able to be back far enough to be able to make that save.
Yeah, going into a fourth kickoff here, 3-1 difference. Again, like we saw last game, some of these times when the score gaps get these big, it's hard for teams to go ahead and come back and be able to show what they can do. And, you know, it may just be spelling the end for C-Tech here in the first game. And, you know, getting into a 1-4, that just makes it even harder.
For sure. And, I mean, it's a great, you know, touch by Loki Wolf to kind of, that touch from Loki Wolf kind of forced C-Tech to kind of have to get it out. And then Sensei is just there again. And I believe for a hat trick, you know, this in game one. And he's just there to clean it up.
I noticed something that I definitely think that I need to bring up. I'm pretty sure that the Bananas team, one of them has a banana on their car.
They do.
Just
right
on
there.
the top.
Right there.
Wow, very nice.
Yeah. Fishy Boy has the banana on his car as they have the banana on all of themselves.
Makes them one group, makes them all one. They can put their energy into Fishy Boy. Hopefully maybe to score a point here. Oh,
very
Sensei
close.
going ahead and getting a really good block there. Again, this just shows that Beacon has this really good communication, but also just these really good roundabout technical skills that they're able to use. 5 seconds left on the clock as we get towards the end here. And unfortunately, C-Tech is not able to get that last score, and so it'll be going over towards Beacon. We're gonna head back over to the other game now to go see what the Strawberry and Mango are up to with their commander and see what's going on. Seems like blue team is up by 1.
Yeah, we got a lot of fruits in this tournament, don't we? We got people dressed as bananas. We got Mango and Strawberry on the same team. A lot of unique names, and you know, going back to the fact where we mentioned earlier, the unique style of Rocket League, where you know you get to design your own name, of course, as long as it's not taken.
Yeah.
And you get to design your car, you choose your play style basically, however you learn, and it's just a very unique all-around game.
Yeah, I definitely think that the gameplay in Rocket League is just one of its shining features, but also just the way that you can customize yourself and your cards, your game style, and everything just leads to these really cool, like really personal effects that you can have on your account. 1 minute remaining in this match. Again, Brunswick was in the lead, so Noble's currently being in the lead in this match means that they could go ahead and make this a 1-1 series and makes it a little bit harder for Brunswick to go ahead and just take this away.
For sure, Brunswick's got to keep it in this Noble half as this last 40 seconds play out here. It looks like they're looking for a demo on the goal line, can't find it, but Mango with a very good shot on net. What a save from Gray for President. This is very tight. It was very tight end of the game, last 30 seconds.
Yeah, the last 30 seconds here are going to be very crucial. We're going to have to see, you know, Noble's going to have to want to keep the pressure off their side of the court so there's not a way for a comeback. Brunswick, on the other hand, is going to want to put all those pressure and do as many shots as they can on Noble's goal. You know, well-timed demos can lead to just a really clean shot. Final 10 seconds, though, is Brunswick going to be able to do it?
We almost found out right there. It was a really close shot that just hit off the post. I don't think they'll be able to keep it up. That's a good win for Noble there to tie the series at 1-1.
Yeah, going back to the other game now, we're going to go ahead and see what the Bananas and Beacons are up to, and we see currently a tied game where we only lost about 30 seconds in the match. Not getting to see that first kickoff, I bet you it was very explosive if it had the record of everything else.
I'll say if it's just like anything else we've seen today. I mean, all of these series, you see these players that like to come out quick and just get really fast scores, get ahead like early so that, you know, they can kind of sit back and relax for the rest of the game. You know, we approached this 1 minute mark, and from what we've seen in this 30 seconds we've been here is that, you know, Fishy, Bubba, and HRT have been able to keep a lot of pressure on this Beacons team. Like previous series, I've seen C-Tech, like, you know, be able to keep the pressure on these teams, and I think it showed in the playoffs as well.
Yeah, but also with all that pressure that's being put down on them, you know, Sensei, Loki, and of course Vixio, they've all been able to keep up with that pressure. Each of them racking up a save for themselves within those last 30 seconds that we were watching. You know, we're going to have to just see what C-Tech is going to be able to do to come back from all of this and, you know, maybe get a point on the score, maybe put that pressure up and maybe tie up the series just like we saw before.
I mean, yeah, for sure. And you still see a 0-0 here as we're approaching 2 minutes in. Loki looking to do something with the ball. Good shot, good save by HRT. But again, it's a lot of back and forth here. You see a lot of pressure from both teams. A lot of good pressure from both teams. You can see Beacon still trying to fit in the pass plays, not able to make the save. HRT gets a long goal downfield. It just kind of, it seemed like it caught the Beacons off guard a little bit. That unfortunate 50 there. Loki didn't look like he had enough boost to be able to make that save.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate, but it's very good for the Bananas here as they go ahead and try to get themselves a little bit of a lead right after the 3 minute mark here. And you know, about 3 minutes is a good time to look at the round and kind of see like, okay, where are we at? You know, we're right before halfway. Like, how's the score looking? Getting a goal there, you know, that might boost your momentum and be like, oh, wait, I've got this. I can get some more points.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it's kind of like a quick little timeout as well as you getting a goal. Like, you get to discuss, hey, let's keep this the way it is, and etc. So getting that goal there, like you said, is crucial. As we pass the halfway mark, it seems like the Beacons are fighting back a little bit after that goal from C-Tech. They've had the ball in the half since, I believe, the kickoff. Good demo there from C-Tech. Let's see if HRT can get it mid for his teammate that is there waiting.
Yeah, of course. And that's one of the things that we haven't really talked about a lot in the earlier brackets of the tournament, but really is throughout this entire championship, is the fact that these teams all have a huge amount of pressure going on them at all times, and the only time they really get a break is after a score is made. For some of those teams, it could be a very sad break as they just got scored on, or for others, it could be very good because they just got it. But they're having to make these split-second decisions in very high-stress situations, and it just goes to show the communication skills that these teams have to develop for each other to make things like that happen.
Yeah. And great pressure from C-Tech. You know, the last kind of about 30 seconds have been really solely about them. They've had it in this Beacon half for about a minute now, and it's just been straight pressure from the really good shots. We saw 2 in a row there, another one, and another one coming from, I believe that was Bubba who took the shot. HRT keeping it in for his teammates. Backboard read, he gets it for himself.
Yes,
C-Tech takes a 2-0 lead.
That's an incredible setup there, and of course the energy in the arena immediately spikes the moment that a score is made. Really good hit off the backboard there, just sort of gave it right back, sort of tripped it up for the other team. But you know, the Beacons are not out. There's still a little over a minute left in this round. They can definitely take this back.
Oh, 100%. And you remember I mentioned earlier about that backboard defense, like the key to this series and just in this type of rank and play style as it is, backboard defense is crucial because in a situation like that, before HRT scored, it bounced off the backboard, right? So if you have somebody on their backboard being able to defend that ball from getting, you know, down in front of the net, it's a really good advantage. And as we continue to see C-Tech just not laying off in this game, they continue to just keep the ball there.
Right before that score was made, I was trying to count it. They kept it over there for at least a minute. And the one time that it did come over to their side, they immediately took it back. That is just textbook pressure being put onto these teams. And, you know, it really has to show, like, what do the Beacons do when they are under pressure or under that much pressure? You know, there's different levels, of course, and there's different ways that you can deal with it. Maybe switching up strategy, maybe adding demos to your lineup. Like, whatever you can do, you're going to have to do it. And we're going to see that hopefully in these last 5 seconds. Maybe Beacons will be able to take it back, but unfortunately don't think that's going to be able to happen. Bubba trying to make one more shot in setup, but unfortunately the ball is going to go over. And it looks like we'll be jumping right back to the other game to see where that progress is going.
As far as that though, I mean, C-Tech ties up the series. Like that was a really big game for them there. And to kind of get that momentum shift, you know, it was really good for them. But as we switch back to this game, it appears as Brunswick is up 2-0 with just getting into the minute mark of, I believe this was game 3, correct?
I believe this is game 3. The Strawberry Savior currently trying to push things over. We can confirm game 3 with Brunswick currently having 2 points on the board.
Yeah, I mean, it's having 2 points this early in the game, and I'd say early because it's the first minute. Like, those are 2 very quick goals, and, you know, it seems like it's not early. You know, this tournament has been all just really fast scoring at the beginning of the game, and it's kind of caught a lot of teams off guard. What a great pass and shot by Mango to get it around the 3rd defender.
Yeah, we got to take a look at this. The corner is going to go ahead and jump over here, and Musk is going to go ahead and just back up and just easily put that inside of the goal.
Yeah, that's a good redirect. Good awareness from him to realize, like, hey, there's a defender on the other side of me. My teammate take a shot. I can help him out here and get the ball in the net. Quick regain from Noble, though, almost scoring. Maybe still scoring. Not quite. Nobody around. But, I mean, it's just the ability to, like, just regain and, like, even though Noble is down 0-3 here, like, it's one of those things where I don't think they're out of it yet with 3 minutes left.
Yeah, no, I definitely don't think so, because we're definitely seeing a lot of pressure being played on Noble here. You know, we already saw Gray, you know, try to make a shot, didn't work it out. All right, cool, I'm going to set it up for another teammate. And the teammate did try to go through, but it looked like it was Savior and Commander that were able to stop that gameplay from happening. And, you know, with these teams, again, it's chess. You know, I take your knight, I take your bishop, you take my pawn. We're going to be having this back and forth. And it's currently looking one-sided towards Brunswick, but definitely as we saw in the other 2 games, it's not that way at all. This is just one game in a whole series. And with 3 minutes left on the clock, or a little going right into the last half of it, you know, I could definitely see Noble making a comeback.
Oh, and I 100% agree with you. Like, right after Brunswick's 3rd goal, they completely, like, just retook. Like, they came out on kickoff and they immediately went into Brunswick's half, keeping pressure there for about 30 seconds. So they have those signs of being able to hold the pressure and being able to put good shots on net. But as you mentioned, this Brunswick defense does not let up that easy. Savior being back there, and it's kind of, I think he's the main piece of this wall. And because he seems to understand, just from how I've seen Brunswick play, he seems to understand the game really well and has a good sense of what goes on the field at all times.
I totally have to agree. I do definitely think that these players are just, they're building up pieces to a puzzle that is their team, and hopefully it's a very successful one. And as we're seeing here, that seems to be the way. As Strawberry Savior is able to go ahead and set up a shot. Mango is able to go ahead and set it up. Guy was trying to deflect it, but Savior was right there to be able to capitalize.
Yeah, unfortunate 50 from Guy there. I mean, you know, you go up and you try to make the play, and it was a good decision to make the play. A little unfortunate 50, got an unlucky bounce off the post in Brunswick's favor, and Savior's there to clean it up.
Yeah, really good gameplay from both of these teams. Even though the scoreboard is not reflecting that currently, both these teams are really shining and showing what they can do on this broadcast. And, you know, that's the greatest part about bouncing in between both of these games and seeing what's going on. We're getting a glimpse at what all of these teams can do. And basically what the whole tournament has been like. If we had been doing this from the beginning, we would have been jumping around so many games. And it probably would have been confusing for you as the audience, but, you know, it would have been this level of excitement that we're seeing here.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, as we get deeper into the bracket and we see a 5th goal from Brunswick, I don't know. I think Noble here, you know, you just kind of do what you can. You try to focus on what you can do in this game, even if you can't bring it back and the series goes to Brunswick 2-1. You know, you have to make a recovery. You got to try to turn the momentum around. 5-0 does not look or feel very good. But as I was saying, as we get later into the bracket and we switch between these games, and these are games of the best teams left. Like, these are the best teams in the tournament because they're here. As we see another goal from Mango, making Brunswick lead 6-0, I think we can call this one 2-1 Brunswick.
We could. I definitely think as well that like these teams, like even though it's like this type of scoring right now, I definitely think that, you know, Noble is really shining here in what they're showing that they're able to do. And even though they're getting, there's times where it's the misplacement, or there's times where, you know, it's just an unfortunate pinch that goes a little faster than you're expecting. That's just a gameplay mechanic. You're able to sit there and like collect yourself, and that's what we're currently seeing these players do, is just collect themselves, get themselves ready, and get these types of goals. You know, it's Brunswick being able to have that amazing defense that they have, but Noble also has had an amazing offense this game. The only reason they haven't gotten these points is because Brunswick is matching them with it, and that's just one game out of an entire series, which this will definitely not be over after this.
Yeah, no, it definitely won't. We've seen Noble, you know, they were on the stream earlier, and we've seen what they can do, right? On offense, together as a team, communicating, connecting, chemistry, all of it combined. We've been able to see that from Noble, and I think they still have a good chance. Even though it's game point for Brunswick, they have a very good chance of coming back and winning that series.
Yeah, going back to the other game now, we're going ahead and seeing here that Loki's team's already got themselves a little bit of a point there, got themselves a lead as we're jumping in about 3 minutes in.
Yep. And you see another goal there from, I believe that is Fixio's. Great shot from him, just over the last defender. That's a hard to save ball. I'm not sure how much boost they might have had, but that's a very hard ball to save. That was a great shot from the Beacons.
Yeah, C-Tech, though, having some really good defense there, too, trying to react as best they could, but just not being at the right place at the right time. That happens. That's something that we all have to deal with, but they've been showing some really good gameplay here so far, and even though we've just joined in, you know, these teams are ready to compete and ready to go in because, again, we're at this point where it's over when it's over, and these teams, I don't think either of them want it to be over yet. Definitely not Loki, who goes ahead and gets a score on this goal.
Yeah, that's the third goal of the game. Loki's had a lot of goals this series. I'm not sure. I don't have a counter for his goals in the previous 2 games, but I think C-Tech can bring this back easily. Like, we've seen them be very good players. They have the chemistry. They have the costumes. They have what they need to win this series, and I think they still have a very good chance of doing that.
Not only chemistry, they also seem to have the technical skill as well.
Yeah.
Like, we've seen them be able to aerial dribble. We've been seeing a lot of shadow defense from them as well, and being able to do these things that, like, earlier on in the series, we've explained and we've shown that, you know, these are the techniques that you need to succeed, to get to that higher level of play. They're executing them perfectly, and at this point, it just becomes a question of who places the right piece at the right time.
For sure, and I know one thing, that C-Tech's got to, right as I was going to say, they got to get the ball at half. They got to relieve some pressure from themselves. They are unable to, as Beacons get the 4th goal right as we're approaching the 2-minute mark.
Yeah, the type of pressure that the Beacons are putting on C-Tech currently, I think is just keeping them from being able to put it into the other half. Maybe a nice kickoff here, a good pinch, would allow for C-Tech to do that, which we're kind of seeing here. Going ahead and almost seeing a shot there, but hitting the back post. Bubba going ahead and trying to get a shot as well, but Fixio able to stop it. Loki going ahead and trying to dribble over here and get the ball in, but C-Tech able to defend. This is more of the back and forth that we want to see for C-Tech to be able to recover here and, you know, don't let these bananas slip up. They're doing an amazing job and they're trying their best.
For sure, and you know, the biggest part of this, you know, it's in the middle of the series. Even if you lose here, it's not over. It's not over whatsoever. You still have tons of time, tons of games to bring this back. And one thing I did see after that 4th goal there, like, you know that the mentals, like, kind of get a little rough for C-Tech because it's 0-4 doesn't look good. But one thing, again, about Lands, their coach is right behind him. I saw him take a step up. He's like, look, you guys got this. Don't get too down about yourselves. This is, like, you are here to play. You are still in this tournament for a reason.
Yeah, and just like that, just like a farmer waiting for that bunch to ripen, you know, he's making sure he's cultivating these people so that they have the right mental to make points just like that. There we go. Exactly what we were talking about, you know, fixing that mental and taking a moment to step back leads to moments like this where the team's able to communicate and Fishy's able to be in the right position to see an open net and make a score.
For sure. I was going to mention it last game, in game 2 of this series, actually. I wanted to see Fishy score because he's the only banana with a banana on his car in game.
Yeah, that's very true. You know, it's that spirit energy being placed inside the banana on the car. It's what actually hit the ball and made it go into the goal.
For sure. A lot of pressure here coming from C-Tech towards the end of this game as we get inside the last minute. It's definitely what they need, being down slightly. They might have got a little bit of a momentum shift from that goal from Fishy Boy, but they continue to try to get this ball downfield. Beacon's great job defensively from this team. I mean, we've seen it all game. Like it's Beacons have kind of used their offense as their defense. You know, they try to keep the ball in C-Tech's half to, I guess you could say, not have it in theirs, obviously.
Yeah, if you're able to keep the ball out of your half, that's going to be less possibilities for shots to be made on your goal and less opportunities for them to actually be able to score points on you. And I think that's the type of defense that Beacons is building up here, and it's working for this game. But are C-Tech going to be able to take that step back and recognize that and maybe even change up their strategy, you know, maybe more aggressive kickoffs, keep more pressure on their end? But you know, we'll have to see that in just a few moments as we get into the final seconds here. And Beacons goes ahead and ball hits the ground and Beacons is able to take it. We'll be switching over to the next game now to see the results over there and see what's going on. Great for President going for an aerial, bringing it over to the side of Strawberry Savior, who's contesting with Gray a lot. Just a lot of flipping around.
A lot of good 50s there from Savior. As we see, North Brunswick here is down 1 with about 3.5 minutes left in this game. It seems as if they have, from what we've seen so far, they were kind of on their backs in their half, you know, right when we jumped into the stream. And I'm not sure if it's been like that the entire game. It's, you know, with them down by 1, it seems like it might have. So, did they expect something else from their opponent?
It's possible, but as we see here, this is Brunswick's game at this point, bringing it into an even one. But if Brunswick wins this, they're going to be able to take the series. Noble is definitely wanting to get this game in order to crawl their way back and make this go into a Game 5 decider instead of having it be just 3-1. And, you know, with points like that from Brunswick, that's going to help their mental to get back and secure these series.
Yeah, for sure. And it'd be really exciting to see both of these series, Noble and Brunswick, and then the other series we've been watching along with as well, both go into Game 5. That'd be extremely exciting for the loser semis. As we see, Commander gets it around and in the net for their second goal, which kind of puts Noble on ice here.
Yeah, it really does. Look at Commander here, seeing a great opportunity by net to go ahead and bring that ball right over and be able to get it into the goal. That's perfect calculation from Brunswick. But Nobles as well, having some really good defense there as well. It just wasn't enough at that moment.
Yeah, for sure. And Brunswick comes out with a very aggressive kickoff and a good shot coming from Savior to try to get it to 3-1 in this game. Noble denies it, and that's a great defense by them. It was an amazing shot from Savior. And as Noble has a counterattack here, it's off the backboard of Brunswick, not able to get there in time. Great defense from Brunswick.
Yeah, a guy trying to set up that backboard hit there and trying to get a shot off of it, but Brunswick is there to stop it and put the pressure back over by Noble. This whole game about pressure, I wonder if that's going to really be what's going to decide the end of these games. You know, with a shot, of course, being made here by Savior that we'll rewatch here. Mango going ahead and setting it up, having a nice bounce, and Savior, even seeing how the ball hit, you could see him in the middle of the field kind of changing the way that he came in so that he hit it at the right angle.
For sure, and it was a great pass by Mango. You know, Mango recognizes like that Noble was kind of packed up in their own net, right? Like there's 3 defenders in net, and when Mango realized that, he threw it off to the side of the backboard rather than just the top. So it gave Savior a really good opportunity to get a good shot on net there.
Gray and Guy both having a really good showing there, teaming with each other. You saw Gray go ahead and hit the ball on the backboard, you know, and set himself up so that the ball bounced off of him to hopefully come down for Guy. But unfortunately, Brunswick was able to disturb it. But if not, that would have been a goal. We would have seen it go to a 2-3 right then and there.
Oh, for sure. And, you know, we've seen that Guy and Gray for President connection, not only this series, but in the last series that we watched with this team. they've had that kind of 1-2 punch like thing going, and it's worked well for them up to this point. That's why I think that they are nowhere near out of this series yet.
Yeah, Noble Academy going ahead and trying to put more pressure as we go into the last minute here. If you're going to make any predictions, do you think that North Brunswick's going to take this one away?
I really want it to go to Game 5. You know me about like series tied up, one final game. I've talked about it all day, but the way that it's looking, I really want Noble to have it. Like, I want Noble to be able to make a comeback. I want to see the guy great 1-2 punch. And it looks like could get going here as a clear. It goes downfield. Not enough for Brunswick to get scored on, but very good saves coming from Mango off the backboard. Good stall there from Xavier for Mango to get another touch on. And there's an open net for Gray to make this game winnable.
Yeah, we're going ahead and seeing here just a really good shot set up now. Gray going ahead and finding a really good opportunity to just watch it over. And unfortunately, the ball just whiffs right over to a point that even if you were to just jump up and try to defend against that, it's not going to work. It's not going to be enough.
Yeah, for sure. And we see as Brunswick takes an aggressive kickoff mindset again. And if Noble can get this, unfortunately they cannot, as Commander takes a great 50 to put it in the top right of Noble's net. It's going to take a lot of work for Noble to stay in this now.
Yeah, North Brunswick definitely has the advantage here, but Noble definitely has the technical skills to come back from this. And I've seen Rocket League teams clear these things in like 10 seconds off of 2 kickoffs. Can Noble do the exact same thing? Well, we'll just have to watch and see.
Yeah. And you know, like I've said, I've seen series and games like this where they're down 2, and I've seen a series where a team has came back and scored twice in 10 seconds, not to go into overtime, but to win the game. And it goes back to the fact where anything can happen in these games. It can take 2 seconds to score a goal, or it can take the entire game. You never know, and that's what's so unique.
Yeah, all of this is possible, and we'll go ahead and see North Brunswick go ahead and take the win here and take the series. And that means that the Esports will be advancing into the elimination finals. And that means we'll hopefully be seeing which team they'll be facing extremely soon here, as we still got one more match going on.
For sure, and there's still a very good possibility of that rematch from the qualifier finals about a week and a half ago.
Yeah, and it looks as we're coming back, it seems to be a tied-up game here as well, meaning there's a lot of pressure on both of these teams right now. One of them will be advancing to go take on the Esports, but the question is, which one will it be?
Yeah, and right off, we see great pressure off kickoff from both teams. Loki Wolf looking for a quick double, can't quite find it, and then counter attack coming from Bubba, can't quite get it past. You know, we've seen C-Tech's counter-attack ability, and it's been really good throughout all 3 of these games and this game so far. And you know, but Beacons have been the same way though. You know, like both of these teams have great counterattacks, and I think that they can use that against each other, you know, to catch each other off guard.
C-Tech has been putting a lot of pressure over by the Beacon side, but it seems like Loki's definitely trying to bounce that away and trying to get the pressure off. It just doesn't seem to be enough. I think Beacons here needs to, you know, change up their strategy, just fully send it over towards C-Tech, and then get really aggressive there at the end. Maybe a score would help with that, a reset with a kickoff, you know, having that moment of break as we spoke about before, maybe what they need, but hopefully it's after they make a score, of course.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, we reached this halfway point in the game, and Beacons have really good pressure, and we know that even if Igor is scored from C-Tech to make it 2-1, that we've seen in previous games with the Beacons, they're on fire on kickoffs. Okay, they are known for their quick goals so far in this tournament, and as we see the pressure here from C-Tech, Bubba tries to get it mid for his teammate, or maybe a solo play. No one else there to follow up his touch, as Fishy Boy does turn in for it, but can't quite get it mid for his teammate.
It also looked like Fixio there was maybe going for a demo and just didn't have enough boost for it, but that was a really good play there as well after seeing a really aggressive move, trying to go ahead and shut down that offense. But Beacons here able to go ahead and set up another goal. Hitting off corner, Loki able to set it up one more time to stall it out for Sensei to come from behind and just get that really nice corner hit.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really great shot. You know, any shot into the corner of the net is so hard to save, even for really, really good players, the best of the best. You know, it's a really hard shot to save.
Yeah, for those trying to think about that, visually. Think about it similar to soccer. A goalie can't get to those upper corners so easily. They have to exert themselves a lot. Same thing in Rocket League. But of course, we see shots like this as well, which are extremely hard. When it bounces like this, it's hard to predict where that ball is going to be when it actually does make it towards the goal.
Yeah, for sure. And I mentioned not too long ago that if SeaTech scores, Beacons would have a quick kickoff goal, but it's actually the other way around. The Beacons got a good shot on net, and SeaTech turned it around and bit right back at them to tie this game up with about 1 minute and 30 left.
I really think that shows that SeaTech is really thinking about this in a way of being like, okay, well, we're now in the quote-unquote worse off position. Let's go ahead and fix that as fast as possible. We have the reset. We can communicate that way. Both teams have that same advantage, that same break. So they were able to use that, communicate with each other, and make a really well-coordinated goal.
For sure. And another thing to add, you were talking about the communication in between goals and in between games. Coaches get in on this too. So, whether your team is down or the coach has a view on something that the players can't quite see or understand, the coach gets in there as well. It's a good time for that as well. Just a little quick motivation in between goals from these coaches to the players.
As we're in the final minute of this round, that's one of the biggest things that we have to shout out is the coaches of these teams who are helping, grow these youths into what they are going to be and teaching them about the games, helping them create the nice sportsmanship that we've been seeing throughout this event, and of course, giving them the opportunities to get here and to have amazing games like this where we could possibly be seeing ourselves go into an overtime. 30 seconds left on the clock, Fishy going ahead and stopping the ball, sending it over towards Bubba, and Bubba trying to put the pressure on the Beacons, but the Beacons having a really good offense here.
Yeah, and it looks like they've been able to keep up that pressure for a majority of the game. We're entering the 15-second zone here, where SeaTech has a counter going. It's quickly shut down by Beacons, though. No one to follow Beacons, but great 50 from the Beacons. Possible shot here from Sensei, and he does and scores. This could possibly end it.
Yeah, it could, but if we see a similar gameplay to what we saw earlier, SeaTech could immediately take this, use it as a kickoff opportunity to get a really quick goal and tie it up once again and still take us into overtime.
For sure. And, we saw earlier in this game what you just mentioned. Beacons got a goal and SeaTech got an immediate, really quick kickoff goal, and we see a good kickoff here. It does pop up on the Brunswick side. Can there be a shot? There is a shot, but it hits the ground.
It hits the ground right before hitting the goal, unfortunately ending that opportunity.
What a game. Beacons do come out on top 3-1. It was a great series, although it didn't reach Game 5. SeaTech put up a great fight defensively and offensively against this great Beacons team.
Yeah, I definitely think that both of those teams really shone during that match and really showed what they had to offer. And, seeing both of these games end in a Game 4, really shows how back and forth these matches were and just how at the right moment, the right time, these teams can take it away. But of course, unfortunately, we're going to have to split away from the Bananas for now. And we'll be seeing what the Beacons have to offer when they go and face another team in the finals. So let's go ahead and talk about that for a little bit real quick. What are you thinking going into these final matches?
They're best of sevens now. Again, and we talked about this earlier, and how will these best of sevens affect the teams? It's 4 wins. It's not 3 anymore, and 3 seems a whole lot quicker, as far as this could go. Just the simple series can go to 6 games in a row, and that's a 4-2. That's not even the furthest. It could go to Game 7. So how can the mental of these teams stay straight enough to be able to play at the level that they've been playing at so far this tournament?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be, I think these are going to be very tough matches. Of course, best of 7 is a completely different game than best of 5, similar to how best of 3 is completely different from best of 5. But these teams are definitely going to shine from there. Quickly going over both those games as we were going back and forth, I think all of these teams really showed what they had to do. But if you could choose one moment, what do you think it's going to be?
I'm gonna pick one from both series. We were kind of going back and forth. I'm gonna have to say just the excitement from the series between the Banana Squad with SeaTech and against forget their team name. I remember their players. I forget the team name. But the excitement from that game, it was unmatched. Even though SeaTech couldn't make it in the end, they still had the excitement afterwards. They still, got up, showed the respect to the other team, and that's really hard to kind of pass up on. watching and enjoying about the series.
Yeah, I think this is one of the more tougher ones to try to pick a favorite moment from. It was just overall a really amazing series, and going back and forth between both of them was super exciting to watch as well. I just really enjoyed everything that we watched and everything that we saw. You know, it is really hard when we get into these elimination brackets and teams unfortunately are, you know, knocked out of the championship. It's really hard to say goodbye to them, but they're still going to be out here. They're still going to be watching the proceedings as they're going on, and they're still going to have the opportunity to talk to other teams and have this sort of networking event. But yeah, of course, we want to congratulate every single person who has made it out here. You know, the coaches, the players, the spectators, everybody who is out here. We want to congratulate all of them for all the hard work that they've done to make it through this series, play through playoffs, and make it all the way out here for a LAN tournament. This is much different. It's not like booting up your computer in your bedroom and playing a game. They had to actually travel here. They had to come and they had to, you know, sit at these PCs, meet these people, you know, social anxiety.
Yeah, but I mean, it's such a great environment, and they've all earned the spot to be here. Like, even the teams that unfortunately got eliminated way early in the tournament, they earned their spot here.
Yes.
So it's not like they kind of automatically got a spot and then got in and didn't make it, and okay, so no, they earned their spot to be here. All the teams earned their spot. There were even a few teams that weren't able to make it today. They earned their spot too, and still congratulations to them. You know, but it's been a long road for the coaches and the players. You know, you've had regular season, you've had playoffs, the qualifier tournament, and now at this LAN, a full day event. As we mentioned earlier, it's an endurance test.
Yeah, and outside of just that, outside of even just the tournament proceedings and the championship itself, you know, you also have to think about, like, these teams are having to communicate. 3 separate players, and sometimes even more, are having to communicate and bring time together to practice, to have meetings, to do VOD reviews, to talk to these coaches, to go through their own personal struggles that they have in their lives. These are 3 separate lives all coming together to create one unique unit, and that's just truly beautiful to see.
For sure, for sure. And as I said, I mean, the journey that these guys have been through, no matter it's the regular season. I mean, a lot of teams went through regular season, maybe didn't win as much or won a ton, and then the games. They've had what we've had today for weeks. I mean, weeks. And I mean, the matchups, the clashes between all of these teams. I haven't seen one bad series at all today. They've all been good matchups between all of these really good teams. But it's been like that all season. So you look at the journey of these teams, and they aren't new to each other. This isn't like, oh, this is the first time I've played CJ. No, they've played they've played these guys before, and I mean, the environment and again the journey here.
Look, I'm going to go ahead and ask this now. You know, as host and as someone who's done these events before, you know, Instinct, this is like, I believe this is your first time doing this type of style
person,
in this type of personal experience. How do you feel about all this? Being able to be at this desk, being able to do everything that you're doing?
Yeah, I mean, it's really exciting. And as I think me and you were talking about it on break. It wasn't really mentioned on stream, but like, even though, you know, we get up here and we talk about how, you know, it's such a great environment, but it's so different seeing it not only in person or from the spectator on a screen, but right here behind the desk where we can see all the players that we're talking about and all the matchups that we're talking about. It's just a really fun, exciting time.
Yeah, when I think back, if a younger version of myself was here right now, I think you'd be shocked, because I'm currently fulfilled by doing all of this stuff. You know, I was a lonely kid who played video games, you know, socialized with other people, but now I'm at these large events. I'm getting to see other people of all sorts of generations talk about video games, talk about training, about esports, about what it means to them, like the happiness, you know, how it maybe even helps them in their daily lives, helps them make friends and everything. It's absolutely amazing. But in order for me to communicate to those people, I do need a break. I need to be able to actually go out and socialize with them. So we're going to take a break from the disc for a bit, go and talk to some people out there as we set up for these final matches that we're going to be having in this championship. So we'll be back with you guys in just a few moments. Welcome back to the UNCG Esports Arena. My name is Hurricane Dante. This is Instinct, and we're going to go ahead and be looking at our winners finals at this point. It's CapTech versus Mafia. Instinct, how are you feeling about this after the journey these two teams have been on? This is going to be a lot.
Yeah, this is going to be a really exciting series here. I mean, we saw the CapTech reverse sweep in their last series. We saw the Monarch Mafia upset against North Brunswick in their series. So, as you said, the journey that these two teams have been on, they've fought really hard to get to this point, and it's going to be a clash, a battle, like for each of not only the series itself, but each of these games. And I know I say it every time. It's got to go to Game 7, right? The two best teams.
Well, while I do agree, it should go to a Game 7. What if it was an upset? That's going to be the biggest thing of just like, what if you got this far and it's an upset, and then all of that just to have to go back down and have to play again, and
for sure.
And,
I mean, I think the only upset we see here, it's not who can upset the other, because these are both really good teams. And, and at this point, seeding doesn't matter anymore. These teams have both fought to be here. They're great teams. I think in terms of an upset, I think the only upset would be if there's a 4-0 either way, right? Like if it's not a very long series. But I don't see how it couldn't be. These two teams are great.
You know who I would be upset about? If it was a 4-0, because I want to see these two teams play as much as possible. CapTech is one of those teams that we have watched again and again. We watched them for the districts, we watched them in the last match, and now we're going to be watching them here. And they've just been showing their technical prowess from here. I just cannot believe what they are able to show. And Mafia, again, this goes into that rock, paper, scissors we talked about before. When you look at the stat sheet, Mafia, I believe, is the one that is favored out in this position. And even if they're not, it's at a moment where, again, seeding doesn't matter. Rock, paper, scissors doesn't matter at this point. You're at this point, you're in a lane, it's going to have a completely different energy. And so we got to get those engines revving, and we got to get into it. But first, before we do that, which side are you taking?
I think I'm going to stick with my prediction from earlier with, CapTech bringing this home and possibly even going all the way and winning the entire thing. But again, we look at the fact that in the qualifier bracket last week, we saw North Brunswick beat CapTech in a hard-fought battle. Don't get me wrong, it was very hard-fought. But today, we saw Mafia go into the North Brunswick series and sweep them. So could that have a little domino effect of, hey, we beat them, you lost to them, so what could that mean for the Mafia and the CapTech team?
Yeah, for me, I think I'm going to be taking CapTech in this. I feel like they're the team that has the technical prowess and the ability to work under the pressure that they've already been put into. They were talking to me a little bit about the chemistry that they have, and, they joke around, they have their own personal relationship, but when it comes into the games, they are to the point. They know what they are doing, and they're talking it out. They're trying to figure out what's going on here, and they're just like, give me some more goals, as they were talking to me before about a little bit of music, having a little bit of fun with them. But I think the communication, just that family nature that they have, is going to be what really draws them through, and just the technical skill that they're able to possess.
For sure, and you see the excitement from both teams getting involved with their coaches, going back and forth, coaches getting really excited for this series. It's going to be a great matchup. Yeah,
it's definitely going to be a great matchup. Mafia versus the Cobras. Who's going to take it out in the end? We'll just have to see when we go into kickoff. Going ahead and seeing here Encrypted going ahead and trying to bring the ball back into the corner. Mafia's trying to take control of the ball as best they can. Cole playing a little bit of shadow defense here.
Yeah, that's good to see from him, because they've played the aggressor here in this tournament, and especially last series after they kind of bounced back from the 0-2 deficit to begin with. They played really aggressive, and to see and already recognize that this Mafia team is really on the offensive half all the time. They push offense really hard, and to see that CapTech has already realized that and kind of took a step back, play a little bit more defense to kind of offset this Mafia.
Yeah, and we're going ahead and also seeing a really interesting matchup here now that I think about these two teams and the players that are in these teams. we're going to see some really interesting matchups between specific players that have similar styles. You know, Cole, I think, matches up really well with Okami, but as we see here, Encrypted matches really well with River, being that person that gets a lot of shots on goal and really shines there with what they're able to do. And as we see there, Encrypted at that moment is able to dominate and go ahead and put the first point on the board.
For sure. I mean, it was a great shot, but the series in general that Mafia had in the past 30 seconds, you know, they had a great counter and were able to hold that counter and turn it into pressure, you know, and CapTech couldn't really handle the pressure at the time. You know, they didn't have much boost recovering from Mafia's counter. And we see something similar again as CapTech takes an early lead onto Mafia's side, but quickly brought back into their half, and then right back to the Mafia. This is a very back and forth game. As you mentioned earlier, we've seen a lot of ping pong series here where it's two good teams battling it out, and like, how do you keep the ball in one's half with these great teams? And a great 50 from, again, Encrypted. He's really stepping it up and showing, you know, what he can do offensively, and that he can match River, who put on a performance last series.
And seeing the ball here, it bounced actually off of Cole, who Cole, I believe, probably already thought, okay, the ball's going to be going away. But Encrypted was actually able to scoop underneath and be able to bounce it back to continue the trajectory it already had. It was just a very interesting moment of defense, and that's a really good moment to capitalize on that. Let's see a replay of that kickoff. Encrypted going in, going ahead, and having this nice 50-50, and Okami able to see that and go, oh, I've got a shot towards goal.
Yeah, and that's perfect by Encrypted. Again, like the perfect stall 50, the perfect cheat. You could tell this team has the chemistry. Okami was there immediately. He knew that it was going to happen. Encrypted knew what to do to make it happen, and that's what leads to goals.
Yeah, Encrypted, we're going ahead and watching their perspective now with an open net, but Cole able to disrupt it and keep Encrypted from getting the ball. Again, looking at these teams and what they have to offer and looking at the players themselves, I do really think this is a really good back and forth match, and these players sort of have their opposites on the other end. Looking at like Rhino Catfish and looking at players like Goated Noel, they're very similar to each other when it comes to the play styles of playing this somewhat more supportive, but also very well defensive players that can be in the back and sort of support and set up for their playmakers like Encrypted and River to make scores.
A hat trick right at the halfway mark through this first game.
Yeah, this guy right here, if you guys can't see it in LAN and you guys can see it from the camera, he is very much up into the monitor, has to see everything that's going on.
I believe that's Cole, and I've found, you know, as a player myself, I find it kind of beneficial. I can't say I play that close, but I mean, obviously it works for some reason, right?
Yeah, it works, obviously. It gets you exactly what you need. And of course, right after that, of course, the team was immediately like, look, we've got it. We've got this. We can bring this back. And of course, that's the type of positivity you need after making that sort of goal. Go ahead. It's not luck at all. It's exactly the type of skill that these teams are about to demonstrate. For
sure. And you see CapTech can stay in this game. You know, at the halfway mark, they're down 4-0, but able to bring it back within another 5 seconds of the match and score a goal, showing that it is possible for them to still take this first game.
Yeah, and again, seeing the pressure that's going to be put on CapTech here, that I believe the Mafia is going to try to put as much pressure as they can just to keep CapTech from scoring goals. I think that's going to be their main defense plan, putting as much pressure as they can on CapTech and putting the ball away from their end of the court. Again, so much offense can be a great defense, but when it's not possible, they're able to get points just like that. And if Mafia or if CapTech is able to keep this pressure up just like that, and a nice corner shot as well, they're going to be able to take this away.
For sure. Great 50 by Cole there on the goal line to kind of stuff the defender back in the net, kind of put him on his back and be able to get a good goal. A fake kickoff here from CapTech, can't connect on the wall. Really good strategy, though, in terms of getting the ball in the opponent's half. You kind of immediately take possession and get a bang upfield to a teammate. It's a really good strategy at higher levels of play, and I mean, these guys are demonstrating it perfectly.
We're also seeing some really nice demo usage here. You know, there was a really good setup there for Cole, and unfortunately Cole was immediately demoed so that he couldn't capitalize on that type of gameplay. That's a really good, really good shot there by River as well.
Hell
and just absolutely amazing to see. Let's watch this once again. Ball bounces off of River, and River kind of scoops around in order to change the trajectory of the ball once all the defenders had moved too far up.
For sure, you know, and you can see that River waited for him to come off the wall, so he can't make an adjustment enough in the air to kind of turn his car around in the air and react to what River was about to do. Completely great heads-up play from River, and I expect to see it more from him in this series, seeing the last one, you know, such an offensive threat.
Yeah, River going ahead and playing it off here, trying to see what's going to happen. Encrypted trying to put some more pressure over by CapTech. CapTech took this from a 4-1, I believe, all the way to a 4-3.
A 4-0.
4-0 and took it into a 4-3. That is absolutely incredible, and able to show that these players are able to take the pressure that they're under and use it as fire.
For sure. And, I mean, you see this CapTech team where, like I said, after the score by Cole at the 4-0 mark, yeah, and they have brought it back. They've been able to do that, and it's still a very winnable game here.
Yeah, let's take a look at CapTech's River for a little bit of commentary about everything that's going on.
Well, I got mid boost. Alright, I took the boost on the other side. Played up the wall. I'll be mid. That's fine.
Yeah, ball is now in the air, and the moment it touches the ground, that's going to go ahead and give it to the Mafia. A very good first game there, I believe, and very close, almost able to have a comeback there. Let's look at some of the statistics on the board, as we had, I believe, 3 shots made by one player and 2 shots made by the other for Mafia. That's pretty good.
For sure. Their third man also had 2 shots, which would make it 7 for the team overall. I don't think CapTech kept up with the shot numbers, but they definitely kept up with the save numbers. They held them at the end of the game. Yes, they did. Mafia didn't have any saves.
No.
Surprising, you know, which means that the shots that CapTech took, that they made them. Right?
Yeah.
Like, and to have that statistic where you're 100% shooting and carrying that into the next match, it's a huge advantage for them.
Yeah, absolutely huge advantage for that team. But also, we have to think about it in the way that I was discussing it during the match, is that their offense was their defense. Keeping that pressure on that side of the board was the reason they probably didn't have as many saves. But as well, it just means that, like, maybe they need to switch it up a little bit if they want to have a series where they make no scores at all and just completely blow it out. They may have to change their strategy a bit, or maybe they just keep the same thing that they're doing right now just so that they can keep up that momentum.
For sure. I think the strategy CapTech goes to here is, we noticed in that game that Mafia got out to a really early start. You know, they got out to 4-0, and CapTech brought it back without letting them score a single goal after that. So if CapTech can kind of shut them down early, they might have a good chance in this game.
Going into game itself, just coming off of a kickoff, Okami trying to put some pressure on CapTech's side, bringing it into the corner. Goated Noel trying to bring it out, and just absolute chaos here. But Rhino is able to take it and bring it back over to the Mafia side of the board.
Yeah, for sure. And you see a great clear there by Cole. Okami taking it all the way across, hopefully looking for a teammate. Still can't find one. He'll stay on the ball. Great demo there from Encrypted. Trying to make a play on the ball. Can't quite get it done. Okami is going to take it from Go to Noel's there. Again, to the communication there, he told him, hey, look, I got this. I just got some boost. I can take this for you. No pressure. Good backboard defense there from Goated. Got it to the corner. Okami takes control of it. Good 50 coming out of the side over to Encrypted.
And again, we're hearing these players communicate with each other and be like, I've got this, or no, you've got this, like, I'm setting it up for you. That's really good communication and stuff that we definitely need to be seeing in these final matches. Again, best of 7. They need to keep that endurance up as well. And they need not tire themselves out. Mentality needs to stay up, and they're trying to stay positive as well.
For sure, and a great shot there from River. Even better pass from Cole there. He gets it across the middle. River is, of course, there, as we saw in the last series. But the big thing about these best of 7s is, so from my experience of how long Rocket League games last, you see around an average of 8, 9 to 10 minutes, depending if there's overtime or depending on how many goals there are. And in a best of 7, you need to win 4 games, right? So you see in even a 4-0, a straight sweep series, that at least lasts 35 to 40 minutes. And this doesn't look like it's going to be that way. So hold on tight, sit tight. It's going to be a very long series, and hopefully that these players can keep their endurance up and be able to play the same in game 6 or 7 that they do in games 1 and 2.
Hope you got your popcorn. Hope you have tissues in case it gets emotional, because we're going to be stuck here for a while. These teams are so evenly matched. I do think we'll probably be seeing a couple of these games go into overtime. And honestly, I am starting to agree with you as we're watching these games. We're probably going to be going to a Game 7. I don't think this is going to be a clean sweep by either team. And Cavtech's trying to prevent that themselves and even up this series.
For sure, and a little bit of pressure there. It was almost just a slight mishap on the defense there.
Cool. Hey, they
a touch that he wished he could have back there from River, but Okami ready there and ready to capitalize on the mishap from the defense. I don't think this is going to affect Captech in any way. I think they, regroup. They're able to. We've seen it. We saw it in the reverse sweep. We've seen it last game. They regrouped really quickly in that 4-0, and I don't see why they can't do it again here.
Yeah, Mafia was able to take possession right there at kickoff and apply a lot of pressure, but Cavtech going ahead and bringing it back over. We're going ahead and seeing Goated Noel bringing the pressure back over to Cavtech's goal. Okami trying to set up here. Goated Noel bringing it up into the air and hopefully trying to go for an aerial, but bounces off of the backboard, and River able to then take that and put the pressure back over by Mafia.
Yeah, that was a great pass attempt there in the corner from Okami. Goated Noel didn't seem like he was ready for it. It was such a great pass. Sometimes you don't expect the best of the best type of passes, but another close clear there for Mafia to put it in the net. Cole gets the clear to River up. Goated Noel says no thank you. He's going to continue to take the ball downfield. Encrypted Savage waiting for a good touch. Yep, he was waiting for him to pass it to him. Tries to get a solo play mid, doesn't quite work, and it looks like the ball's going the other way.
It seems like River and Cole have both sort of singled out players on Mafia to switch between to keep the aerial gameplay off, as that seems to be one of the main ways that they sort of get it through. During this game, we've seen a lot of Encrypted just getting hit by another car while being in the air, and that makes Encrypted lose all control that they have over the ball, and pretty much sort of negates whatever they were planning on doing. Okami here showing that exact same gameplay, but in the opposite direction.
Yeah, you're 100% right. And not only do they lose the control of the ball, but when you get either bumped or take a 50 or something, you lose your momentum too. So you got to gain that speed back before you're able to get a good touch or good pass to a teammate.
Yeah, going ahead, having this tied series as we're entering into the last minute of gameplay, I'm real curious to see what these teams are going to do to try to get an edge on the next bit of the game here. We may be going into an overtime, but a lot of pressure being played by Cavtech. Okami being in the right position to put that pressure back towards their goal, and B. Cole was able to go ahead and try to take control of that ball and bring it back out.
Yeah, those were some great saves by Mafia. As we saw, River put very powerful shots on net. Cole even got a shot in there for himself as well. Possible scoring opportunity for Okami. Can't connect quite yet. It's okay though. Mafia is still around centering the ball. Cavtech kind of on their back right now, but they're handling it just fine. They get a big clear downfield, possibly to a teammate for a redirect goal. Nice. Yes, there it is.
Very good.
Yes.
Very calculated as well, it seems. We were able to very much chart the path of what was going on there.
100%. And that's a great counterattack from this Cavtech team. You get the clear downfield off the wall touch, and Biko is still around. He gets a nice redirect pass off the backboard for River to complete the series and make the score 2-1 in Game 2.
Yeah, less than 30 seconds left on the clock, as well as we enter the last 20 seconds, actually. And Encrypted, this team for Mafia needs to go ahead and grab another point if they want to keep control of the series. If not, we're going to be going into a 1-1 for the series, and that's going to make things a little more difficult.
Yeah, and that's the way it's looking. But on the other hand, the ball is in the Cavtech half, and can Mafia capitalize? Good demo. I believe ball's in the air. Yes, it is. Savage trying to pop it up, keep the series alive. Goated Noel's can't get the touch that he needs, and ball goes down. Cavtech takes Game 2 to make the series 1-1.
Yeah, very well-timed demos there right at the very end to try to make it so that the team could not.
Yeah, I know.
Just absolutely amazing gameplay from both teams. I definitely think that was a real shining moment of just how evenly matched these two teams are. And even though the way the first series went, these teams are ready to play, and they're ready to show us a really good time.
Yeah, and I mean, seeing the score is in Game 1 and 2. I mean, they're both one-point games.
Mm-hmm.
That Game 2, it stuck to 1-1 all the way up to the end, right? So these two teams are neck and neck as far as skill, talent, chemistry with their teammates, coaches, whatever it is. These teams are neck and neck, and that's why they both deserve a spot in this winners final.
Yeah, But looking then at game one and the difference between it, you know, there was a huge score gap at the very beginning because there was a very early lead. But of course, the team was able to climb back up. It just wasn't enough. But now that they're at 1-1 in the series, you know, things have evened back up again. We may be seeing a repeat of what happened in game one because they are sort of cooled off now.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, if that's the strategy Mafia takes, it worked for them in game one. Like I said, CapTech, you mentioned it, tried to crawl back into it, couldn't quite reach the win, but does Mafia come out and try to score these early on goals?
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and see here a little bit of gameplay between CapTech and the Mafia. Cole is going ahead and bringing the ball back over towards Mafia's half. Rhino going ahead and trying to bounce the ball off of corner, but of course Mafia is able to redirect it, and Encrypted is able to get a very swift goal.
Yeah, that's a great early on goal by Mafia, and we just mentioned it. Is that the strategy that they're going to take going into Game 3, seeing that it worked for them in Game 1? And that is the strategy they take. Within 36 seconds, it's already a 1-0 lead for Mafia.
Yeah, going ahead into a second kickoff here. Again, as we said before, could this be a similar repeat to what happened in Game 1? Very swift goals at the very beginning, and CapTech having to take that moment to climb back? Or is CapTech going to be able to turn it around here and make it similar to Game 2 and play more of an endurance game?
Yeah, it sure looks that way as Mafia keeps this ball in CapTech's half. CapTech finally fights back, gets a counterattack downfield. Nothing quite hooking up to the left corner. There is CapTech still around to make the play. Close 50 there for CapTech. Good demo from Mafia there. Creates an open net possibility, can't find its way. Good clear downfield for CapTech.
Yeah, it's really good gameplay here as Cole is going ahead and trying to just put the ball into a corner so the team can regroup. Going ahead, another shot towards goal, but it's good save by Cole once again. And Mafia, again, keeping this pressure over by CapTech. CapTech really does need to sort of lighten this up because, as we've seen, Mafia's greatest defense is their offense and keeping that pressure over there.
For sure, and I mean, if you have a good enough offense, that is your defense, right? You know, if the ball's never in your half, you don't have to play defense. So that's why a lot of the higher level players and coaches, they say, look, an offense, a really good offense can be the best type of defense because, as I said, if it's not in your half, you have nothing to defend.
Yeah, exactly. Rhino over here playing a little bit of shadow defense and playing off to the side. Going ahead and once again seeing the ball over by CapTech's side of the court. River going ahead and trying to get a shot off, but having a really good demo be placed on him.
Yeah, and Cryptid's been good with that so far this game. You know, he's got a few under his belt already, and they're really good timed demos. You know, it's when the ball's crossing the CapTech net, and he might even look for, almost had the double there. He might try to get a demo on the way out. But we've seen that a lot from him so far this game, and he had a few earlier in the series, but you can tell that this is a strategy that they're pushing for in this game because he's almost gone out of his way to look for them, and which is really good, and he's connected on a lot of the demos with a great pass to go to Noel, who's ready for the shot and score.
Yeah, bringing it back similar to how we saw in Game 1, a 2-0 score here, and that's going to make it so that there's a larger deficit here as we enter into the second half of the game. One thing I do want to mention as well is that it seems like whenever CapTech does get the ball over by Mafia's side of the court, they are out of boost. They're not really getting a lot of maneuverability, and that's allowing the Mafia to just take control, regain that power, go back over to CapTech's side, and then makes the defense a lot harder.
And as I mentioned in the last Mafia game that we had watched, they have a really good way of controlling the mid boosts. That's what makes them so good quickly on offense. They can get these quick goals because, you know, while CapTech or any other team they play is kind of scrambling for their own back boosts, they already have the mid boost and taking a shot on their net makes it really hard for the defense.
Yeah, going ahead and seeing here, CapTech trying to put more pressure here. Maybe they're taking a lesson out of their own book and going back to that strategy they had in Game 2.
That's it.
But this is similar to what happened during Game 1, having that sort of climb back. Is it going to be something that they just have to do, or are they going to be able to overcome it this time and maybe even get a lead in the series? That's going to be the biggest part about this. Whoever wins this match is going to be taking the lead in the series. And again, it's not like they're going to have, one more game and it's going to be over. No, this is a best of 7. Yeah. It's going to be a lot more than that.
Let's
An
go.
easy couple of goals here for Sad River. The previous goal, really impressive double tap from him, you know, kind of a solo play off the wall. Great. Here, you know, he notices that the defense isn't quite back yet. They haven't recovered, haven't got boosts yet. He says, I'm going to take a shot from the midfield, connects with it, makes this a very winnable game with just under 2 minutes left.
Kickoff going towards Mafia's side of the court as Cole is going ahead and approaching up, trying to take control in the corner, passing it over to a teammate, and unfortunately just isn't able to get it right there. It hits that post right on the side.
Yeah, a very close shot for CapTech there. They've come out kind of punching after this kickoff, after that last goal. It seems like they've got some momentum from those 2 back-to-back goals. And as it sails to the CapTech side, close double for B-Cole on his own net. Bad mistake. He really wants that touchback. Okami is there ready to play it, though. That's a crazy double tap. I'll be honest with you, I think if I would have done that in own goal, I wouldn't have been upset. That's a pretty sick touch.
Yeah, it unfortunately is a little upsetting to see that. However, I do think Cole had the best of intentions when trying to do that, trying to get control back to other teammates that were over there. It was just unfortunate that there was also a member of the Mafia that was over there to capitalize on it. Maybe a spy in their enemy territory.
For sure. And one thing I did notice off that, it didn't get to his head too much. I saw that it happened, and I looked over. He was smiling, kind of laughing about it. It's one of those mistakes you want back, but you can't let it get to you fully, and he didn't let that get to him at all. He's still smiling. He's still in this game. This is very winnable for CapTech with under a minute left.
As a friend of mine would always say whenever something like that happens, it is what it is. And we'll just let it brush off, and we'll go into the next part of the game. But of course, the next part of the game is the next 40 or so seconds that we have left here. And what does CapTech need to do in order to advance here? Well, I think it's going to be putting a lot of pressure on Mafia's side and having really good defense when Mafia is trying to have this pressure on them. It's just having that really good defense to stop it and then immediately applying the pressure back.
Yeah, for sure. And I think the big thing CapTech's got to do here within the next 10 seconds or so is they got to get that 1-2 punch working again. That Cole River punch that we saw in the last series they got to get a counterattack going with that 1-2 punch. So it doesn't look like it's going to happen. It could very well happen, and in a miracle for CapTech to take Game 3. But the way that it looks is Mafia will take Game 3, take the series lead at 2-1.
Yeah, really close game there. And of course, Mafia is taking the lead, but they're not taking the game yet. This series still has a lot left to go. And CapTech, let's look at these stats real quick.
Look at the shots from Mafia. Look at that.
Goodness.
10 shots total, 6 shots from River, and that's all the shots on his team.
Yeah, I think River is definitely showing once again that sort of aggressive strategy, and maybe it's time for CapTech to sort of allow their other players to take those shots or play the more aggressive roles and let River play more of a defensive role. Is that the best thing that you can do? I'm not entirely sure. Again, not a coach of Rocket League.
But for sure, I think the one thing CapTech can look to improve on this match is Okami's game sense. He has really good game sense. You saw he had a couple of goals in that last game, both solely because he was in the right place at the right time. So you know that he's there and ready to hit the ball when he can. And as we just saw, within the first 7 seconds of the game, almost an immediate goal for Mafia. They seem to be really good at that.
Yeah, really good setups here. And pressure being put on both of these goals very, very early. I think one of these teams, the biggest thing about it is that they want to put that pressure as early on as they possibly can. And because they know that whoever gets that first goal is going to have the most momentum going forward and is going to be the fire underneath them to fuel them to continue on.
Yeah, for sure, and I'm going to kind of counter you on that. You know, it seems as if, now they haven't completed it yet, but it seems as even if CapTech gets down early on in the match, that they are able to at least bring it back and make it competitive. And like I said, we saw that in games 1 and 3 for sure, but they haven't been able to complete that yet. If it were to happen this game, do you think they would be able to actually finish a comeback and be able to go to even up this series?
Well, I guess that may be what we're having to watch now as the Mafia is able to get another score. Thanks to the assist of Goated Noel, able to bounce it off, and Cole trying to go ahead and bring it out of goal, but just didn't have enough momentum to do so. I definitely think that CapTech can do a comeback. We've seen them do it before in other games, but we've also seen them employ other strategies. Maybe that is actually going to be the fix that they're going to need. I think that there's a possibility that, like, if the Mafia gets to 3 points and CapTech's at 2 points, that they do have the time and the precision to go ahead and bring it back, but they just need the time is the issue. And every time that they've had that sort of moment happen, they didn't have the time to make the comeback.
Yeah, for sure. And I mentioned it late last game. CapTech's key here. They're key to bringing this series back and evening it up against this Mafia team. is they got to get that 1-2 punch going. It looked really good in the series before this when they had the reverse sweep, and it could continue to, as we see River takes the ball down the field, but it's a really good 1-2 punch, and it's hard to defend against when they get going. There it is right there. Yeah. Just as I'm talking about it, they get the 1-2 punch together, and they're able to score. Cole is closer to his screen than ever, and he knows the camera was on him. He looked up right as we put the camera on him. But he's really excited for that goal and glad to be back into this game.
Honestly, I feel like it's the electricity from the monitors just going into their brain and just fueling them to be able to get these points. It's firing all the neurons inside and giving them the power that they need. Going ahead and watching here, Okami trying to bring the ball right over to Captech's goal, but Captech going ahead and trying to defend as best they can. Ooh, a really good defense there made by Cole as they saw an aerial dribble and immediately was like, nope, not letting that happen. Bounce the ball over towards the corner. Yeah, that's great play recognition there by Cole, you know, to be able to defend that. A lot of pressure coming from River here. I don't think he's been in his own half in about 10 seconds here. He's spending a lot of time over there making sure he's trying to help his team out, get that ball down the field. And just like that, he's already back to make a good save, even though he had spent that much time and he needed a good recovery after spending so much time in the enemy's half. Yeah, spending your time over there in the enemy's half is needed when you want to get scores pointed. But if you have someone over there, you've only got 2 people to defend when these quick turnarounds happen and allow for stuff like this to happen, where just River was not able to get there fast enough to stop it.
For sure. It looked like there might have been a miscommunication there. You know, as we saw, they both kind of went at the same time. So I think Captech's got to get their communication, you know, that we've talked about it many times in this tournament, where this has got to be something that every good team has, you know, and there are going to be mishaps, but how can you recover from them? There's still half of this game left. Captech is only down by 2. We've seen them come back in previous games. It is definitely doable here, and I really hope they can do it.
Play by Cole here, bringing it into the left corner of Captech. Cole going in for an aerial, and Encrypted also meeting them. Of course, in Rocket League, you know, boost is key, and one thing that I'm noticing is that a lot of the times when we're going to some of these players, they're really low on boost sometimes. Some of them are at full 0 and are trying to search around and get as much as they can, but others are around like the 10s, the 15s. How dangerous of a position is that?
Oh, it's a very dangerous position, and as I've mentioned before, one of the biggest things at getting a lot better at this game is not only positioning, and I think sometimes people mistake the fact of how fast can you play by how hard you can push down your boost button, which that's not really what it is. You know, we're referring more towards the being in the right place at the right time. You know, having the right type of aerial to get to the ball as quick as possible, but big boost management is going to be a big factor here in this series. As you said, we've watched it in a couple of them, and they either have 100, 0, or 10. There's no middle factor. So hopefully they can work on some boost management, try to grab the pads in the middle, which are just as good as those big orange ones in the corner, by the way. They may not give you as much, but they're just as good, I can promise.
Yeah, I definitely think with 1 minute remaining in the round that boost is going to be the name of the game here. Having the speed and having the ability to switch between both sides. And Captech is going to need to make some goals, but unfortunately, Mafia is going to go ahead and try to make that score gap even higher.
For sure, and there it is. You just talked about it, about the speed of this game and having the boost. Okami there having the boost to finish the play. Both of his teammates had already been through, got a touch off the wall, good pass to each other. Okami has the boost. He's ready to score, and he goes up there and scores.
Yeah, just like any other game, I feel, with resource management. And you can even think about this when you think of a game like Fortnite, when it comes to the build mode and making sure you have the resources to actually build what you need, which we'll be seeing a bit of that tomorrow, actually, in our live broadcast. But, of course, you have to think about, like, resource management when it comes to boost is the same thing as resource management in that way in like Fortnite or other video games, and it's something that is taught by these esports players and can even be translated into real life as well, as resource management is something that we all kind of need.
Yeah, for sure, and it definitely in Rocket League, boost is one of those things, especially at the level that these teams are playing at such a high level. And boost management is so key because you see all these aerial plays. I mean, look at the ball now. It's nowhere near the ground. And you can't get to that without boost.
Good game.
And Mafia going ahead and taking another game there over Captech. But this is not the end. We have one more game that Mafia has to win before they can get there. So let's go ahead and take a look at these stats real quick. Shots on goal by Mafia, very high there.
Yes, a lot more than Cab Tech. I think we had the, I think I saw Cab Tech had about 6 shots on net, 5 from River, 1 from Cole. And then Mafia having the 5-4-3 combo to make a total of 12 shots. It's a big difference and a huge advantage towards Mafia.
Yeah, Cab Tech here calling for a timeout to go ahead and give themselves some time to cool down. Maybe even use that, as some other esports have used, as an opportunity to make the momentum of the enemy team also be cooled down. Yeah. I think this is a great use of it here. You know, you're at a dangerous point here. If Mafia wins one more game, they're if Mafia goes ahead and wins another game here, it's over. Yeah. So, of course, you're going to need that timeout to go ahead and cool down. But one of the biggest things here is the energy that we have here, the players that we have physically here. As you can see from back there on the camera, you can see all the players that we have here on the battle stage. Some of them are cooling down, especially during the timeout, communicating with each other. Coaches coming up and talking and going ahead and bringing up what they need to do. But other teams are still competing, having a good time, and maybe even warming up in some of these side areas.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. And I completely agree with the use of the timeout here. I mean, there's so many different things that a timeout can be used for. It can be used, to calm down, think of new strategies. How can we beat this team that has been so dominant against us so far this series? But on the other hand, like you mentioned, it's kind of like icing the kicker in football. For those who don't know what that is, kicker goes out to kick. Other coach calls timeout, kind of gets the nerves pumping in the kicker a little bit, and that might be what Cab Tech tried to do here with Mafia, kind of end the streak a little bit.
Yeah, it's just one of those things that, in sports you kind of have to utilize the mental half of the game as well. You have these things like a timeout, you have these things like, a penalty, like in hockey, of course, you have the penalty box. It's also a mental game. Outside of it just being a numbers game, it's a mental game as well. And it's really going to affect how these teams play in this next game. I think we're going to possibly be seeing Cobras coming back with a new strategy, maybe going to old ways. Yeah. Maybe we'll see somebody stay by net.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe we will see something that they had brought into the North Brunswick series a week ago. And it worked for a couple games. And who knows, it might throw Mafia off, kind of force them to kind of match the energy that Cab Tech's giving off and kind of slow down their offense. I think that'd be a great strategy for Cab Tech.
Yeah, I think it would definitely be a great strategy for Cab Tech. But also, you have to think about the timeout in a way of, if the Mafia is using it effectively, it's also a time for them to talk to each other and sort of maybe even change their strategy as well. Maybe Cab Tech is expecting them to be super aggressive. No, they actually play super passive this time and wait for opportunities to take, nice shots when the net is open, because Cab Tech may then take that opportunity and try to aggress on the enemy team.
Yeah, for sure. 100%. I mean, like I said, if this is what they were truly getting at by using this timeout, trying to slow down Mafia, because they are on fire right now. They're coming out, they're scoring goals early, they're scoring goals quick, kickoff goals. Anything that is working for them is going to work for them. Not working for Cab Tech. Hopefully they can change that this game.
Yeah, and we're getting ready for kickoff here into the next game, so let's go ahead and transition over. Let's go ahead and see if we can transition over to the next game. But first off, before we do that, and as we're trying to get into it, let's take a look at some of the stats for some of these players as well. Let's talk about River, and let's talk about, I believe it's Okami, who have the highest scores when it comes to shots on goal. Which one of them do you think is actually going to be coming out on top on this next game?
For sure. And as much as I want Cab Tech, and I'm going to kind of contradict my earlier predictions, both of the predictions, I mean, the way that Mafia looks right now, they look really good as a team. They have good pressure. Okami coming in, most of his goals coming from cleaning up the team. Okay, 1-2 is already in. I'm the third. I'm going to go in, finish the play, get a goal, and that's really good team play, and that's what they're going to need to continue to. Or maybe even in this series, this game. But I think one of the things from River is he's really mechanical and can create a lot of space as far as solo plays and team plays going to Cole and whatever it may be. But River, very mechanical player, and Okami really just team oriented, which is good both sides.
I feel like I can counter that a little bit, though, because I feel like River is a bit of a team player in a way, but mostly plays with one member of the team when it comes to Cole having those backups. As we're coming into the game now, we can see that Cab Tech already has 2 goals up, and it's a much, much different game, and that's a third one right there.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, you come to this game a minute in, and everything we've said about how, you know, Mafia comes out and they're punching, they're going crazy on kickoffs and getting early goals. Cab Tech has reversed that role on them. You know, they've said, you know, we can do this too.
So now the question becomes that I can bounce back to you that you asked me earlier. If Cab Tech was in that position, can they actually crawl back? As we've seen multiple times, it was hard for them to do so. Can Mafia instead do that same type of gameplay? They haven't been in this position yet.
And it's kind of a mystery a little bit, and because of the fact that, like you said, they haven't been in this position. You know, they've always been the early scorers so far in these first 4 games. And as we go into the game 5, it's a little bit of a change-up. You know, in a minute and a half in it, I mean, Cab Tech almost put 4 on the board. You know, so how can they switch up the pressure? How can they flip the switch onto Cab Tech?
What I am saying here is a bit of a return to old strategies. As you see there, Rhino's sort of playing back, sort of staying out of the way of the other 2 teams and trying to play defense. But as you see here, Mafia goes ahead and plays into that and plays against the weakness of having a player that far back in net.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Mafia's strategy here has got to be, don't worry about how they changed their strategy. Don't worry about how, you know, they came out punching real quick. Just stick to what you're used to. It worked it worked the 3 out of the first 4 games, and it could work here. Again, there's 3 minutes left. They're only down 2. This isn't a hard game to crawl back into.
Yeah, and I believe that Cab Tech does have a great strategy of being like, okay, what we're doing isn't working out. We do need to change our strategy, so what do we do? And trying out a couple of other things that are allowing them to actually get the points that they have on board. And even though the Mafia was able to score a point there, that's 1 out of 3 that they're going to need to tie the series. Yeah. 4 that they were going to need if they were going to be able to even take it away.
Yeah, for sure. What a wonderful play by River here. That was actually, I want to say that might have been the best solo play we've seen all day. He gets the flip reset, flips it over 1, dunks the other for a goal. Perfect.
Yeah, very good. It's almost like a falcon sort of diving down on its prey, hitting that ball right at the perfect moment to take it into the net. And gosh, it's just a beautiful play to watch. I think it is one of the best solo plays that we've seen, but there's been a lot of really good ones throughout this entire championship.
And what's really funny about this game and the solo plays we were talking about, I think 2 best people that solo play are in this game with River and Okami. But as we have some video footage of Rhino Catfish here, he looks very relaxed with a nice little lead. He's got a 3-1 lead. He's very relaxed and just in the zone. He's, 4-1 lead.
Yeah, and as we say here, like with Rhino Catfish being that relaxed, it also shows the nerves aren't getting to them. Yeah. You know, we took that time out, you took that moment to calm down, and now you're just chilling out. You're watching everything that's going on, and you're able to play it. And able to get another goal here.
Yeah, and they did really well, and I think you hit the nail on the head with saying that was the perfect time for a timeout. Now, I haven't been able to figure out if the timeout maybe iced Mafia or just gave Cab Tech the amount of confidence, like, hey, look, you're not out of this. Like, I get that it's game point, but you could still do this. You've done a reverse sweep in the same fashion as they could possibly starting up here.
It could honestly be a mixture of both of those things. We could be seeing that, you know, Cab Tech has put this fire under themselves through the timeout, maybe gas themselves up, you know, maybe listen to some really good music. Or it could be that Mafia sort of had this momentum going about them, and then all of a sudden the momentum's gone. They have to stop. They have to wait for 2 minutes before they can play their next game. It could be a mixture of both of those things succeeding together to make this a harder game for Mafia. And of course, now we have a perfect example of, can Mafia do what Cab Tech was struggling to do earlier and make that climb back?
For sure, and even if they don't, if they fail to make that climb back, I think what Mafia has to focus on is the fact that they are on game point, no matter if Cab Tech wins this game or not.
Yeah, Rhino Catfish here now playing outside of the net, playing more aggressively as we're in the final minute. Cole going ahead and playing the back area, probably playing for a little bit of recovery as well. Encrypted trying to go ahead and score a point, but of course Cole bringing it into the corner with only a little bit of 30 seconds left on the clock. Instinct, what do you think they have to do here?
I don't think they can. I think it's a little late. They have good pressure here at the end, but like I said, it just might be a little too late to turn it on. I think the biggest thing for Mafia here is to not let it get to their heads. You know, they're still on game point. Cab Tech's, you know, after this game, it'll be 3-2 series. Mafia still is on game 2, and sorry, game 3, 3 wins out of 4. So they have to focus on the fact that they're only one game away, kind of regroup, and maybe use their time.
Yeah, but the biggest thing here is that Cab Tech is sort of chilling back, relaxing, and was able to get 5 points there. They're extremely relaxed. They're able to get those nerves out of their body and able to get a successful win there, making the series go to 3-2 instead of being 3-1.
And one thing to note, kind of funny how we checked in on it earlier. Well, Sad River here, first of all, before the scoreboard goes away, 4 goals, 11 shots, 900 points. What a performance.
That's a lot.
What a performance.
That's a lot.
Yeah, for sure. And what I was going to mention here is when we realized that Cab Tech was relaxed, you know, Cole backed up from the monitor a little bit.
Oh, that's true.
He was playing really, really close earlier, and he backed up, during that relaxation pyramid. And actually, I believe Mafia actually used their timeout to maybe do the same thing what Cab Tech just did.
Yeah, we just got informed that the Mafia has decided to use their timeout. I think this is also a very well-placed timeout as well.
Sure.
They can go ahead and sort of cool things down here and make things sort of relax, sort of take this moment to talk to each other, see what needs to happen. Also just make it so that, like, you know, you can talk to your coach. You can see, like, what do we need to do here? What do we need to change up? But again, as we were mentioning earlier, it could ice up the momentum that Cab Tech currently has and sort of mess up the way that they're going to be playing.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, we saw it with Cab Tech, you know, and as you mentioned, this is a perfectly placed timeout because, you know, they had the momentum. Mafia had the 3-1 lead. They had early goals. They were high-scoring games. They were just out there competing and really clicking on offense. And then after that timeout, tables turned.
Yeah, as you can see here, the coach talking to their team, trying to get them gassed up, and also trying to talk strategy with them, trying to make sure, you know, like, hey, you guys got this, but also remember your fundamentals, remember this, remember that, and it's making it so that they can all work together. And of course, Cab Tech doing the same thing, having their coach come over, give them some enthusiasm, trying to keep that momentum up that they currently have.
Yeah, for sure. And the knowledge of these coaches is really extraordinary. You know, both of them taking 2 perfectly timed timeouts. Like, okay, team needs it now. They know their team. They have the chemistry with their team. They've talked to their team time after time for the entire season, all day today also, and we get into game 6.
Yeah, timeout is over, and we're going ahead into game 6. If Cab Tech is able to take this, we'll be going into a game 7. But if Mafia is able to take this, that'll be sending Cab Tech away down into the elimination.
And at that point, then we might see the rematch of Cab Tech and North Brunswick in the lowers.
Yeah, we'll have to see what the results were of those lower bracket matches as well to see who we'll be having. But for right now, we'll have to worry about who's going to get the first point here, as that seems to sort of dictate who seems to be the winner of these matches. You know, I believe it was Cab Tech, the 2 times that they've won, they were the first one to score. And the 3 times that Mafia were able to score first, they were the ones that won. Is it maybe because of that momentum that they're building off?
100%, and I remember you mentioning that earlier in one of the other series where it was a similar thing. You know, you score first, you get the momentum, you relax, you have the little cushion that the other team doesn't have. The other team has more of a panic. You know, hey, okay, we have to score before the game's over, and if we don't, then we lose. Well, and it showed in this series. You know, you get the first score, you gain momentum, and maybe even you score immediately after that to get a second goal, and then the momentum carries. Cole has gotten a lot closer to his monitor now that he's less relaxed and into game 6, and we see that has helped.
Yep, and we go ahead and see this as well, that of course, as we say that, point was scored, backed up for a moment, had that moment to let the nerves relax. And of course, but at the same time, as I'm looking over the team for Mafia, they also seem to be quite relaxed as well. Yeah, they may be in their own positions to keep themselves focused on the screen, but they're also relaxed. They're taking deep breaths and they're preparing themselves for this game. I don't think they're letting that point freak them out. I think they that they have this.
Yeah, for sure. And you saw, and maybe that's one of the things the coaches went over the timeout. Look, relax, calm down. You could tell they were stressed that last game, and you see this, I guess you could say staff from Monarch Mafia here. I wish we could get a view of the entire thing. Actually, I think we can. We can maybe take it there in a second. And you see this, they're all just behind supporting. There's 4 people behind this Monarch Mafia team supporting all of their players, as you see it on one of the face cams here, as River gets a goal for the CapTech team here. Great pass, a little bit of a fake there, you could say, to kind of draw the defense off and get the goal that he needed to get it to a lead just outside of 3 minutes.
Yeah, very beautiful goal, and again, giving a lead towards CapTech, but will Mafia be able to turn it around? I think with the support of the people they have behind them, that's very, very likely. And if their communication can stay up and be able to sort of choose the right moments to pick apart whatever CapTech is putting together, you know, they could very much make this into a tied game, and we could maybe even go into overtime.
Yeah, for sure. And I think one thing that's unique about Mafia is, you know, you have the little banana squad where they come in, they got the team spirit, they got the chemistry, they come in these outfits. I think this Mafia team's right up there with them, if not, you know, maybe even more spirited around, you know, winning this thing. They come in, they've come here to win. They have the support behind them. And it shows that, like, look, we're here to win. You know, we're supported. We have a team, and even right now. Even right now, at a 3-0 lead from CapTech, like the coaches from Mafia are coming in, you know, making sure that the players are relaxed, stay calm. We still have this series lead, even if CapTech wins it.
Yeah, I think all the teams that have been coming here, you know, we see it very visually on some of these teams, you know, coming in with the same jersey, coming in with the same shirt, you know, some of them coming in banana costumes. Yeah. But of course, like, all of these teams have this team spirit, and all of them have this connection, and so does the staff and all the people that are working here as well. You know, there's a huge connection throughout, and it's all coming together for this one moment.
I mean, yeah, for sure. And you've seen the offenses, the past few games have been one-sided, kind of. Like, you know, the series may be even right now, but these games have been one-sided other than game 1 and 2. You know, you saw game 1 and 2, and you see both offense pressure and defensive pressure from both teams, but these past few games have been, like, really one-sided. So it's like almost the timeouts kind of caused a lot of momentum shift on that scale, and it seems to be affecting the teams pretty bad.
Yeah, we're going ahead and seeing Rhino here playing back again, once again, very relaxed. Even's got the shades on the car to relax themselves. But of course, we're still seeing that pressure being taken over by Mafia, and CapTech seeing that, bringing it back over, being like, nope, we don't want this ball over here. We don't want that pressure. We want to bring that pressure to you and instead go ahead and make this an 0-4 game.
Yeah, for sure. It was a great setup there by Cole off the backboard for River. Read perfectly by him. I feel like after all that he's done, that's an easy read for him. You know, great pass off the backboard from Cole. The chemistry of the 1-2 punch there, he kind of expects that pass. He knows where to be to make it 4-0.
Yeah, I think we're honestly just looking at all of this and seeing that, like, you know, the driving forces that these teams have and how it's sort of switching between all of the players. Like, it's not just one, like, yes, points-wise, we may be seeing one player with the most shots on the goal or the most saves or anything like that, but evenly throughout the entire team, communication is key, and each of them are giving as much feedback as they can, and it's switching between, like, oh, this person is giving this call, oh, this person is giving this call out. They are needing that whole puzzle together, because if only one person is doing it, you're not going to have a good mix there.
Yeah, I mean, I 100% agree with you. As Okami tries to take this ball downfield, kind of shut down by Sad River at the midfield line. Okami gives it another try. He does get around him the second time. Continues to take it downfield. Tons of boost. Cole says, not today. Okami continues. He did turn in there after grabbing the enemy boost to try to keep the ball in for his teammates. River is taken across backboard. Okami with the 50 downfield. Go to Noels, doesn't have a valuable touch to keep it in CapTech's half. This looks like it's going to go to a Game 7.
Yeah, it does really look like it's going to a Game 7, but the offense and defense that both these teams are displaying is absolutely wonderful as we enter into the last second. And of course, another shot being made here on Mafia's throne. And of course, it almost made it. I feel like if they had just a few extra seconds, it would have actually made it in. But again, CapTech taking another win there and bringing this into an even series for us. So we're going ahead and seeing a Game 7. Could we see Game 7 overtime to end us off here?
I really hope so. And you look at the stat sheet from this game, and it's a complete kind of shutout here. I mean, only one shot from Monarchs. you know, and there's not many from it. It was a lot of back and forth this game. You know, you only see 5 shots from this CabTech team, in which 4 were made, and you see the 1 shot and none were made for Mafia. But the biggest factor here is CabTech has kind of shut out this Mafia team. They figured them out after the timeout. They were like, okay, this is what they're doing. This is what we need to do it. And they've performed on that level. They've done exactly what they've needed to do for the next 2 games, which has tied up the series, going to a Game 7 in the winners final. Who gets this? Whoever gets this game gets a nice little cool break to the grand finals. You know, they got to wait on 2 series. They can just chill, get warm, relax, get ready for this game.
Yeah, we enter kickoff for the final game here in this finals and see what's going to be happening here. Whichever team wins will advance on to grand finals, and that's a cushy seat to be sitting on. So we're actually excited to see which of these 2 teams are going to make it out. Is it going to be the Mafia, or is it going to be CabTech? Let's see who scores the first point here, as there's a lot of aggression coming over to the CabTech throw.
Nice.
There it is, and we see the coaches and the environment after Mafia has got their first goal in a game. Like they're back in it. The coaches are very hyped. They're getting really intense with their players. They know that they can take that handle of pressure, and it's just a great environment. And only available at lands.
Yeah, actually, only available at lands. We go ahead and see River over here trying to play close to the ball and going ahead and having to score to tie it up here by CabTech. Cole being ready there for there. So we can go ahead and see it going into the corner, River setting it up, and Cole coming in and making that really nice shot, while Encrypted was unfortunately preoccupied.
Yeah, for sure. And on the other side, CabTech, the coach, he's getting involved with these players. He's, you know, congratulating them, giving them a pat on the back that they need each step of the way as this game gets even closer. Only 30 seconds into Game 7, and the winner goes to Grand Finals.
Yeah, very true. That's going to be a very cushy seat to sit on for a bit, and you'll be able to sort of relax and even get those nerves that you had from this game out of your system. You'll be able to continue playing the game, and you'll basically guarantee yourself to be within those top 3. Now we go ahead and watch this here as another goal attempt is made, and Mafia is able to get a score thanks to the likes of Encrypted.
Yeah, and it seemed like kind of, I don't want to say he died down a little bit, but he had a lot of pressure and a lot of offensive pressure. He was the big offensive puzzle piece to this team early on in this series, and I'm glad to see that he's back.
Yeah, I was going to speak about how immediately after the timeout for CabTech, they were able to bring that momentum back and get those games into their system. But it was an opposite almost for Mafia. It was almost like it cooled them down a little too much. It was maybe a wrong placement of that timeout. But of course, that's sort of the mental strategy that you have here. But it now seems like that adrenaline may have just been delayed and is being put into this game instead, as they're putting a lot of aggression over by CabTech. But CabTech having the exact same gameplay, with Goated being able to stop that score.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that was a really good save by Okami there. And Encrypted Savage with a possible shot on net, can't get it. So Goated tries to find the net, can't find it. Okami's on his way out. He might turn. No, Encrypted calls him off, says, I can get a 50 mid for my teammate Goated. Now it's Okami's turn. He gets up there for a good 50 downfield against River. And Cole takes control of the ball here. Great 50 from Okami. Possible pressure point here for Mafia, and could go up 2 points.
Yeah, Goated going ahead and bringing the ball back over, but of course, CabTech is just, it's ping pong at this point. The ball's going from one end to the next end, one end to the next end. So one of these teams is going to have to fully commit to the aggression, I feel, in order to get the ball fully in the half and have a potential to score again. And that's going to be something that CabTech is going to be pressured to be made. But Mafia can take their time because they have the lead here.
Yeah, for sure. And having the lead means you're relaxed. And looking at this Mafia team, and one person in particular, Okami, you know, I mentioned earlier, he's got the game sense. He makes good touches, good 50s, smart 50s. He always looks relaxed. He's so relaxed in that first seat, and you know, it shows that his performance has been able to like match that relaxation that he brought.
Speaking of matching it, River able to go ahead and sink a shot in to match up the score between the Mafia and CabTech. And of course, these coaches are coming over, telling their teams, no, it's all right, it's tied up now, so you know where you're at. So we're going to go ahead and see here on the kickoff if that type of advice and that sort of encouragement is actually going to be able to work.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, you can hear the players' emotions coming out. You know, who really wants this more? And it's a generous spot, you could say, for both of these teams to be in on that, as you said, cushy seed for the team that wins this. But both teams are really fighting to keep this in. And there's a great touch by Sad River from a pass from Cole, and it's a good it's a really good connection there. The 1-2 punch back at it again.
Yeah, really good setup there, and River just able to tip it in and put it into the net there. And as you said, it's a very cushy seat to be here, but you know where else is cushy? Here, the UNCG Esports Arena is actually an amazing facility that we're able to have this LAN tournament inside of, and I've heard nothing but compliments about
I mean,
teams coming in being like, oh, I love these setups, I love the people that I'm around. I'm glad that I get to be face to face with my opponents and be able to fist bump, be with them in person. That's something you only get at a LAN tournament, and it's something that this facility sort of assists with.
Yeah, for sure. And though things may get heated between teams during the matches, we could still see that, like, after the games, the team's fist bumping, the coach is fist bumping, the coach is talking. There's still much respect from these teams for each other. And I genuinely think that after this really hard-fought, long series, to go into the grand finals on the upper half, like, I can only see respect coming from both of these teams afterwards.
I think they all go to a pizza place. I think they all sit down, they all get pizza together, split the bill evenly, because they all respect each other. Or maybe grand final winner wins.
Or maybe C-Tech can sponsor a big banana party for everybody.
Oh, yeah, exactly. A big banana split party for everybody.
Big banana split party.
But that party is going to be happening for CabTech right now as they go ahead and score another point.
For sure. Be cool there with a great 50 on Okami to get the 4th goal for their team, giving them a nice seat to sit on, with a little over a minute left and up 2 goals.
Yeah, and we go ahead back into this position. Can you crawl back? Can you make this even? And can you make this go into overtime? As we hit a minute remaining in the match, we're going to have to see if Encrypted and friends are going to be able to do that as Mafia goes ahead and tries to take possession of the ball and pressure over towards CabTech's corner.
Yeah, for sure, and I mean, the amount of pressure that Mafia has had, like, I kind of wish that, like, they got a little more on net with a great pass from River, and you hear the comms and the emotion coming from Cole and River on their little 1-2 punch connection there. He's screaming, hey, up to you, up to you. He's letting them know, look, it's coming to you, you're going to shoot, and you're going to score. And that's exactly what happened. With 43 seconds left, up 3, it's looking very generous for CabTech.
Communication is key, and it makes camaraderie between these teams, and that's the reason that I think CabTech is taking the lead right now. And if they're able to secure it, they may even take this entire series. It's something that I'm very excited to see as we enter into these last 30 seconds of this game. Can the Mafia crawl their way back up and bring us into overtime?
Yes, for sure. And again, we see another goal from River here, and as much as I hate to say it, Mafia has played a very great game. There's a very slim chance that they do win this under a miracle, but the way that it looks, the momentum shifts, they're looking a little stressed. But again, this is upper bracket. There's still a chance for either of these teams to go and do, I mean, there's a chance for a rematch of this in the grand finals. Whatever happened in lowers, you never know.
Yeah, and I'll be extremely excited to see both of those matchups when they happen. But currently, we're in the last 15 seconds of the match. CabTech having a very, very huge lead and ready to go ahead and take this game for themselves. But can the Mafia go ahead and turn it around? And if not, they've shown a great showing here. They've been able to do as much as they can. And with these last 3 seconds on the clock, I think that's going to put a nice little signature at the end as CabTech is going to go ahead and take it and immediately come up and ask for fist bumps from the other team.
Huge respect between these two teams. Yeah. You love to see it, especially at an event like this where it gets really heated. There's some joking back and forth, but like you see that after a long, hard-fought battle in Game 7 to go to the grand finals. It's really good to them to get done, and you stand up and you see fist bumps between the two teams. Much respect for each other. That's really fun to see.
Yeah, and we of course hear the clapping all around, giving respect to both teams and giving respect to the arena itself for hosting this type of event. These teams really do have a chemistry between each other, and even though of course when you get into games sometimes it gets heated, I feel like after a little bit, little cups of water, they'll actually talk about this later and be like, you know what, that was an absolutely fun game. I had an amazing time.
And I mean, for sure, and I hope that so it turns out I was right. Game 7, CabTech, it goes to their favor. It was looking a lot like Mafia was just going to take it easy, and they fought back like they did in the previous series against, I forgot who it was against, but either way, it's a reverse sweep, and they basically, you could say that they did it again. It started off 3-1, and they won 3 straight to get to this point with a ticket to grand finals.
Yeah, are these the reverse sweep masters maybe?
At this point, they are.
At this point, they are. But we'll be seeing in grand finals if the exact same performance will happen. Of course, CabTech going ahead, securing their ticket, and will be there for us. We'll, of course, be seeing them once again on the broadcast. But, of course, there's one other match that we have to see before we can determine what our grand finals are going to be. So that's going to be a lot of fun to set up and get set up for everybody. But with all that being said, what do you think is your best moment from that game?
It's got to be the – okay. As far as the play was, I'm going to say it was the solo play by River. I mean, the flip reset, he gets it over one, puts it back down to the ground, almost pinches it on the ground to get a perfect goal into the net. That was just an amazing solo play by him. As I said, I think it might be the best in this tournament. But overall, the excitement from that, it's winners finals. That's the first best of 7 of the day. The two best teams who haven't lost yet, you know, they clash, they go together, they, you know, and you see both of these teams play extraordinary, both really good games, and you know, at the end of the day, somebody's got to win.
Yeah, and I feel like I agree with you definitely on that play of the game when it came to inside the game, but when it comes outside of it, come on, you have to give it to Rhino, just sitting back, relaxing,
that,
you know, all the nerves
that.
just whoosh, washed out.
Yeah.
I feel like for the whole team, it did the exact same thing. All of them just had a moment of just calming down, collecting themselves, becoming one unit, and they were able to continue that momentum even through a timeout that I believe was meant to cool them down and to give the other team a little bit of fire under themselves. No, they were able to use that and actually use it to ignite themselves and continue through that pressure. Unfortunately, you weren't able to ice that fire.
Yeah, and for sure with the Rhino thing, and I love that about him because the way he looked when he was playing that game represents his play style so well. He's always played laid back, controlled. He understands the game. He's figuring out at one time, you know, what's going on, what could happen, where do I need to be, and that's how he plays. He never plays super panicky. I've never seen him panic in any of these games, or the game that was last week against North Brunswick. But he's just a really controlled player, and I like that from him.
Yeah, control is key when it comes to these types of games. But of course, there's a lot of aggression as well that we saw from River and Cole, and from everybody from the Mafia as well. All of them had a really good performance, and I just generally think that this is the type of experience that you get from a LAN tournament, is getting to see these players not only in person, but just in general, get to show off their skills, show it to the world, and be able to broadcast it to a wider stage, put that spotlight on themselves, and be able to say, like, hey, this is what we do.
Yeah, and you're 100% right. We're getting into the elim finals here.
Yes.
Coming up quick, which is very interesting, and I want to talk to you about this. Mafia, they have to turn around and play another best of 7 series after an unfortunate loss to CabTech. How are they going into this game feeling?
I feel like going into this game as Mafia, you know, you just got done with winners finals. You get brought down here, and you're going to have to play it through. I feel like the best thing that you can do is, you know, play your game, see if you win the first round. If you don't, all right, cool, just brush it off. If you lose that second one, timeout. Do what CabTech did. Cool off the enemy team and give yourself a moment to breathe. Give yourself a moment to relax. And, you know, of course, these teams are also getting that when they're going through and, you know, getting set up. They get a little bit of time to warm up as well. You know, we're getting them all ready, but they're all going to have this moment of, like, fatigue about them, I feel like, for the Mafia from just coming out of that last best of 7.
Yeah, and I mentioned it from Mafia in the last series, and it almost finished, worked out for him. You know, it went to Game 7, but what they have to do here is they have to not. Last series never happened. Don't think about it. You know, you're going into this series, and again, we're back down to lowers to where you need to win. You can't go down, right? So. Coming from Mafia, you know, I think they have to play the laid-back game here. They have to relax. The last series never happened. You're on to the next. Stick to your play style. You know what works. You know that it's the speed goals at the beginning of the games, at the beginning of kickoffs that get you these easy wins and really quick wins, you could say. So I think if they stick to that, I think they have really good chances in this next game.
Yeah, you also need to understand that these two teams, they're very different from each other.
Yeah.
You know, you can't compare one team to CabTech, which you just played a game against. You can't take those same strategies in because they may have a completely different playbook. So I think wiping that memory, almost having amnesia about the last match and just being like, it happened, whew, it didn't happen anymore.
Yeah.
Now I'm just ready to come in. I'm going to play with the same strategy, and I'm going to play for the same playbook. We're going to go over to the elim bracket now to look at the journey that we had getting here and see what's going on the scoreboards.
Yeah, And we see here North Brunswick and Mafia is what we have next. Brunswick, while we were streaming the other game, they were able to take down the Beacons 3-1 to advance to this losers final. And we see that, you know, this Mafia and this Brunswick team, they faced off in the regular season.
Yeah.
We remember that. Actually, the only 3 teams that are remaining with Brunswick Mafia and Cab Tech all have relations somehow. You know, Brunswick beat Cab Tech in the qualifiers to get the 1 seed. You know, but Cab Tech turned around and beat Mafia here at the LAN, and then Mafia sent Brunswick down to lowers. So there's all crazy connections with these teams, and this is going to be a really good matchup.
Yeah, and I think looking at that bracket as well and what we could review about it, I think we can look at that type of gameplay and notice that when teams were knocked down, they played 1 or 2 rounds and then they were eliminated.
Yeah.
That's very big, and, you know, like, maybe North Brunswick, you know, maybe this is their time. You know, they've played a round already, and now they have to play another one right away. That's going to be a lot. But in order for us to do that and to get everything set up, we're going to take a quick little break. So we'll be back with you all in just a few moments. We're heading into our final match here before the grand finals after watching CabTech take it away. This is going to be an absolutely amazing match to watch of North Brunswick versus the Mafia. Instinct, what are you thinking about this game?
And I mean, we mentioned in the past about this rock, paper, scissors type of thing with these three teams that are left, the connections that they have, the amount of times that they've played against each other between the three teams. I think it's a toss-up. It's going to be a great series either way.
Yeah, and I think both of them are going to be absolutely ready to play against each other. Of course, we're already seeing the fist bumps and the energy between the two. And they're both absolutely ready to just be pouncing into this game and see what they can do. So we're going to be going straight into a kickoff here and seeing exactly what can be going on. Honestly, do you have any predictions on who's going to win this, or do you think this is going to be a complete toss-up?
I know what I want. I want Mafia to come out on top of this because I want Mafia to go against CabTech with some momentum. You know, they played CabTech last series, and they had just come out of basically a reverse sweep against the other team, and they were kind of down and out about that. And I think it would be another great grand finals if they can go into playing CabTech with some momentum.
Yeah, I think that would be great. I also would love to see Brunswick win this as well, because then we would see a repeat of the end of the division playoffs, and we'd get to see again that same match that determined the seeding of this. Maybe North Brunswick could go ahead and take it away once again, or maybe CabTech can redeem themselves. But at this moment right now, Brunswick is going to go ahead and take it away with a shot by Strawberry.
For sure, and it's a great shot. And, you know, starting out, this best-of-7 series could go to 7 games, only 30 seconds in. You see a goal, and you see a lot of emotion immediately. It's getting to the end of this tournament. These players are not only nervous, but they are excited to score and just get in the game and do what they know how to do.
I think it's also a mixture of trying to keep themselves alert and ready to play because, again, they've been going through this entire championship, and they've only had a few breaks to be able to do that. Of course, they're staying hydrated, they're staying snacked up, and, of course, they're talking to their coaches and keeping their morale up. But, again, they have been playing through all these games, and now they're finally here to go ahead and try to compete, to be part where they're going to be placing within the top 3.
Yeah, and you know, and this game is the lower finals. So, you know, whoever comes out of this, we will have our 2 bracket winners. The upper bracket winner being CabTech. Obviously, we saw that last series, but the winner of this is the lower bracket finalist that will go and compete against CabTech in the grand finals.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be an absolutely amazing game here because even though Mafia is coming right off of a... Oh, yeah. We're just being informed that Northside actually had to be here at 3 a.m. in order to make it all the way here. So that's a lot of dedication to be able to. Mafia was definitely keeping themselves up, probably had a couple of coffees, or at least for the coaches.
Yeah, and let's hope they got a nap in.
Hopefully.
I mean, 3 a.m., I mean, you know, we're pushing past 6 o'clock now, and that's a lot of time. And not only that, you're competing at a high level in a game that, you know, you have a love-hate relationship with. Like, I know how competitive Rocket League goes, and, you know, you hate it, you love it, but at the end of the day, it's fun. You get to come here and you get to compete against teams at your level and possibly even win some prizes.
Let's also think about this. You're placing within top 3 after doing all of that.
Yeah.
Like, you had to stay up for that long, and yet you have made it into the top 3. That shows the type of quality of player you are, but also the type of performance that you can give at any day, at any point in time, on any energy level.
Yeah, 100%. And, you know, hearing that information for the first time of them being at 3 a.m., you know, I kind of hope they, in a sense, don't win, because then they get to go take a nap, right? And, you know, they've been up for a while, but I'm completely wrong. We've seen their performance. We know that they want this as bad as any other team that's left in it.
But let's think about it this way as well. If they do decide to win this one and then go to Grants and then win that as well, they can say that, hey, I won first place at the UNCG SEA Spartan Championship Spring 2023 of Rocket League. And I was awake at like 3 a.m. to start the day. Like,
and overcame 2 teams that had both originally got a reverse sweep.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Those are incredible statistics to be able to give, and incredible saves happening here as well.
Yeah, great saves from Brunswick here. Good pressure from Mafia here as we almost have a goal. Goated can't quite finish it, but we didn't quite see that amount of pressure from Mafia in the last series. Again, I think they've rebooted. They've come into this series knowing what they need to do, knowing that there are no second chances anymore. This is it. This is the finals. Next up is grand finals. Can they do it? Can they get there? a little over a minute left here. We see Brunswick up 1 goal. It's Brunswick able to keep it in the Mafia's half for a little bit. Quick counterattack by Mafia. And, I mean, they seem to be really good at things like that.
You know, when I'm thinking about double elimination brackets, I think there are 3 moments that are the most high stress. The very first round when everybody is playing and those teams that get eliminated first and immediately get put into the elimination bracket. This moment right here where both of these teams are competing against each other and only one of them will make it to grand finals. After everything they've done, only one team is going to advance. And then, of course, grand finals itself and the amount of stress that you're going to have competing for that first place position.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, as the caster of these matches, you see all these players' emotions, and you've seen what they've gone through to not only get to this tournament, but in this tournament today, you've kind of seen everything, and you just hope that you hope that they could all make it, right? You hope that they could all be first place and all get what they want. But again, we see Mafia striking back here. Great shot from Encrypted, as we've seen his offensive power earlier in last series.
Encrypted, of course, playing very close to that goal and getting that shot in to a point where, you know, neither of the people who were by goal had enough boost to be able to get up there and stop it, or at least didn't have the reaction time to do it. So very good plays there by Encrypted. And of course, like, we could talk about this again, thinking more on the player-by-player aspect. Encrypted probably wants to win this just to go back to see CapTech and get revenge on all 3 of those players.
For sure. And I mean, you know how heated that game got as far as you know, how close it was, and we hit overtime here in game 1 of this Brunswick Mafia series, and it's already starting out to be very interesting as we see an overtime, but a very quick overtime as Mafia is able to get a game, their first game in a few games. You know, that might be a little momentum shift. You know, CapTech kind of came back in the last series to rally and send them to this game, but Mafia, no problem with Brunswick.
Yeah, momentum shift, definitely, but also just thinking about all of that, going into overtime on the very first game, I think that's a huge highlight on how much these teams want to win, how much they want to go into the grand finals, how much they're trying to prep themselves to do this. Of course, coaches getting up, talking to each other as the matches are ending, and the players, of course, looking over at each other, just making sure, like, oh, you're good, all right, we're all good. Everybody here is just having a great and amazing time, but they all are also competing to try to get into grand finals, and that's the biggest thing to know.
For sure, and we look at the stats here, and you know, I saw 8 shots from Brunswick and 6 from Mafia, but it's the quality of those shots. You know, quantity isn't always the key. Now, don't get me wrong, the amount of pressure, you know, it definitely set Mafia back for a little while in that game, causing it to go into overtime. But you know, again, it's the quality of shot. It's the fact that it hits the back of the net, not necessarily just the post or whatever it may be. But I hope to see the same amount of pressure from both of these teams going into game 2.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of tide chains throughout this of, you know, some games are more just pure aggro with huge score counts. Other ones are very close games, but there's only 1 or 2 goals being made, but a lot of shots being made on the goal. This one's a little bit different because, you know, the team with the less shots still won, which we haven't seen before, at least on broadcast. And that may just be due to, again, as you're saying, the quality and not the quantity. You know, you have to match up with that chart. So, of course, we're going into our next game here. Game 2, is Brunswick going to be able to even out the series, or is Mafia going to continue with their lead? We'll just have to see from kickoff.
Oh, for sure. And you see Mafia gets out to a quick start, as they usually do off kickoff. They've got some of that momentum back after a game 1 win in this series. Brunswick, not too fond of it, though. They, you know, fight back at a quick possibility at a goal there. Couldn't fully connect on it, but it is back in the Brunswick half. Quick challenge there from Mafia. It is floating over their net. Mango says it doesn't matter. I'm going to get that anyways. Encrypted gets a pass across field, hoping to find Okami, which he is there. Strawberry, though, up, and again, these passes from the Mafia are working, but Brunswick's reading them really well.
I think Brunswick is definitely trying to take control here so that they can go ahead and get an early lead here, as we saw in the last game. An early lead and getting that first score point is really critical when it comes to these types of matches. However, last game went into overtime. Both teams were able to score each other up and, you know, catch up with each other. I think, you know, we may not need to see the first goal being made.
Yeah, no, I totally understand. But again, like you said, this first goal, looking for this first goal is crucial. It determined last game, you know, even though it went into overtime. As we see a first goal here, Strawberry Savior, and it's we see the excitement coming from that team. Obviously, coaches in there laughing with the team, making sure, you know, giving them moral support. But even on the other half, you see here on the cam that the Mafia coach, look, okay, don't let the goal worry about you. You know, we're still in this game. 3 minutes and 44 seconds left to go.
Yeah, and you also have, of course, Brunswick's coaches as well, looking over and making sure, like, good job, team, keep it up. And, of course, sometimes even laughing at some of the jokes that they make after they score a goal. Because, of course, you know, you get hyped after doing such an amazing play like that.
Yeah, and we saw that a lot last series. You know, as we get into these last two series here to determine the first, second, and third of this tournament, it gets exciting. It gets emotional. And you see that pour out on the stage as we, you know, conclude the tournament.
Yeah, again, like I said last game, get your popcorn, get your tissues, because again, this is going to get emotional, and this is going to be, you know, we're going to have to unfortunately see some of these teams go goodbye. And, you know, it's hard to see it. It really is. But they've been playing amazing games, and they've been showing off the skills that they have been developing for months now. Yeah,
for sure. And another thing to look out for is, you know, these teams aren't only supporting themselves. You know, they're kind of giving their school a name, right? You know, me personally, I haven't heard of many of these schools across the state, but now I have, and it's because of the tournaments like these and players like these who make these schools stand out, and it's a great way to kind of get yourself on the map, you could say.
Yeah, and of course another goal attempt being made there, but a player able to go ahead and stop it there for a moment. I was about to say Okami, but you know.
Yeah, I believe it was Goda Noel. That was a good save from him.
Yeah. But either way, these teams are able to just not only promote themselves, promote their schools, but also able to promote whatever they wish.
Yeah. But the energy that we're seeing from these players right now, I mean, you could see the relaxation from a few of them. You could see the worrisome. You know, you see the focus and it's just a crazy environment looking into these finals games. They're so focused, and there's a few players that, you know, close to the screen, far away from the screen, relaxed, worried, you know, really nervous. And the mix of emotions here is really strong in this finals game.
From the perspective that I have actually of North Brunswick specifically, I'm able to see one player sort of playing back, sort of keeping themselves calm and relaxed. And of course, when they make a shot, they get super animated. Yeah. And then you have two other players that are different degrees of getting closer to the screen and keeping that focus. But again, the moment they make a score, they all become one collective unit, all pop off, all have the same emotion on their face, which is just success.
Yeah, and we can see the emotion immediately coming out of the coach after Commander puts a great shot on net to give Brunswick their second goal. You know, they're getting hyped, they're getting excited, they're tying this series almost. You know, there's a minute left. Mafia still has a very good chance of making it a 2-0 series, but you know, for right now, we see Brunswick having the lead entering a minute left. So, but just the emotions coming from the coaches, and even on the Mafia side, this game, you know, they may not be winning, but he's still supporting his team. You know, he's getting in there, he's making sure that everyone's okay. Okay, don't let the mental get too chalked up going into Game 3, because you still got the rest of the series to play.
Yeah, really good saves here by both teams in this last few 30 seconds as we enter into the last parts of the game. And honestly, we're going ahead and seeing here just Brunswick trying to even out this score and putting us into this sort of like situation of, you know, if they're able to tie this up, it's 1-1. It goes back to that sort of best-of-5 mentality. Yeah. It's basically a reset of the game all over again.
Yeah, no, 100%. And you could say the same thing when it gets deeper into this series where, you know, each game has 2. Okay, then it's a best-of-3. And I believe Xavier just kind of put the nail in the coffin there. But I think the biggest thing for Mafia here is to maybe try to get a goal in this last 17 seconds just for a little bit of momentum going into the third game. They do have the cushion they're sitting on. No matter the outcome of this game, it's going to be tied or, you know, with the first game win. So I think they're in a good position. They just have to, you know, focus on the fact that it's not over. You still have the rest of the series to play.
Also looking at just how these players are playing, you know, like Commander here, of course, having a really good moment of trying to get a shot in, doesn't quite make it, but able to bring themselves back up. As we see here, shot gets blocked, but they're able to just get right back in and make the shot themselves. You know, good solo plays by these players. But again, that shot that was made earlier, goal number 3, that was actually a full team effort of each person being like, oh, I'm going to make this attempt. Okay, it didn't work, but I have my backup. Okay, that didn't work, but we have our final backup, who of course cleaned up and made that game easy.
Yeah, and you could definitely go back to the fact of the energy in this room, because on the Commander goal you saw there, he didn't give up on the play, and he knows that like he can't give up on plays like that. He's got to give everything that he has in these final 2 series to be able to, you know, be here and compete and like just as I said, it all roots back to the energy in this room.
Yeah, let's look at 2 players here that have the same shots on goal, but 2 very different stats with Encrypted and Savior here. Savior going ahead and having 4 shots on goal just like Encrypted, but not having the same amount of saves, showing that this player is sort of playing more of a, you know, regular play style, playing a little less defensive and playing more aggressive. But of course, you're having other players like Encrypted, who are doing a nice mix of both, trying to be both defense and offense.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Okami may have just did a bit of a controller change. Maybe something might have been affecting him there, or he did something with his controller, you know. Maybe something was throwing him off, and that could bring him back here in Game 3. But again, like I said, Mafia's key to winning Game 3 here is, you can't get down. All right, look, you're still 1-1. It's a best of 5 from this point, as you said. You got 3 games to win. These games to win are yours. Will you take them?
Yeah, and of course, like with a controller swap there, you know, maybe it was just because, you know, some part of it broke or some part of it isn't working, or maybe it's just for, you know, your own ease or just needing a change so that you can refresh yourself. You know, timeouts aren't the only thing that can help you reset. Maybe even just changing equipment, maybe even changing your chair. At home for myself, when I'm playing Rocket League, the few times that I do, I actually changed my chair whenever I start to get uncomfortable.
And the controller seemed to have worked. Look at him, getting back to the old ways of this Mafia team, getting out and getting those early goals early in the series. It's great to see them start off as like this in Game 3.
Yeah, absolutely great to see. And of course, seeing that type of goal being made makes a statement for them, being like, no, we're not out of this yet. Just because you got that one, we're not out of this yet. We're ready to play through.
100%. And you can see the way that he stays on the ball here. And, you know, he got the original touchdown field and wanted to stay with it to give that chance to his team. And he does give a chance here to Encrypted. And Encrypted capitalizes. Okami, he may not have got the assist for that, but I know that, like, Okami, he got that ball down the field. He's not out of this game yet. Their mentals are still there, and they showed it in the first 30 seconds. Again, this old Mafia team is coming back, and they're punching early on.
And immediately after that as well, all the coaches immediately fists out, ready for fist bump, keeping that communication, keeping that positivity. It's getting them these goals. It's helping them out. It's making sure that they keep that connection that they have, keeping this camaraderie and making it so that they become stronger and stronger.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, 30 seconds and 3 goals. And we mentioned earlier about this, I guess we're going to say coaching staff. You know, I mean, they got a whole squad for coaches here. And that helps, you know. It's not only the fist bumps from your head coach or whatever, but, you know, being able to reach around and kind of hit everybody after a scoring goal, it's definitely helped him here with a 3-0 lead.
Yeah, and it's definitely improving, I believe, their morale, and it's also improving their skills. As we've seen, like, each goal has gotten consistently faster and faster, but also the technical ability that they're using to get those goals have gotten better and better. But that same respect can be given to Brunswick as well, as we're now seeing them now bring out some really crazy defense to keep this from happening again.
Oh, for sure. And I think that this Mafia team, if they could keep this up, they could make it a very short series, because they're really good at getting out and getting it early, right? They're really good at getting high amount of goals at the beginning of the games and settling in. And that's what they're going to do this game. I don't think that Mafia will score much more this game, but seeing Brunswick have to fight their way back into this, it's kind of like they enjoy it. They like having that nice, as you mentioned many times before, the cushy throne to sit on throughout the game, because, you know, you're up at 3-0 lead.
Yeah, if you're in that 3-0 lead, you're able to sort of relax for a bit. Even if they score, just like they are now, you still can relax for a moment and say, you know what, I scored, they're getting that momentum back, that's perfectly fine, but it's 1-3, we're still winning. And
for sure. And even though that it is 1-3, I imagine you heard it through the mics that they still have the amount of emotion. They still have the hype, even after scoring down 1-3 with 3 minutes left. But to kind of reiterate on that play, it looked like they went for a demo play, which might have worked. It kind of threw Mafia off just a little bit, kind of gave a nice shot for Strawberry Savior to put it in.
Yeah, and these teams, of course, they're very focused, but they're also in their own ways communicating with each other, saying, "Oh, I've got this. Oh, I've got this." But it's a lot less clutter in the comms that I'm hearing from this game.
Yeah.
They're being very precise with what they're saying and what information they do give.
Yeah, and you know, you see even after Brunswick got scored on there too, a great play from Mafia, a 3-man team play, but. And you still see after that goal happened, they're down 1-4, they're still fist bumping each other. They still believe in each other. They have that trust with each other. They have the chemistry, especially their coach. Their coach is telling them, look, you guys can do this. It hasn't even reached the halfway mark yet, and you're still in this. You're not out of it yet.
Yeah, these teams are just, they're keeping this positive energy, and I think that's mostly because of how far they have come. Think about just like what they've been able to do and how long they've been here. And again, 3 a.m. That's very early to be up. And so, of course, these teams have been through their own struggles, but they're still here. They're still competing. And they've made it this far. That's a true testament to how amazing these players are.
Yeah, and it shows true commitment. And, I mean, and this is at a high school level. And for them to be able to commit to this type of tournament, and like you said, the 3 a.m. God, if I had to be up at 3 a.m. and play a Rocket League tournament the same day for about 8 hours straight, I can't.
I'd nap.
I'd take a nap in the middle of the series is what I do. I'd fall asleep playing the game. But strong commitment here from Mafia. It's showing that they still have the power to get it done. Here in Game 3, they are still up at a 4-1 lead. Haven't seen much pressure here from the Brunswick team, but we do see immediate pressure from Mafia again. They're on a roll now.
Yeah, and of course, we saw there Savage was able to come from one end of the field all the way to the other to make that save and keep a score from happening, and then immediately turned around and made a score themselves.
For sure. Also, one thing we missed, Okami with an amazing bump on the Brunswick third man to create the open net for Encrypted that I didn't even notice at the beginning.
Yeah, no, it's those little details and those little things that you don't notice in the heat of the moment. And I think that's the same for these players as well. You know, there's so much information that they have to consume. Looking back again at these players and the skills that they're displaying, you know, some of them said that they want to go pro in Rocket League. Some of them said that they're actually going to be moving away from Rocket League or different games to try to focus on other things. Some are saying even that they're going to college, maybe even seeking scholarships. And, you know, I believe that all of them here have the potential to do that because they're showing not only the skills that they have in game here, but through the game itself, they are displaying other skills that they've developed, such as communication skills, you know, your ability to network, your ability to, you know, do math. I feel like Rocket League requires a little more math than I could ever do in my own life.
But no, you're totally right. And as we were talking, you know, Mafia got their 6-1 lead there. Okami with an amazing shot. But I had talked to a few teams while we were on our lunch break. You know, talking to them, just kind of asking because I've never really, as a coach of a collegiate team and player on that collegiate team, I don't really compete against many high schools, right? So I don't get to talk to the players, but so I went out and talked to a few teams, and there's a few people that want to continue Rocket League in college. And, you know, there's a few that, you know, they're not sure yet. You know, they're just kind of playing. They're having a good time. It's, you know, good competition, good sportsmanship all around. But they may not carry that with them. Or there's some people that, you know, they may have things that are just more important that they need to focus on, which is totally okay.
Yeah.
But the passion for the game from some of those players, and as we see here, again, even being down 2-6 here, you know, they get a momentum change towards the end of the game. They're still fist bumping each other. They're not out of this series yet.
Yeah, no, not at all. And mentally, they're saying, you know what, even if we lose this one, we still got it. They're keeping that mentality up, and that's really strong with them. And also, I think, as you spoke, like, some of these players don't know what they want to do. Maybe this is the moment. Maybe this type of championship and this experience lets them decide. Whether they take it or not, you know, they could decide to move on from Rocket League, focus on something else. But this is the type of moment that lets them make those decisions and have the critical information they would need in order to decide whether they want to continue with this or not, or just keep it as a game that they have in their back pocket and, you know, skills that they have for the future.
Yeah, you're 100% right, and there's no rush for these for the younger teams here. You know, I mean, you're a recent graduate. You're aware of, you know, the students here at UNCG, and, you know, not all of them have it figured out, and they're already in college. You know, some people changing majors. Me myself, after my first year here, I changed majors.
I did the same.
You know, it's just some like. And I wish I could talk to all high schoolers about it. Because I look back on it, and I was so focused on trying to have things figured out. Like, do I want to be doing this? Do I want to be doing that? And, you know, playing a game like this, it's just like any other sport. Like, the kid plays football or basketball in middle school and high school. I want to be an NBA, and some turn out to be that way.
Yeah.
And we might see a future RLCS player in here right now.
That's
you
very
never know.
true. And as we're having that whole deep conversation, Mafia just goes ahead and takes it away and gets themselves a second game in the series. And, I think this is, again, another changing moment for that team of they have to make a decision here. Do they want to take a timeout or not? Do they need to cool down? Like, what needs to happen here? But for Mafia, they could continue this momentum and maybe get another win and go ahead and take the series for themselves. Or, Brunswick can go ahead and turn it around. We heard from the coaches over on Brunswick's side, like complimenting their shots and being like, that's a nice shot.
Yeah.
Like, that was a really good goal. Like, they're still keeping that positive mentality, and I think that's the real winning aspect of this game.
For sure. I mean, and again, you mentioned the Brunswick coach. You've seen it on both sides. The Mafia coach was really hyped after that game. But you kind of see a repeat. You mentioned a timeout here. I don't think Brunswick takes one quite yet. That game was a killer, don't get me wrong, but you got to move on from it. You're getting into the finals and the grand finals. You do everything game by game, goal by goal, if not touch by touch. You know what I mean? So, and they're at this point where you see that they still had the momentum. They still had the connections during those games, even being down. But I do think if Mafia takes a third here, I do think it would be smart and logical for Brunswick to get their timeout in. And a little bit of I don't know, it looked like a ghost touch. For those who don't know at home, ghost touch is when the ball kind of rubber bands a little bit in the air. And yes, it did. There was just a slight, I guess that's something with the game, psionics, I'm not sure. But we see it a lot as players. It happens. You can't really control it, but it's a good start for Mafia.
Yeah, it's a very good start for Mafia, and an amazing start as they go ahead and get another goal. Having those very quick in succession goal after goal after goal was something that definitely can fuel this team to continue to go forward. And a really good attempted save there by Mango as well, who was in the right place at the right time, but just wasn't able to get the right angle on the ball and the right hit on the ball either.
Yeah, for sure. And, we say it game after game with this Mafia team that we've watched now, I think, for 3 series total. And it's the same team. They go back to their ways. They stick to the way that they know how to play, which is scoring good goals fast, but not enough for Brunswick this game. They've learned from last game that they can do the same thing, too, as Musty Mango gets a good shot from a good pass from Commander mid, kind of drawing people out of the net, leaves it open for Mango.
Yeah, that was a really good play there and absolutely good communication between those two players to make that shot work out. And, of course, Brunswick being able to get that score stops the momentum of Mafia and allows them to continue forward. So if Mafia is able to get another score here and continue that momentum, that's great. But if Mango, like he was about to do there, is able to find an open net and take an opportunity like that and even up the score, we'll be back to where we actually started.
Yeah, for sure. And you see Okami taking the ball here, trying to get it mid for his teammate Commander. It's waiting very patiently. Go to no L's. Gets a good touch upfield. Not much boost left, so he can't follow, but no problem. Encrypted is there. I think Strawberry Savior just got sent into next week, actually. That might have been Okami with the touch, and he gets the goal, too. Great demo play. Great overall play. And again, that's what I love about this Brunswick team. No matter what happens, no matter if they're getting scored on, if they're scoring, or they could be down 10-0, I bet you they're still fist bumping. It's just great teamwork from them and, motivation. We still got this.
Yeah, again, we're just seeing that motivation, that mentality is, key here. What I'm also seeing is a couple of people from Cab Tech coming in, watching the game. Yeah. Maybe they're taking their own notes, kind of just coming in briefly, seeing what's going on, but they're taking their own notes possibly to be like, okay, this is what I got to worry about if this team's coming. I got to worry about this. Again, it's that cushy throne that they get to sit on. Which that cushy throne for Mafia is being taken away as Brunswick goes ahead and gets another one.
I mean, for sure. You're totally right. And I think it would be rather logical for CapTech to do what you're saying. Come in, just kind of take notes, whether on, they might as well take it on both teams because you don't know who's going to be the winner of this really close series so far. But as we were talking, Brunswick gets another goal back. They got the 1-goal deficit now. 3:30 left to go. Again, another high-scoring game from these two teams. Mafia, as we know, they like to get good goals quick. Brunswick showing that they can do the same thing.
Yeah, and also as well, when Brunswick made that goal, I believe I saw some of the members of Mafia as well shaking their heads, fist bumping as well. They're also keeping that mentality. They're taking those notes themselves. And, trying to keep the mental game is going to be the strongest part, but the hardest part about this game.
Yeah, and for sure, and you kind of bring up the fact that they're shaking their heads, and some of those situations where they kind of they're like, oh yeah, they shake their head when the opponent scores. That may be kind of out of respect, like, oh, that was actually a really good shot by him, really hard to defend. I wasn't able to do it. Good shot from him.
Yeah, and again, let's go back into like what this event has to offer for these players again. Like we've talked about, they're meeting up with each other. They're getting to make amazing goals like this on broadcast and show it to the world. But they're also getting to show their friends and families and other spectators from other schools and other areas, what they're capable of doing. They're able to actually do that here at UNCG at this arena. They have this whole audience outside that's able to watch everything that's going on and, celebrate with them as well.
Oh, for sure. And you mentioned the audience outside. That audience is only going to get bigger. I know that there are some teams that have unfortunately been eliminated that are sticking around in support for the other schools and the other teams that are still in it and have a good chance at watching Encrypted just put an amazing shot off the top of the crossbar down into the net to get their 4th and a 1-goal lead just past the halftime mark.
Yeah, let's watch a replay of this as it hits that top area and just dunks right in.
Yep. But as I was mentioning with the audience, like that audience is only going to get bigger as this tournament progresses. And not only the other teams that have been eliminated, they come back and they watch, but also like the crew members from how this is ran. They're kind of running out of stuff to do because there's not as much to do, so they're getting in behind these teams and kind of supporting them, and it's the environment gets better and better as the day goes on.
Yeah, we have casting crew, of course, our tournament operators and organizers all sitting around watching all of this gameplay happen. And, I think they're as stoked as some of the audiences and some of the families here are because, we've also put in a lot of effort to, watch Goated go ahead and make that shot as we saw there. And it's just amazing to see this actually come to fruition, be able to have this LAN tournament and be able to showcase these players and do what we do.
Yeah, for sure. And to kind of reiterate on that goated goal there, literally the goated goal, he gets a nice touch mid to himself, and he kind of fakes out the defender a little bit, acts as if he's going earlier than he actually was. Instead, he put a powerful shot on net that the third could not get back to.
Yeah, going ahead and watching Mango there for a second and going back to Goated, a lot of pressure being put on the Mafia side here, but Mafia noticing that and putting pressure back towards Brunswick. Brunswick currently with control of the ball, but we have some sneaky Mafia members trying to make their way up, creeping up towards the corner, trying to see if they can take possession over. If they can, then go ahead and make a shot on goal for Brunswick and try to make the series a little more tied up as we enter the last minute 30.
100%, and we see another great shot here from Goated. Gets the touch off the wall, kind of a redirect flip to get the ball into the other net, and the 3-goal lead here. How does Brunswick react in this last minute and a half?
I think they react by just calming their nerves and taking a moment and just going, what did we do in the last games that really worked out? Maybe those fast kickoff goals will be what we need. Maybe some more team play, more setups where we can. And also maybe just moments of just looking at the ball and being like, okay, well, it's currently in Brunswick's position. Let's just take it as fast as we can.
For sure. And another thing that I noticed, and the coach from Brunswick has now stood up and like getting a little closer to the players. We're getting a little personal. They're trying to get quick comments in as the game maybe progresses or as goals are scored, just to kind of get a little closer and make sure that these players are still locked into this game, even being down by 3 and down by 1 in the series.
Yeah, and again, that's another part of the LAN experience that you don't really get online. Like, it's a little hard to have your coach be in there with your comms and everything, unless they're muted and just listening along, because, some organizers do not allow that to actually happen. They ban it all, right? But there's also this whole idea of just having the coach in a voice call suddenly unmute and say something can be a little bit jarring. But in a LAN experience, you know that they're right there. You feel their presence with you, so it's perfectly fine to have those types of moments.
Yeah, for sure. And we got Encrypted on defense here. Gets a touch off the back wall as Brunswick are trying to make a fight back into this. They managed to steal one. Mango with a great flick over the defender. It's still winnable.
Yeah, I definitely think that was a very strong goal here as we watch Okami trying to get it out of the goal, but Mango being in the right place at the right time to go ahead and sink it in. And with 14 seconds left on the clock, we can't count this out yet.
No, you're 100% right. I mean, 2 quick kickoff goals like we saw earlier in this match with Mafia, starting out to a really good start before 4:45 mark, already having up 2-0. We could repeat the same process here with Brunswick and boom, be a tie game.
Yeah, Mango was going for a setup there, but was being denied by the Mafia, but is able to get another goal here, bringing it up to 5-6, but there's 0 seconds on the clock. I don't believe they're going to get another chance.
Yeah, that was a little momentum goal there. It might be a stat packing goal. Maybe he's trying to get some more goals under his belt, whatever it may be. Unfortunately, they're unable to bring it back. Again, you know, still a close game. It seemed very one-sided at the beginning and towards the middle, but again, the end of the game comes out and it's only a one-score game, just like that. You know, Mango with 4 goals and 5 shots, great shooting percentage. Encrypted again with I mean, you look at the Mafia team just across the board, very even stats. They both had 2 goals, 2 assists, 1 assist, and then the saves just evenly out. They're playing as a great team, like a team together, and opposed to the Cab Tech style where we saw in the previous series where, you know, it's a kind of a 1-2 punch type thing.
Yeah, going ahead and getting confirmation for a 2-minute timeout. We're going to go ahead and just take a moment to breathe here for a moment. So while we're doing that, let's talk a little bit about the series so far and just what do you think that both of these teams need to bring out into this next series?
I think what Mafia needs to do is, so this has so far been a repeat of last series. Mafia takes game 1. Cab Tech takes game 2. Mafia, they're up 3-1. Cab Tech takes a timeout. Very similar situation with Brunswick here in the finals of the lower bracket. And they need to stay focused. They can't have a repeat happen. They can't let the other team come back and not a full reverse sweep, but win 3 games straight to take it from them. And I think that's their main focus. Brunswick, they seem to be relaxed. They're okay. One thing I like about Brunswick is they stay relaxed, but they can get up to the level that they need to get at, whether that's like hype, whatever it is. And the coach is so involved as well, and it's really good from them. But as far as play style, I think they need to be a little more on the aggressive side, but also careful enough to not let those early goals from Mafia affect them early on.
Yeah, I definitely think that both teams are going to need to take a moment just to let the nerves kind of calm down. But again, we don't want that momentum to sort of go away. So, you know, these teams are going to have to keep it in their mind of, no, we're just going right into the same place at the same time, same place, same time. And, you know, keep repeating that inside of their heads. Eventually, it'll become reality, and they'll be able to continue with the momentum they currently have. Out of this entire series, though, one thing I do want to comment on is some of the interesting names we've been able to see throughout. You know, I think that's something that's not unique to Rocket League, but is something that, of course, that we see throughout, and I definitely think both of these teams highlight that.
Yeah, I mean, 100%, and it goes along with the style of Rocket League. You know, you kind of create a name for yourself. You get to create the car. It's so, like, there's so many options when it comes to this game, and it's not even just the cosmetics of the game, you know, the play style. It's not that you choose the play style, but, you know, you get in and you decide how you want to play.
Yeah, speaking of how you want to play, let's watch how both of these teams are going to be playing and see if Brunswick goes ahead and tries to change up their strategy in order to keep this set alive. Mafia versus
Brunswick.
Yes, thank you.
Got you, no problem.
I got stuck at the north part of it, honestly, and I forgot to say it, so it kind of messed me up. Esports is probably the better way to say it.
You could say
Esports versus Mafia as we go ahead and see a goal.
Esports finds a way to score first, which
is
actually, I think, a first in this series. I think it's been Mafia, you know, early on, getting the goals first, but it's a huge momentum shift for Brunswick to get the first goal here in Game 5.
Is it going to spell that next part of what we saw from the game against Cab Tech as well, with the same sort of momentum of, you know, Cab Tech was able to win that first point off of that right after the cooldown. Has Mafia maybe lost that momentum and have that cooldown themselves? Are we going to see another reverse sweep?
I really hope not. I really hope not. Mafia has played a really great game this series, and they played a really great game last series. Unfortunately, like I said, they had that momentum shift. Cab Tech perfectly timed the timeout. Were able to regroup and bring it back to send themselves to the grand finals. But for Mafia's sake here, I really don't want to see another reverse.
Yeah, it would be really devastating to see 2 reverse sweeps on the same team, but I think that also gives enough momentum for them to sort of contact, be like, you know, I want a rematch. Yeah. You know, I want to see this again on my own Twitch channel.
Yeah, and mind you, I think it would be their 3rd in a row.
Oh, goodness, yeah.
So I really hope for their sake that it doesn't go the way that it is going right now with Mango getting another top right shot in the net. That's a great shot from him. Put it right in the top bin. Very hard to save, as you see, encrypted right there in the net. He kind of shot it at him, but again, it's that top right. It's hard to hit.
Yeah, and also Mango, the way that they position themselves seem to also have this like you know, it was just the tip of their car that was able to hit it and bring it in there. But they also positioned themselves in a way that if for some reason they were just a little bit off, or if there was any rubber banding, they would still be able to hit it with the rest of their car and still send that towards goal. So either way, they were going to have a goal attempt there. It was more on the defense to be able to stop that.
Yeah, you're 100% right. And as we get into the 3:30 mark of this 2-0 game, Brunswick, and there we go, Mafia getting some momentum back there. And you see Brunswick still kind of staying in the zone. You know, they don't want to get too out of the zone there, but Mafia kind of bringing it back. Goated, nice shot just to get it over the last defender there.
Yeah, Goated maybe taking a book out of CapTech. You know, similar play to what they did during the round. Actually, I believe it was the exact same round that we had here after that timeout, and being able to be like, no, hold on, we're going to stop this like momentum shift that's happening and take back a point, bringing this to being a much closer game.
Go! Sure. And Savior putting a great shot on net, encrypted. You know, he kind of got a little tripped up on the post there, wasn't able to get up and get the save. But again, they know that they're not out of this yet.
Yeah, again, these teams are electric in this arena. You know, both teams, whether it's just a simple fist bump between each other after a shot is made, or a emphatic yell towards the heavens about, you know, the things that they're able to do.
Yeah, or even a coach coming in and saying, hey, look, nice job, keep it up, or hey, this is a better option than what you did, and you should try this. And, you know, the respect that these teams must have for their coaches, being able to, you know, come in these and like watch all, you know, they're standing behind their players, but they got to pay attention to all three at the same time and be able to process, you know, what's going on. As we see what's going on, Goated gets his second goal of the game and the Mafia's second goal of the game.
Yeah, we were able to see both coaches there actually stand up and look at each other and give each other a thumbs up and be like, you know what, that was actually really good, that was really nice, and bringing the score back to where it was before. I also think that we need to go ahead and thank the family and spectators that are out there, and I think these players also have that respect for them to make it all the way out here just to watch them play this game and compete in this tournament. That must mean a lot to all these players that are sitting on the stage right now.
Yeah, I mean, you're 100% right, and as I said, the audience gets bigger as the tournament progresses, and as Goated gets his hat trick in game 3. Oh, sorry. We are way past that series. Mafia, of course, hat trick in Game 5 here to tie up this game.
I think this is one of the more offensive approaches that we've seen Goated take, and honestly, it's working really well. Yeah. And so it may be actually the key that you know that is needed for them to get this win.
Oh, I mean, 100%. And, you know, you haven't seen Goated as much on the offensive side as you have, say, Encrypted or even Kokari, and you see him come into this game and get a hat trick and bring them back into this game, even being behind. Now it's tied up under 2 minutes, and if Mafia can close this out, that's a 4-1.
Yeah, and again, that brings us into another rematch. It brings Mafia against, you know, it brings them against CapTech, and, you know, CapTech is going to have to sit there and go, all right, well, you've come back for seconds. Can I serve it to you again? Or is Mafia going to sit there and be like, sit down, it's my restaurant?
Yeah, and remember, as I mentioned at the beginning of the game and who I wanted to win in my prediction, I mentioned that Mafia, I want Mafia to replay CapTech and go into the game. Mind you, before the CapTech series last game, they went into the series getting reverse swept, right? So, you know, they weren't too confident about that at all, and I want them to have another chance against CapTech because that was such a great series for both teams really. And but if they get the win here against Brunswick, I think that they could go into that CapTech series kind of recharged, you know, on the opposite side that they came in originally.
Really good attempts on goal here by Brunswick, adding that pressure over towards Mafia's court. But Mafia now bringing that pressure now back over to Brunswick, and Brunswick's going to have to match it with their own defense. We're going ahead and seeing Savage here go ahead and try to bring it towards the middle for Okami. It's just bouncing into the corners, but they are keeping it on the side and keeping the pressure over here as we enter the last 40 seconds of the game. Okami sort of circling around.
Yeah, for sure. You're 100% right. There's a lot of aggression here from these two different teams. And I think we're going to tune into one of the Mafia team members' audio.
Let's go! Go!
Definitely sounds like they got a score here as we go ahead and watch the recap. And of course, it's goated, showing that absolute offense that they're able to do. I definitely think it is the key that they needed in order to get this Brunswick game.
And I think they go into CapTech not relying on what they did here, but what they did all series. You know, they started off, they stick with their roots. They stick with the early goals early on. And then when, you know, they kind of got a little iced a little bit by the timeout, but it didn't seem to affect them. You know why? Because they found a new strategy. The only question is, will CapTech be able to counter that and say, hey, we know how you play?
Yeah, and immediately as we saw there, the Mafia coach getting up, going ahead and kind of hugging a player a little bit, saying, let's go, as they go ahead and close out this game. And we'll be seeing CapTech again in grand finals. That is a match I'm extremely excited to see. And of course, Brunswick going ahead and showing us the absolute energy that they had as well, as they tried to play that as a very close game.
Yeah, you're 100% right. And, you know, we have the rematch of the winners finals coming up in the grand finals. And we have to mention the fact that even though this was a rock, paper, scissors trio of teams that are left, Brunswick had a really great fight, and they do finish third place here, you know, with Mafia going into the grand finals. So they will receive the third place prize, which will also not be said yet. It's got to be a secret. So yeah, it's still a surprise until we figure out, you know, our true winner of this tournament. But yeah, congratulations, Brunswick, for third place. We got a really good series coming up against Mafia and CapTech.
Yeah, I definitely think Brunswick definitely shined throughout this entire tournament and definitely deserves the third place award. I mean, honestly, all three of these teams I feel can fluctuate between these 3 points. But of course, just for today, it's Brunswick walking away with third place. But now we also have to think about Mafia versus CapTech. Which one of them is actually going to take first place as we go ahead into a rematch against those two? We'll be getting that all set up for you. And as we do that, let's talk a little bit about this. Who you taking into that match?
Ooh. I'm not going to make a prediction.
I respect that.
Yeah.
I'm going to do the exact same.
I can't quite do it yet. These are two really good teams. As we saw in the last meeting of these two, you know, you see Mafia get out to a really 3-1 early lead. CapTech taking the well-deserved good timed timeout to kind of get back into the series, and they did. They you know, got 3 in a row to get the series. But again, you know, Mafia came into that series a little down and out after what had happened in the previous series. But now, Mafia, and Goated especially, with 4 goals in Game 5 to close out the series against Brunswick, they're going into this grand finals looking for kind of out for blood. You know what I mean? So
I'm definitely excited for this match, and I'm not going to make a prediction either. I think both of these teams definitely deserve the first place prize, but the only way that we're going to know is from actually watching the game. And for us to do that, we've got to get everything set up in the arena for the grand finals of this championship. So we're going to be right back. We're going to take a short break so that we can get all our staff ready and everything set up for all these players. So we'll see you in just a few moments. Welcome back, everybody. We are getting ready for the grand finals, but we thought we would go ahead and interject here and start talking about a little bit of the stuff that had to go into making this tournament possible. Again, I'm here with Instinct. My name is Hurricane Dante. I'm your host for this event. And, you know, Instinct, there was a lot that had to go into this tournament happening. And why don't we just talk about that for a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I mean, we were both here yesterday getting set up during we spent about 2-3 hours here kind of going through like what needs to be done, what needs to be said, what needs to be set up in order to have such a great tournament that it's been today.
Yeah, and, you know, all of our teams have been really looking over all of this stuff. You know, we have our hospitality team, our broadcast team, our observers, and our TOs. You know, we're all trying to make all of that happen, and, you know, we're just getting ready for the video that we have set up here. So let's go ahead and take a look at it here. So as you can all meeting up together to get everything set up, having a meeting talking about, you know, like where our team's going to be set up, what things do we need to be made, you know, some of our observers being trained on how to create these lobbies and how to watch everything that's going on. Of course, you can see a couple of us here just talking out like what we need to do logistically to make this tournament work.
You're in there, and it's only a set amount of people that have been trained to do this kind of thing and get these lobbies set up. And even you see the outside area of the arena. It's not all about what's in the arena, but, you know, getting the spectating area set up and getting the little goodie bags that each person got as they came in set up.
Yeah, again, and as we fade out of it, you know, this was a lot of work that we had to put into all of this. And, you know, I'm extremely proud of everything that we've done here and everything that we have set up here at the arena. You know, if I had to choose a favorite, I think it is, you know, the casting desk. I'm a little biased. I really do enjoy casting here with you, especially going through all of these games and being able to make our way to grand finals. Speaking of grand finals, let's talk a little bit about it. What's the one thing you think the audience needs to know about heading into this match?
Well, I'm going to say two things. One thing that I learned over this past break that we had, not only has Mafia, you know, been up since 3 to make the drive here, but one of their players, actually Okami, did not sleep last night. He is on an all-nighter all the way up to this point, being able to like put in the amount of commitment that he has to this team and to his coaches and to this tournament in general to get to this grand final spot off of what, no sleep? I mean, 3 a.m. is ridiculous on its own, right? But, you know, being able to do that it's a really strong commitment from him.
Please get Starbucks sponsorship for Okami for keeping them up during this entire match. No, but seriously, that's a level of commitment that I haven't seen from other players when it comes to LAN tournaments, and that's absolutely insane. You know, that type of backstory and going into it, I definitely think is something important that all of these players need to know about. You said a second point, and I want to see if I can kind of predict what that second point was.
Go and give it a shot.
Is it the nerves? Because for me, it's the nerves.
Yeah, that definitely has some impact. And I mean, I'm nervous myself, you know, coming into this grand finals, like seeing both of these teams that I've watched all day. I love both of these teams, both of their styles, they've been through it all day. Everything that they have done for the 9 hours that we've been here has led up to this point. The nerves are going to kick in for sure. It ought to be an interesting game one going into this series because it's the game where they get settled in. You know, as I said, they've been here all day. They've fought like no other team has to get to this point, both of these teams. And it's been an all-day affair for both of them, and it's going to be a very interesting series.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a very interesting series indeed. And also just the journey that they've gone through this entire day. You know, again, this was a double elimination tournament. One of these teams was knocked down with the Mafia being knocked down into losers and having to play through all of that. That's a good level of commitment as well. But both of these teams went ahead through a huge journey in order to get here. And, you know, for them to get through grand finals, they had to not only win the finals that they were in within their own bracket, but now they're going to have to play this entire set.
Yeah, I mean, I 100% agree. I mean, both of these teams have just been through it all, especially, and I'm kind of favoring what they've been through because of the early morning, and for some, no morning. You know, they didn't get a morning. They just got a night of no sleep. But again, not to completely bank off of that, but both of these teams have been through a lot. I mean, the Cab Tech team coming in early on, you know, they were one of the first games to be played, and I think they had the longest game duration-wise in that round one. I remember, I think that was the last one we were waiting on to come through. So these long series, and you know, the past few series have been best of sevens, and none of them have been sweeps. None of them. No. You know, the closest we got to a sweep was the 4-1 from Mafia in the losers finals. But I mean, we look back at the other best of sevens, and you see like 4-2, and then 4-3, the game 7, the reverse sweeps, and you see these things, and it's like, God, what are these players going through, like, nerves-wise? And just, it's been a really long day for everybody.
Yeah, I think not only has it been just a long day for all of these players, it's been a long day for their families, the spectators, and it's been a long day for us here on the desk as well. And, you know, I'm kind of glad that we're getting here to grand finals because, like, all this tension, all of this story building that we've been doing, you know, it's going to be turned into a nice bow to be wrapped around our present that we're giving to you, which is this broadcast, which is this match, and which is going to lead me into some predictions. You know, let's shake the box a little bit. Let's think about what's going to happen here. Now, we both already agreed we're not going to be predicting which team wins this, as we both believe that both of these teams have a chance to win this. I think we both unanimously agree upon that. Yeah. What I think we do predict, though, is what do you think is going to happen during the game? Is there going to be a certain technique that's used that you can explain, or do you think there's maybe a certain game that you think this ends at? So let's start with that. Start with the latter one. Cool. Which game does this end at? How far does it go?
You know me, you know my prediction. You know where I want it to go. I don't think it'll get there. Unfortunately, though, I think it ends in 6, but you know what I want.
That's what I want as well, and that's what I am going to predict. I think it goes all the way, and I think we actually do go into overtime. I think both these teams have a bone to pick with each other, that they're going to have that momentum, and they're going to be able to face against each other and play an amazing series that's going to go to Game 7 and is going to go into overtime. And maybe we'll even break that overtime record that we were talking about earlier from the bracket.
I would love to see it. And I think the main thing these teams that I predict are going to look for, Mafia, they're going to stick to what they know. It's worked for them up to this point. It's going to continue to work for them as the aggressor, the immediate goals. Like, I mean, we saw in that series a couple games, 15 seconds in, they're up 2-0. And they're going to keep that up in this series. But how will Cap Tech respond? They know how Mafia plays. You know, they played them they played them in their last series, and as we see, you know, the fist bumps coming in from all these teams, much respect from both of these teams, even though things got a bit heated in the last series that they played together. Still much respect from both of these teams. Great players on the board right now. I can't wait to see what the series has in store.
Yeah, they're even goofing around with each other as well. I saw one of the coaches doing like a wax-on, wax-off routine with each other as they went to go fist bump. But one other prediction that I'd like to make real quick, and I'm just curious about this one from your perspective. Who do you think is going to have the most shots on goal?
Okay, I'm going to say let's do goals, because
Sure.
you know, shots on goal, sometimes it could be misinterpreted. Like if you go for a 50 with somebody and then it somehow goes near the enemy net, it's counted as a shot on goal, even though you didn't intend for it to be that. So I'm going to make a prediction on goals. I think that who is it? River or Okami?
Ooh, you're debating between River and Okami.
Yes.
Interesting. Okay,
I want to see where you're at if you think that's interesting.
Out of those two, I definitely think that Okami is the pick. However, for me personally, I think it might actually be Cole. I think they're going to show themselves as a really aggressive player here and actually go ahead and show a bit of their shine. They're in the spotlight. It's the last time it's going to happen. You know, be like a disc golf ball. Go ahead and glow as much as you can when right before you burn.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. I have two things to look for to kind of let you guys know. The main two things that I'm going to be looking for in this game is how much of an impact can Goated be to this team after basically just putting the team on his back and finishing off that series against Brunswick last series. And he played a really great game. Can he keep that up? Second thing to look for, Rhino. How relaxed will Rhino be? Will he be laid back in his chair? Rhino's going to be very relaxed, I think, no matter what the series score is. He's a very chill player, and his play style matches that.
Yeah, and we're getting everything ready here. We're only a few seconds away from the arena and getting into kickoff of our very first game of our last match ever for this competition. It's the grand finals of Cab Tech versus the Mafia. Who will take it away in the end? We'll see once we get into the kickoff.
Yeah, this is going to be a great match. Like I said, very hard to predict. It's both great teams, long journey to get here.
Yeah, players loading into the lobby, and of course, a huge eruption going on. All teams going ahead and yelling and screaming for themselves, and it's deserved. This is grand finals. This is needed, and so we're going to go ahead and get into kickoff and see what these two teams have to offer.
And the role has reversed here. You know, we've seen that that this Mafia team can get out and get goals early, and Captech kind of realized that, and they're like, you know what, we're going to do that instead. See if we can throw you off a little bit.
Yeah, if that's a prediction from last game. Remember, in those first couple, whoever scored first was the one who took it away. So we'll have to keep a track of the score on that one as well and see if Captech continues that. Yeah, again, let's look at the first goal that happened, and another goal immediately just to tie it up. First goal that happened is right off of a kickoff. River was able to just move away and get behind the defenses and get an easy goal. Here, we see Savage go ahead and do the exact same thing. Encrypted is ready to just slip through. Ball is able to get perfectly set up to go into goal.
For sure, and you know, 13 seconds in, we already have a goal from each of these teams in game one of the grand finals of this tournament. It's going to be a clash the entire time, and again, very quick goals from Mafia. They don't let up on the quick goals. They know what they got to do. They know that they're going to stick to their roots, and again, 20 seconds into this game, we already see 3 goals in the grand finals.
Yeah, also we saw there that Rhino was the one that was playing defense, and of course, I'm looking over, and they're very relaxed.
Oh, Rhino is going to chill. He knows how to chill.
But the question becomes, is that relaxed nature actually playing against them right now in this early round? If it's going to be this aggressive, I think they need to have a little bit of nerves and a little more agency about them in order for them to be able to successfully defend against what Savage was doing.
Yeah, you're completely right, and I think the thing that comes with that is sometimes the nerves can like make you take a little more risk. Just like that, you know, Cole being up for that, and knowing the consequences that if he misses this shot, like it could go the other way for the other team, but he's got to have the confidence. He's got to take the risks. We see the fist bumps all around. Tied game, 4:21 left.
And looking at that again, Encrypted was able to actually bounce that ball off of the wall. And when Cole came through, he noticed where it was actually dropping and was able to get it into a goal. It's almost as if Encrypted sort of set it up for him without even meaning to.
Yeah, I mean 100%. And you know, as you see, the divided pressure from both of these teams as the Mafia puts slight pressure on the Captech here. They're looking to get it out, can't get the connection with River. Okami definitely, he's a very aggressive player. He gets in there, doesn't quite connect with the ball, but Sad River is able to get this out. Great 50 midfield from River. Cole looks to be chasing this. Savage gets a touch to corner. Good bumps from Cole. River follows it up on the wall, and it looks like it's going to calm down, and Mafia is going to take a little bit of time here.
Yeah, and again, let's think about that again. Only a minute into the game, and we were already seeing 4 goals being made. This is a very much more aggressive style than we saw from the last couple. I think that's mostly due to just the energy that these two teams have going into these grand finals, and the fact that both of them won first place.
Oh yeah, for sure. And you know, we mentioned it in the little pre-show beforehand that the nerves are going to, like, I think after this game 1, we're going to see a lot lower scoring games. You know, the nerves kind of cause, like, you to take a little more risks, be a little more risky on the offensive half. And we've seen that so far. I mean, you know, 2 minutes in, still 2 goals, even score. And, but as I said, the nerves cause that type of offense from the teams. And I kind of hope to see it in the rest of the games.
Yeah, we go ahead and see River there was trying to get a little bit of boost, but there was actually a demolition made on there. You know, trying to keep River off of the field is really important here, but do you think that was a well-timed demo? I didn't really see much advantage coming from it.
It definitely gave them a break, but on the other hand, they kind of, Mafia gave the break right back because they let, you know, River get back in and kind of let Cole take control. And while Cole was taking control of that, River gets, you know, he spawns in, he gets the boost, and he's able to make a play with Cole. But again, there's a lot of divided pressure as we pass the halfway mark in this game. Still tied up 2-2. Rhino looking for a save. Looks like Cole beat him to it, or sorry, River beat him to it. Now Cole is up with an air dribble going upfield. River right beside him as usual. Rhino, chill. Boosted up in net.
Yeah.
He knows where he needs to be to help this team out. And Sad River with a great shot on net. Unfortunately, can't connect. Okami with a quick reverse counterattack downfield. And the Mafia looks to turn on the pressure here.
Yeah, as well, let's talk about when Captech was going for that air dribble over towards the Mafia's court, all members of Mafia immediately converged on the other side. Very good communication and very good and use of their boost to have enough to be able to get over there and defend it. But in this case, unfortunately, the play was set up for Cole to go ahead and make a shot here, and the defense was just not enough. It hit into the corner. It's just one of those goals that's going to be very hard to defend.
Again, that top left, that top right bend, those are really hard shots to make, and in response to that, they're hard shots to defend. And, you know, you see the great pass coming from River off the sidewall to give Cole the opportunity to slot that right in between the two defenders. They have this different type of chemistry when it comes to the 1-2 punch. You know, they pass it mid knowing that they're there and knowing that they're going to put a very great shot on net. Again, Sad River trying to get it mid for Cole. Cole keeps it in. You know, he just turns around, stays calm, and makes sure the ball's still in the Mafia half.
Okami almost making a risky play there, actually set the ball up towards the beginning of net, but of course was able to get it out of the raid before Sad River was able to do anything. But they were able to reverse that into an aerial and was able to get a lot of pressure being placed on the Mafia, which is good here. They want to keep that pressure that they have. You know, Captech wants to be able to keep the lead that they currently have, and as we said before, good offense can also be a good defense. And keeping that pressure up means that there's going to be less shots on your goal, and it also allows for Rhino to chill out a little.
Well, you know that Rhino's chilling. There was a period there where Goated got back in the Captech net, started messing with Rhino a little bit, trying to get into his head, and Rhino, he didn't fall for it. He knew his place in net. He dodged the demo, made sure to be ready for his team to defend when needed.
Yes, but a very good setup there. So much pressure. If there's only a few people by net, it's not going to be enough to stop plays like this. As we watch Encrypted set it up, and of course, River actually seemed to be out of boost there to be able to defend against it, and Okami playing cleanup duty.
And again, Okami has been that cleanup guy because he knows where he needs to be on the field. He knows that that is his duty, and he needs to play that close. But he also has to trust the fact that the person who went first can get out in time so that they're not all caught creeping up too far.
Yeah, 10 seconds left on the clock. We may be seeing ourselves go into a Game 1 overtime. In this grand finals, I think that's a perfect beginning to the story that we're going to be seeing here. If these teams are able to work with each other and go into overtime, very close there on the goal, but just not close enough. Kickoff here in overtime goes in the favor of the Mafia over towards Captech, but Captech able to bring that pressure immediately back. Let's see how long this one goes.
That was a good bump there by Okami. I think Cole might have had a shot on net there, and Okami, you know, he didn't like the fact that he had the shot on goal, so he had to change some about that, got him out of the way. Great heads-up play by Okami. Since then, Mafia's kind of had pressure. You know, they just let up a little bit. Cabtech is now in the Mafia half as Savage clears it out to Cole, which makes a touch, I think, to himself, which can't quite get back to it, but that's okay. Rivers on the sidewall, 450. Goated, maybe looking for a bump on Rhino. Can't find it, though. Great pressure here by Mafia.
Yeah, Mafia having excellent pressure here, trying to make sure that Cabtech can't capitalize on the momentum that they had. And, of course, being in overtime, it's a one-shot, one-goal situation, game over. And the amount of nerves that you already have being in grand finals, for this to be game one and automatically go into an overtime, this is, whoever wins this is going to have huge momentum going forward. For the other team, it might just be a little devastating to really think about having, after all of that.
And there we see it. Encrypted calls game one as he puts a shot in the top right bin. Wouldn't have it any other way from this Mafia team. They played so well. Each team played a great game one. And you kind of read my mind when you were going over, you know, which team ever scores, you know, the momentum. Because I was going to ask that is a huge factor in game one of grand finals, especially over the fact that it went to OT. That, you know, what happens if you lose? You know, how do you feel about that? But the shot differential here, as we check out a few of the stats, 13 shots from Mafia, only 7 from Cabtech. I think maybe the pressure difference there might have made the difference. But a lot of saves here from Cabtech, as we see 5 from Cole. That's a good place for him to be at as far as being around and being on the field in the right place at the right time.
I think it's also good to highlight there, just as I said, you know, the momentum shift is going to go both ways for them. But Cabtech immediately looked all at each other and went, it's okay, it's fine, we got this, we did the best we could during that game. Go into game two. Let's make this an even set. So they already had that mentality to be like, nope, it's fine, forget about it.
Yeah, and we're sure we see almost, depending on how game two goes, we could see a repeat. You know, last time these two teams faced in the winners finals, Mafia took that game one, and you know, Cabtech fought back, got the game two, and then Mafia kind of controlled the rest of the series until Cabtech took that timeout. So hopefully we see a great series again as we did in winners finals. Mafia takes game one in OT, very close game. Hope to see a few more good ones.
Yeah, going straight into kickoff into game two. Mafia currently in the lead in the series, but can Cabtech turn it around? We'll just have to wait and see through this match. Okami trying to put pressure towards Cabtech's side. Rhino playing back to play a little bit of defense, but you've also got people like Goated and you've got people like Savage, both there ready to go. But when they're not there, they're not by net, and if that was just a few inches, it would have been a little different.
A few inches to the right, it would have been a 1-0 lead early for Cabtech here. That's one thing Mafia has to be careful. You know, they have great pressure throughout this game so far, and it's kind of kept Cabtech on their heels, but you always got to look out for the big bang on the other side of the half. And good possible play for Okami here as Cole and River still scrambling to get back. No problem. He catches it, takes it to wall, and it's his turn to show. But I believe that is Goated. 50s him on the wall. And it comes out in Goated's favor, actually, but Sad River had something to say about that and takes it back to the Mafia half.
Also looking at what Okami just did, you know, having all that momentum and immediately went back to goal to demo Rhino. Knows what Rhino is doing and basically tells that team, like, no, this strategy isn't going to work anymore. And it seems like they may be trying to stay off of that strategy. Still having someone back to defend, but, you know, I think Rhino's playing a little more out of net, and so that opportunities like this could still work for Cole and River.
And you know, as we see a few face cam views of this Cabtech team, we still, a little Rhino update. He is relaxed, he is chilling in the other net, and his teammates are scoring goals. Cabtech's in a great spot, up 1-0, just under 4 minutes to go.
Yeah, and while Rhino on one end is absolutely chilling, you've got the absolute focus of Mafia, all of which looking at their screens and communicating with each other, trying their best to, you know, get into the same head space, be one with each other. And even their coaches are also sitting there watching these games, celebrating with them, being almost a family unit when it comes to you know, the dynamic that they have.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, being here and watching the coaches and the coaching staff from Mafia, you know, they have a big crew that is here in support of their great players so far this series. What a shot from Sad River, able to slot it in between the third man and the post to get the second goal of the series. But back to what I was mentioning with the coaches, they're so involved. They're so involved with the players. They're talking to them after each goal. They're getting involved. You know, they're, hey, good shot, good save. You know, great pass across the field. Keep it up. Even if in this situation where Mafia is down, you know, you see the Mafia coach interact. Hey, look, you guys got this. There's 3 minutes left. You can make a comeback.
Yeah, and it's going to be very interesting to see how Mafia goes into that, and almost got a shot there, but Rhino able to defend against it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Mafia comes back from this 2-0. And if they're not able to, again, it's not the end of the world again. It just evens up the score and basically takes us back to a best-of-5 situation again.
Yeah. And as we saw the save from Rhino there, a lot of hype in the building when Rhino gets his saves. You know, he's known as the relaxed third man, so when he gets his time to shine, everyone likes to recognize that.
Yeah, but again, when you're just chilling out there and relaxing, you know, if there's enough pressure added onto you, you know, there's not going to be much that you're going to be able to do. That's why CabTech also has their other 2 members to be able to back up and have that teamwork and that communication, which we are very clearly seeing and hearing, to be able to go ahead and make this both offensive and defensive play work, just like River was going to demonstrate right there.
Again, and you see the solo plays from River. We've seen it in the series before, but there's a slight double commit with River and Cole there, but it didn't seem to matter. You know, River still got control of the ball, took it up the wall, was able to get a solo play, and to make this a 3-0 game with just over 2 minutes left. How does Mafia react to this?
Well, I think Mafia is going to react to this in the best way that they can, which is to calm down, communicate with each other, and get things ready, which they're definitely trying to do there. But unfortunately, really, really interesting pinch there. Let's go ahead and watch this again. River going able to hit it, pinches off the ground, and gets sent towards their goal.
Yeah, I mean, you got a bit of a bad touch mid, and you know, again, like you said, River was able to be there in the right position at the right time to go up 4-0. Again, still only a little bit over 2 minutes left. 2 speed goals there for CabTech. They're up 4-0 in game 2. They're feeling good.
Yeah, I definitely agree with all that. One of the other things that I heard yelled throughout the arena was something about highlight reel, and going ahead and adding some of these plays. And I definitely think all the players that have competed here could do that. You know, having your own, it's almost like a digital resume of just, hey, you want to know how good I am? Well, hey, I have this VOD from this channel. Hey, just watch the whole thing. You'll get to see how amazing I am. As Cole is going to go ahead and add something to their personal highlight reel.
For sure. And you know, we use that terminology. It's rather clips, like, oh, I just hit a clip, whatever it is. And I think I heard it in the arena after, you know, River had that solo play off the wall with the flip reset touch to score the 3rd goal in the series, but in the game. And you know, Cole puts kind of the icing on the cake here for Mafia with a 5-0 lead, a little over a minute and a half left to go.
Yeah, and the 5-0 lead is one of those, it's a tough situation to be in, but Mafia is still playing through it, and as I look over at them, still focused, still determined, still communicating with each other as best they can. And even after a point is done, they don't look too disappointed. They're just sitting there and acknowledge what's going on, stay focused, and go, all right, ready for next.
Yeah, I can kind of see up the line here, all the coaches, all the players from Mafia, and they're really focused. They know that because of their aggressive play style in the very beginning, that it gave them that game 1 kind of break. Like, it's like, okay, we have a break now. Same reason the CabTech's up 6-0 right now. You know, CabTech's feeling good about this game. Same thing with Mafia about the series. They're up 1 game. You know, they can rebound from this.
Yeah, good setup there, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough. And with 1 minute left in the round, Mafia really needs to try to turn this around if they can. But if not, maybe they just get 1 or 2 goals for the morale, get that momentum back for themselves. Or maybe if they really can't do that, go ahead. Mafia, of course, you know, if they're not going to be able to make this, they can also call a timeout and kind of cool off CabTech, which was done to them before within the winners finals.
Yeah, I think a personal opinion here, I think you might just have to shake this one off, no timeout. I think it's a bit early in the series to call a timeout. Like you said, though, it's not looking like Mafia is going to win game 2 here. So a couple goals for the morale, you know, just to kind of get your head up a little bit, like, hey, we can score, you know. But a timeout here, I think they wait another game or 2. I mean, you know, they get a goal, 13 seconds left. The coaches, everyone over there is smiling. They're not upset about this game. They know that they have this 1 game cushion from game 1, and they know that they are still in this no matter the outcome of this specific game.
And even then, when they scored, you know, you go ahead and have a moment that they all just shook their head and went ahead and smiled and were ready for that. And so they had the great setup there. And of course, it was from the GOAT. The GOAT themselves was able to just sneak through and go through the defenses and be able to grab that score. And although it's not going to make it, go ahead and watch another one happen right at the end of that match there.
For sure.
Goated going ahead, walking up. Savage trying to keep the goal away, and Goated just coming in and going, well, I got this one for myself.
I was going to say, it looked like he stole it a little bit. Goated's trying to rack up the stats. You know, he's trying to get his goals per game up. But again, neither of those goals truly mattered. You know, really for morale and just try to get back into the game. But as you see here from the stat thing, Mafia had 12 shots. They had the opportunities. Cabtech's defense end of the line had played a really great game. I know Rhino had a hat trick of saves, so you know, it was a great game from both teams. You know, it offensively just went more to the favor of Cabtech, seeing as Mafia didn't play as well on defense. But again, either team could bounce back in game 3. Again, it's a best of 5 from this point.
Yeah, it's possible that Goated, you know, getting that last shot there, getting those last 2 goals, you know, the first one was set up and made up so that they, you know, let's get our morale back a little bit. And that second one's to sort of pad out the score, but also sort of thinking like, all right, Encrypted, we saw you earlier in the game. We saw what you were able to do. Let me get one here.
Yeah, for sure. And again, I'd like to mention the fact that these coaches and the teams are getting involved with each other in between these games. Their coaches are coming up talking to them, hey, like, great game, Cabtech. You know, you guys did really well. You kept the goals up. You played well on defense. And then on the opposite side, you know, with maybe looking for strategies, but they're not giving up. And that's after so many hours and so many games of Rocket League were played today, and the emotions that have been there, they've been going through a really strong commitment to be able to sit and talk about a game.
Tied up series here as we go into the kickoff of the 3rd game. Whichever team is able to take it here will go ahead and have the advantage moving forward. Again, playing in a best of 7 series is going to be very tough for all of these teams, and is going to be very tough on us as well. As we go ahead and watch Cole with an aerial dribble here, unable to keep the control of the ball, and Okami is going ahead and going to follow, but of course Cabtech is going to go ahead and send it back. Again, more of that ping pong action between the two. Savage going ahead and trying to get the control of the ball themselves, Goated being past the ball, but River being able to stop it.
For sure, and Rivers here on sidewall, no boost, looking for a pass mid. He is able to get it off backboard. Cole, not quite up yet. He knows that it's smarter to stay down for a second, and he gets a good shot, but even a better save from Okami. You know, he's been kind of doing that all game, and River is able to make it back into the play to get the 50. Cole there as well. River gets bumped, a great bump from Mafia, and I hope they can keep the bumps up. Again, they keep the bumps up in this game.
Yeah, keeping demos up as well would be amazing to see, because you go ahead and have those man down. As we see here, River going ahead and take possession of the ball. Cole playing a little farther up so that they can possibly play with River to go ahead and try to make a shot towards Mafia goal. River setting it up. Cole trying to get set up, but getting bumped again by Encrypted, and Goated being in the goal was going to make it so that that shot was not going to be possible. Being sent to the right corner of the Mafia. Now Okami is going ahead and riding the wall and trying to gain possession of the ball. Cole trying to get it out of Okami's hand, but Okami playing it well.
Yeah, for sure. Very close game so far. Still 0-0 after a minute and a half. And right as I say something, I just had to nudge them a little bit. River gets the nice backboard read to start 1-0.
Yeah, let's watch that recap again as River is able to hit the ball up against the backboard and is able to just play by themselves and get that solo play of hitting it into the goal. Very good play there by River.
Yeah, I mean, again, like, we know his potential of solo plays and being able to make those backboard reads. Another great kickoff here by Cabtech. Unfortunately, Mafia takes the possession, sends it back downfield. Rhino taking a circle around. He's going to go back to where he knows how to play best. Pass over from Cole to River. River gets a bang downfield. Okami RL is up for that. Gets a touch to corner so that his teammate can play it. And then it's right back to River. Again, it's this rotation between Cole and River. It's good for like a 2-on-3 type of rotation.
Yeah, River getting demoed there really does lose the momentum and the ball control that Cabtech had, and gives it over to Mafia. But again, immediately after that, you know, they just swarmed in and were able to try to take possession over again. Again, another demo trying to do that same route as River goes for an attempted shot but is unable to connect. Okami now going ahead and trying to keep River from having some shadow defense, and Cole going ahead and taking possession of the ball themselves. Another demo to try to keep that possession away from them.
Yeah, for sure. This is a very contact-filled game as we see a lot of emotion coming from both teams' comms so far. It's a lot going on at once in these games, you know. But as Sad River gets a touch out to the mid, mishap from Mafia there, no problem though. Goated can sweep it up and be able to get a good touch. Sad River gets a touch downfield. Goated tries to throw it off his backboard in response to getting it out of his half. River's able to turn, get a touch, may come down from ceiling, could have another back wall read there, nope. But Cole is there to play and pin a shot top left for the second goal of the game.
Again, another one of those really tough shots that we've seen before. Of course, ball is getting hit off by Okami, but Cole is able to come up and clean it and put it into one of those areas that we've talked about several times is really hard to defend against.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. And the CapTech have brought the shooters out this game. Ton of shots on net, ton of pressure, and 2 of connected form. And unfortunately, Mafia, 3 of connected form. Right as I say something, River puts another one. Great pass to the midline from, I think, good 50.
Yeah, good 50 between the two, and River able to just take that rebound and go ahead and be in the right place at the right time and go ahead and hit it straight into the goal. This next kickoff is going to be very critical because I feel that Mafia is going to need to take possession of this ball as fast as possible and get a score if they can, if they want to stop the momentum that CapTech is currently creating for themselves.
Yeah, 100%. And as they get a bang downfield, possible opportunity on shot, Cole denies it. He wants to keep a 3-0 lead here. He keeps going down the field. Bit of a musty flick. Sad River can't clean up for him. A little bit of a counterattack here coming from Mafia. Cole takes control of it.
Yeah, I definitely think that's one of those terms that we need to describe to people because personally for me, I don't even know what a musty flick is.
So a musty flick, you know, you come off the wall, the ball's floating in the air, and your car just kind of does a backflip and then flicks at the ball using the second jump to boost the ball even further in the air and get it over your opponents.
Makes sense. And if I'm correct, that one's actually named after a pro player who used that strategy a lot.
Yes. Regularly, it's just a regular flick type thing, flip. But Musty himself which was a pro player, he's still kind of into it a little bit, but he definitely came up with that, and it gets talked about all the time.
Yeah, those types of techniques really do show that these players are training themselves in just the fundamentals of Rocket League at this point. And not only that, are learning these advanced strategies that even pro players and, streamers, of course, that are very popular in the scene are using and have named after themselves. If these players are able to replicate it, that means they can maybe even play at a similar level as those players. Going back into the goal now, the ball is very close, and River trying to play off of it,
save.
But Okami is able to save it.
Yeah, there's a great save from Okami there. I mean, he read that River was coming across and was able to get a good stuffing 50 to keep him out of the net. And looks like Cole's going to take some time here. A little dangerous for him as Encrypted was waiting for him to get a touch. And there's Sad River still able to get it out. Goated looking to take a 50 here. Can't get the 50 he wants, but Okami's there to try to recover and get it out of this half and maybe get some time to get a goal in.
Yeah, going ahead and trying to stop all the momentum that they have here now.
Not
going
looking like
ahead
it.
and ending it off with CabTech going ahead and taking the victory for Game 3, putting themselves in the advantage at this point.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And it was a great recovery game there from CabTech. And I think the coaches may think different, but I think Mafia holds out on timeout here. It'd be smart. They lost 2 straight, but its series is still close. Just only down by 1 with a possibility of 5 more games being played. And I think they just kind of waited out here. Try to get some words of encouragement into this team. Try to get the old Mafia back where they get out and they score 3 within the first 30 seconds. We've seen it in many series, many games. Even the last series that CabTech and Mafia met, they did it in the first 3 games. I think this is still a really good series to be played.
I think you can take the idea of a timeout as well as a moment just to recoup with your team if you need that extra time. But I don't think the Mafia needs that right now. They've been staying pretty focused and pretty together all throughout. And so I don't think they need to take the timeout here. But if they do choose to do that, I think it might be a nice moment to sort of cool down CabTech. There's a lot of excitement on that side of the arena. And so if they're able to cool it down and keep those comms down or maybe even make that energy go away, it could be something for them.
For sure, and maybe the CabTech is going with the advance of using this amount of energy to try to throw off Mafia and kind of little disencouragement that way. It could be a strategy, not sure, or they're just really hyped that they're up 2-1 in this series.
Yeah, but going into kickoff of Game 4 here, CabTech having the advantage. Is Mafia going to be able to pick another game in the set? Watching River now going ahead and putting into the corner of Mafia's goal, trying to set it up, but being blocked, of course, which is causing a lot of disruption, possibly making making it so that they would lose possession. And it looks like Okami was about to do that, but River was in the right moment in time to keep the pressure on.
For sure. And as we see a little bit more pressure from the Mafia's half transferring to the CapTech side, Okami's up for a try shot, but Cole denies it. Sad River turns, realizes that he's got to take some time here, kind of keep it in his half for a second, get like a true control of the ball. Great challenge there from Goated, I believe. Okami, slight miss, but it opens an opportunity for Encrypted to get a shot on net. Doesn't quite connect. Look for a pass here across. Couldn't quite connect. Good read by Cole to cut that off.
Yeah, and good demo there as well to cut off River and go ahead and take away those forces so that you can try to make a bigger advance, but unfortunately just not able to get through the power that Cole has as a solo player. Cole as well trying to go for an aerial, but seems to sort of bounce off the wall there, passing it over to River now, who's going to try to go towards an open net and go ahead and make a score here.
There it is, another great play from Cole and River. I kind of lied there. It looked like only River, but I know that Cole had the back defensive side and was able to get it somewhere to River, but River able to snake his way through the defense to score the first goal of this game.
I see what you did there, CapTech, Cobra, Snake. Got it, cool. Anyway, so Mafia able to go ahead and try to take possession of the ball, but River able to immediately come back over and just dunk the ball into the goal. I would love to see a replay of that as River comes over towards the side, gets some extra boost, plays through the aerial, and as Okami is about to move the ball away, River's there a second before.
Another great example of these quick goals that CapTech has kind of reversed on Mafia. You know, it was in the beginning, it was Mafia with these quick goals where they're up maybe 2-3-0 in the first 30 seconds of the game. But now, you know, it's CapTech with the quick kickoff goals and the commanding leads that, like, might be tearing the Mafia down. I'm not sure. They're looking for bumps, so they're trying new strategies against this team, and it could start working for them.
Yeah, and again, Rhino chilling. Cole trying to play over here, trying to get it hit off the back wall, and it bounces back on them as they descend to go get into the goal. Love to see a replay of that once again. Ball going up, hits the back, hits that little corner, falls enough for Cole to hit it with their box and go ahead and put it in.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, a great solo play there. Air dribble turned into a double touch. And, you know, it's a great solo play. Both of these players are able to do that on the CapTech side. More pressure coming from CapTech here. Cryptid Savage tries to get it down the field. Rhino is looking to get a save, and he does it. Looking for an extra clear here from Cole to try to get it out. Rhino is going to need another save, and he gets it right up to Cole, where Cole could try to take it downfield.
Yeah, Mafia going ahead and trying to get as much control as they can. You know, they've been actually having some really great aerial play here. It's just been a lot of good denial by CapTech. But also Mafia has been keeping themselves focused within this game. Even though they're 3-0, they're keeping themselves in a nice rhythm to still get some attempted shots on goal and get that pressure sent over to them. And while they're still sitting here being very focused, with some of them even getting closer and closer to their monitor as the games go on, they're still sitting there and still communicating with each other and making sure that, at least with them and their coaches, that everything's all right and that they can go ahead and win the series.
Yeah, for sure. And you're seeing a little excess of mechanics here from the CapTech side. They're kind of, you know, showing off what they could do on the solo end of things on offense. Mafia's main focus here is get this ball out, keep it in the CapTech half. You need to control the mid boost like they did in the last series.
Yeah, I also think that Mafia is playing a more team-oriented style, which is a little different than what we saw before. While CapTech is having these moments of Cole passing to River or River passing to Cole to get these shots, as we see here, Cole going ahead, going from corner, passing it over towards River, who's able to use that moment to get a shot on net. Mafia is having more of those moments both defensively and offensively, while River and them only seem to have it when they play on offense. Going into kickoff here with the fifth goal, we'll go ahead, or the fourth goal, we'll go ahead and see Encrypted playing around this ball and bringing it over towards the Mafia side of the net.
Sure, Okami tries to get a bit of a clear. Takes some time here. He's a little zero boost. He's going to look for just a 50 at the midfield. It doesn't go in his favor, unfortunately. Goated's going to take it up the wall. Slight low boost from Goated. Cole zero trying to rotate out, trying to get out to help his teammates defend here. No problem. River gets a good control, good flip reset in the air to kind of get it downfield and work his way up the field so Cole can get boost and be back in the play.
Yeah, going ahead and following ball here, trying to bring it over there and trying to see if they can stop if they can go ahead and make a play on Rhino, as I'm hearing this team go ahead and say,
yes.
Guess who's in net?
Yes.
Guess who's in net? You already know who it is.
I'm telling you, Rhino is in his chill zone right now. I haven't seen him flinch the entire game. you know, his entire head hasn't moved. And right as I say that, he gives a good smile in response to one of his teammates' comments. But yeah, and Godin's going to try to take it across the midfield here for a 50 against Cole. Cryptid's there to kind of clean up the 50. River's going to try to take some time with the ball here. Great challenge there from Okami. Cole able to possibly get another shot. Not quite. Godin beat him to it. It could fall on it. He almost fell on it there. Could have resulted in a Mafia goal. Unfortunately, it does not, and it turns to be going the other way.
Yeah, very good attempt there by Mafia to put all that aggro over towards Cab Tech. But unfortunately, when you put all that aggro out there, you do leave your net a little bit exposed, which gave Cab Tech the opportunity to get a 5th goal there. As we head into this next kickoff, I think Mafia is going to sort of have to take a moment here and like recoup, try to figure out what they're going to need to do, regroup and recuperate, and see if, you know, maybe they choose a player similar to a Rhino to kind of sit back and play more defensively, but maybe not completely in net. Goated, however, I think is trying to take over the role for River here and trying to get a shot if they can.
Oh, for sure. And, you know, a great morale goal here. I'm seeing some what a saves in the chat from the Cab Tech team, you know, kind of just joking around with themselves. But yeah, and you see a 5-1, and the previous game, you know, you drop 3 games in a row after winning the first, you take a timeout, 100%. After this game, there will be a timeout from Mafia, or they try to keep going at it. I'm not sure though. You got to try to ice Cab Tech's momentum here. Their momentum is through the roof right now. Comms going kind of crazy. They're talking about everything. You know, they're hyping themselves up. They're in a different state right now, and yes, and as we see it now, Mafia will take the timeout to try to ice and kind of regroup themselves and maybe try to think of new strategies to beat this dominant offensive Cab Tech.
Yeah, this is a very good timing for a timeout. Not even just to ice, just to regroup, because at this point, they're just 1 game away from this series ending, and you definitely need, again, we could have a reverse of what happened last time. Cab Tech had the reverse sweep earlier in the game, but now it may be Mafia that does that exact same play and goes ahead and gets that form of revenge on Cab Tech.
Yeah, for sure. And again, we are on that match point of this series. I hope that, you know, Mafia can figure out a new strategy to kind of prove themselves in this series. Like I said, it's very one-sided so far. You know, Cab Tech, they're up, they're really hyped, they're walking around, they're doing great, and
Mafia again. We're inside of their timeout. It's a good timing for it, and it's a good time for us to just take a moment for ourselves to take a break and kind of break down those last few games that we've had and kind of ask ourselves, what's the outstanding play here? What's the difference makers here? For me, when I look at Mafia, I think it's Godin. I think Godin's the one player that is an all-around very offensive and defensive, like jack of all trades, and able to do as much as they can. I think Godin is the key here, just like Godin was the key earlier, in order to close out the series to start this reverse sweep.
Yes, for sure. And you kind of looking back at the fact with this team in the grand finals, and how did they get here? Up at 3 a.m., some no sleep at all. How is that affecting them this late in the day? And, you know, you got to think it's starting to bug them a little bit. I mean, it's reaching that 8 o'clock mark where, again, some haven't slept, some have been up for upwards of 15 hours. It's been a really long day, but they've been able to capitalize on a lot of key moments for themselves and, you know, come out here and really prove themselves, get their names out there, and really show out and have a great possibility of still staying in this series.
I think Cab Tech, on the other hand, we kind of look and we try to see what their key player is, who's the person that they need, and it seems like for them it's Rhino.
Yeah.
But honestly, in my opinion, I actually think it's River. River seems to be the person who's getting a lot of setups here, getting a lot of shots on goal, and also having some really, really strong solo play. So it could be River that's the actual key here to play, and seems to be almost like a kryptonite towards Godin.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, he's got the solo capacity to be able to just get it over 3 players. And, you know, and again, you could say that's the obvious answer. You know, River on offense goes crazy. Cole on offense, the 1-2 punch together, they're such a good combo. But I genuinely think it may be Rhino mentally that helps them. You know, he's the most chill and relaxed on the team, locked in, and, you know, it could kind of help them mentally.
Yeah, and I definitely think that when we go into this kickoff, it's going to basically be the decider here. If Mafia is able to take this back, I think this starts the reverse sweep for them. And if Cab Tech is able to win it, well, that'll be game for us here. So we're going in to the 5th game inside of the series, Mafia versus Cab Tech. and it's match point there for Cap Tech.
Yeah, for sure. And some increased pressure here from Mafia in the beginning. And big clear downfield for Cap Tech, and they can't. They get caught again on the too far on the offensive side. Sad River recognizes it, gets a good shot, bottom left. Okami just couldn't quite reach it, and Goated was still on the rotate out.
Yeah, a very good opportunity there as we go into the next kickoff. I think this is a moment that Mafia needs to just take a moment and breathe and then try to get another shot here. Goated going ahead and playing off towards the side wall. Ball going ahead and bouncing off towards Mafia's side of the court. Savage going ahead and pulling it off, bringing it over towards the goal, but of course, Rhino's there to go ahead and bring it out. Goated playing behind, playing a little bit of shadow defense as Okami brings it further out, but there's no one really to play with it, but there's no need for it as all people on Cap Tech seem to miss that shot.
A great clear from Okami, turns it to a goal that you couldn't have asked for something more from him. He recognized that, you know, they were a little awkward on the back end, and he knew that he had to get that way downfield, and it turned out to be in the net, which helps for him even more.
Yeah, now might be the moment that the Mafia goes ahead and makes that turn for themselves. As Goated goes ahead and brings the ball over towards Cap Tech's side of the net and brings it over in a more aerial position towards the corner, but unfortunately hits a little bit of the backboard to stop it.
Yeah, it was a great shot there by Goated. It kind of put the Cap Tech on their heels just a little bit, you know, worry them a little bit. Great 50 from River here to get the second goal in the game and give them the lead 2-1.
Yeah, that was a very good shot there done by River, as we see here, brings it over aerial and Encrypted trying to bring it out of the way, but River going ahead and capitalizing on that to get a nice pinch and put it into the goal.
Yeah, for sure. And as we start the fourth kickoff of the game here, just before the 4-minute mark, great kickoff starting Mafia on the higher edge. Didn't mean much to Cap Tech. They were immediately able to get it into the Mafia half. Looks like a big clear from the Mafia half by Goated up to Encrypted, looking to get a pass mid to Goated, pass back. What a passing play. Oh, what a even better save from River. Wow, what a sequence.
Yeah, very good sequence there, but also very keyly enough, Rhino was not in net there, so River had to come back and go ahead and make that save. I think that shows the amount of pressure that Mafia is putting on the net, that it's not going to be just River that needs to make these saves.
Yeah, 100%. But you see the trust between Mafia's, like the teammates, you know, to give it back to him in that situation when he could have took a shot. He knew he had the better shot. Even better save from River, as I said. Crazy sequence. But at this time, you know, midfield ball, Sad River tries to take it to the corner. Okami can't get a hold on it. There's nobody in net for Mafia, but it's okay. They managed to get back to it. River tries to keep it in, can't get it. Counterattack. Could get caught off guard, no problem. Okami gets back to it just fine.
Yeah, currently at this moment, it seems to be a battle between Goated and Sad River to see who's going to take control. And Okami going ahead and coming behind. Seems like Goated sort of backed off to let Okami take control of the ball there so they can play a more defensive position. Encrypted going ahead and bringing the ball more towards Cap Tech's side of things. And Sad River going ahead and trying to mess up an aerial with it and bring it towards Mafia's goal.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. You've seen a lot of pressure from both of these teams up to this point. Cap Tech still leads 2-1, just passing the halfway mark. Can Mafia continue the amount of pressure that they've held throughout this entire tournament? Not only just this series, but throughout the entire tournament. Great pass from Okami upfield. Doesn't quite connect to it. Big bang back onto the Mafia side. Okami looks like he's going to try to catch the ball. Couldn't quite get the catch. He will turn for it, though. I imagine another communication plus from this team, you know, to communicate, hey, I'm going to turn back, I'll go for it, you could stay in net, no worries.
Yeah, seems like a great play there as Okami goes towards net, but we know who's there. And not having the backup between Savage and Goated, who actually backed off to play more defense, I think that's actually the wiser move here, even though, you know, Mafia was not, is not in the points lead. I think it's better for them to go, okay, wait, there's no way that we're going to go through this defense. We're just going to back up and mess with them in that way.
Yeah, 100%. And Biko, almost missed a save there, but Rhino, who else would be in net for this Cap Tech team? And a lot of pressure from Mafia here. It's good to see in their favor. Minute and a half left. They're down by 1. They need a score. And, you know, Biko and River keep putting this pressure on as River, another solo play off the wall, can't quite connect to it. So Goated will try to take it out. A little bit of a bump from River there on somebody on the wall. Goated gets it centered for Okami. Okami, another pass off the wall. Cryptic couldn't quite finish, but Okami will what a great passing play between this team.
Yeah, that's a really, really good tie up there. I believe that that's going to be the key moment here. As long as they're able to keep control and keep any more scores from being played, they'll go ahead and put themselves into overtime and may even be able to take the series for themselves. Or Mafia can go ahead into this kickoff, as we see here, and take as much control as they can, which it seems like Okami does.
Yeah, and I mean, for sure, the great passing play, 4 passes total on that last goal from Mafia. Captech able to respond quick with 1 minute left. They retake the lead, threaten the entire series, put it in Mafia's hands. Great shot from Cole right off kickoff.
Yeah, as you watch that, Okami sends it over and it bounces off the wall. And Cole is able to see that and go, wait a second, we have control of this now, and is able to get it through. And unfortunately, there was no one there to be able to defend it. And as they tried their best, you know, we're heading towards this last minute of gameplay. Mafia has to get a score in order to keep themselves alive in this series.
Yeah, for sure, and they're looking to do so with Encrypted on the front line, taking the ball downfield. Rhino with a pretty good clear. Let's see if Okami can get there. Rhino gets another touch. Unfortunate. That's okay, though. Goated's there. He said he's going to try to show his solo play mechanics. Can't quite connect on it. Encrypted decides to go back down, let Cole kind of do his thing. He's not really a threat yet. Okami plays the miss, and he gets a good 50 on the wall. Not really in their favor, but Goated goes for it. Encrypted able to recover. There is an open net.
And Goated unable
slight
to get
miss.
it.
He couldn't quite get it past the post, but
ball is currently sitting still, and
Another great
attempted
save
shot,
from
but
Rhino.
Rhino making another save. Goated going ahead and bringing it towards corner. We're towards the last few seconds here.
Okami centering. Oh, slight bump from Encrypted. Keep it up.
Yeah, if Goated is able to keep it up, and as long as it stays in this air alive series, but Cavtech is able to bring it down to the ground and go ahead and give themselves the win and give themselves the energy that they need with a grand finals win. Cavtech, your winners of the UNCG SEA Spartan Championship Spring 2023 Rocket League Series.
What a great series. And, you know, as we see after, there's still a lot of sportsmanship, some a little saltier than others, but that's fine. They still show the sportsmanship and the ability to just still connect and show the respect to the 2 best teams in this tournament.
Yeah, and all you see is an eruption of applause for both teams here, not just Cavtech, but for the Monarch Mafia as well. They did an absolutely amazing job in this tournament. And, after all of this, no matter what, first, second, third, all of these teams, no matter where they place, they did an absolutely amazing job and really showed what was made of them here at this LAN tournament. I
mean, for sure, and this is a huge, a little bit of a joke, but it's a huge win for both teams. Cavtech gets it, and then Mafia gets to go home and nap, and they get to finally enjoy some sleep after such a long day and a very hard-fought series, very hard-fought tournament overall. They played well all day. They stuck to what they knew, no matter if it worked or not, and it got them here, got them this far, got them a cool second place. Congratulations to Mafia.
Yeah, and of course, as we see this as well, like Cavtech, family and friends from all around, for all the teams really, are coming up congratulating everyone, but going up to Cavtech, big hugs, big moments here, lots of photos being taken, because of course this is a memory that they're definitely going to have to remember.
Oh, 100%. And again, some of the teams that had stuck around and kind of really wanted to watch this play out and support the other schools in this bracket, really highly supportive. And that just kind of shows the energy that this LAN brings. And it, not just any LAN, here at UNCG, we've created an environment that these high schoolers can come in and not only compete but connect with each other. Afterwards you see some of the teams talking to each other after they just competed with each other, and during game time it gets a little hot, it gets a little heated, but afterwards, again, we saw even after the grand finals, fist bumping, they're showing their respect to each other, even the fans, parents, everyone, it respects everybody.
Yeah, and we can also see teams sitting over here being like, hey, are you going to be at the next one? Hey, are you going to be at this? We want to see you again. We want to play against you again, because that's the type of sportsmanship that we want to see. These players are eager to play against each other again, even if it's just online for the fun of it. But yeah, this has been an absolutely incredible series. We've been through a lot now, and we want to thank everybody for watching. You guys can come back tomorrow to go ahead and watch for the Fortnite Battle Royale tournament as well. So be sure to tune in for that as well.
For sure, it's been a great series. Again, the grand finals, biggest series of them all. Cab Tech pulls it off in 5. Mafia put up a hard fight, though. Those games were still kind of close, except for that one game 2. But other than that, they put up a very hard fight, and they kept themselves in it the entire time. You know what I mean? So to be able to do that and to come into this land and especially not much sleep at all. I mean, some no sleep, 3 a.m. to drive to Greensboro to be here at the land and give off that kind of performance, that is some crazy commitment from that team.
Yeah, but one thing that I have to do here real quick, Instinct, thank you so much for joining me on the desk. You guys have been absolutely amazing. The audience that's been watching at home, we've been seeing a couple of Twitch chats, and you guys have been hilarious. You guys have been showing your support. We absolutely love to see it. Of course, we're going to be throwing it over to our MC, of course, to go through this final reward ceremony and close out our stream for us. So we at the commentary desk just want to tell you guys, thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you for your support. Thank you for supporting esports, and that this is Rocket League. This is what this game is all about, and this is the type of love and community that is created for it. We'll be heading over to Ryan now, our MC, for final remarks.
And we are back. We are here with your 2023 UNCG SEA third place recipients, the Esports from North Brunswick High School. If you guys want to go ahead and come on over here. Hello, you guys have had an absolutely phenomenal season. Must be a super proud way to bring it to an end. You guys came home with a division championship, and now to finish it off with a huge third place at the state tournament. How do you guys feel about this? How do you take this away and build for next year even?
Indeed, we are very proud for having, thank you, for having taken part with UNCG, and we thank you for that, to showcase the skills of our team. And they gave it their best. They did it. And we expect to come back and see you.
Absolutely, can't wait to see you guys back here again.
We are very excited to be here. The only sad thing is we are all seniors, so we are excited to find recruits and, you know, make the best team so we can win next year as well.
Absolutely. Well, what a wonderful way to bring it to an end with a massive third place here at the state tournament. So we will present you now with your third place individual medals. There you go. Congratulations. Congratulations. And let's try to give it up one more time for the E-Scorpions.
Thank you. Okay, let's go.
All right, and next up we're gonna have the North Brunswick High School, or sorry, the Northside High School is gonna come up with the Northside Mafia with our second place recipients. We are here with Coach. Yeah, we are here with Coach Katuzis. How do you feel after that fantastic series? You guys put on an absolute killer fight throughout the entire day today. Had great team plays throughout the day. How does it feel to come home with this second place at the state tournament?
It feels pretty good, but that's not why we came here. Sadly, we finished just a hair short of what we wanted, but we do intend on seeing them again, and you know, I think we're going to establish a nice little rivalry.
Absolutely. I think we can definitely see that, especially after the series and seeing each other again in the grand finals. Yeah, this is a absolutely perfect storyboard for the entire event. Loved seeing you guys play in the grand finals. Can't wait to see you guys back here next year. Congrats.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
And you got my name right, too, so that's congratulations.
Let's give it up one more time for the Northside Mafia. And finally, your 2023 UNCG SEA Championship winners. Come on up. Yep, the Cobras. Let's give it up. Congratulations.
That's our coach.
All right, Coach.
He's a real one.
After an amazing, absolutely amazing day, we couldn't have scripted the storyline of the day any better. Double, back-to-back reverse sweeps. How does it feel? How do you, as a team, have that mentality to bring it back after that?
It's thanks to these players. They didn't quit. They didn't give up, and we kept pushing because we came here for a reason, and we did it. It's all about them. I'm proud to be their coach.
Absolutely, I would be too in your position. This was an amazing day, especially to see their gameplay. Absolutely great team play. great, lively energy. Just love to see it all day. Congratulations, guys. We're going to go ahead and present you with your championship trophies.
I gotta say, we did bring it to you.
So yeah, let's give it up one more time for the Cobras.
If it wasn't for Matthew, he's the MVP. If y'all
Gotta give out the MVP. And with that, we are coming to a close here. We thank you for joining us today for your UNCG SEA Spartan Championship. Can't wait to see you guys tomorrow. Remember to keep learning through esports in education. And on behalf of Horizon AVL, Esports Integration, and Esports Development and Growth Enterprise, the University of North Carolina, Greensboro is proud to thank you for attending today. Peace, love, and esports.